Hi, everyone.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Cradle-to-Career's Governing Board meeting. My name is Robert Tagorda. I serve as the chair of the Governing Board, which is meeting in person today at the Foundation for California Community Colleges in Sacramento. I want to welcome and thank the members of the public who have joined us both in person as well as virtually. Let me start with a couple of housekeeping notes. First, I wanted to make a quick note about interpretation services. Today, we have ASL interpreters with us and helping us interpret the meeting. Please note that the interpreter will be pinned to the screen, so it is visible for all members of the public during the meeting. Also, a reminder for all members speaking today, we ask that when you introduce yourselves and say your job title and affiliation, please say your name slowly and then pause briefly before proceeding with your comments. So just to model what this looks like, I'll begin with Robert Tagorda, Cradle-to-Career Chair. Thank you very much for your cooperation with that. It helps our interpreters. And thank you to Paula DeMuro and Andrew Moore, who will be interpreting for us today. Another note on translation services. We will also be offering translation services in Spanish. To listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen that says interpretation. Then select language interpretation audio and your language, such as Spanish. You'll then hear a live rendering of the comments in that language. So at this point, let me pause for a moment for our interpreter to translate. Thank you to Mark Gutierrez and Leticia Reyna for your help today.
Thank you, Chair Tagorda. Good morning, everybody. We're going to repeat the same language access instructions for the benefit of our Spanish listening audience. Muy buenos días. Por favor, sepan que se ofrecen servicios de interpretación para la sesión el día de hoy. Para escuchar el programa en español, por favor, seleccione el icono de un globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla que dice Interpretation o Interpretación. Luego seleccione su idioma Spanish o español. Y de ahí podrá escuchar todo el programa en su idioma. And once more, just a reminder for those listening in English, if there happens to be a comment or a question given in Spanish, you can also listen to it by selecting the globe icon at the bottom of your screen that says Interpretation, then select English. You'll be able to hear a live rendering of that comment into English as well. Thank you, Chair Tagorda. Back to you.
Thank you. So quick overview of what we have in front of us today. For the agenda, we've got 21 items. Our agenda, which is posted on the C2C website, specifically notes the agenda items that we will be accepting public comment on. Today, members will be voting on 9 agenda items, and there will be 11 opportunities for the public to engage with the governing board. We intend to open it up for general public comment at 2 points in today's meeting, once this morning, and again at the end of the meeting as agendized. If you're a member of the public with us here in Sacramento and would like to make a comment, I request that you complete a speaker slip so I can call upon you by name at the appropriate time and that the record of this meeting can be full and complete. However, speaker slips are voluntary. If you do complete a speaker slip, please give that form to Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez. Stephanie, can you identify yourself for the audience? Okay, I'll do my best to call upon everyone who has supplied a slip for the agenda item and recognize those who wish to make a last-minute comment as well. In addition, we may have members of the public who are joining us via Zoom. Please raise your hand to signal that you would like to make a comment. We'll first take comments in Sacramento and then we'll open up to comments via Zoom. Even though we traditionally allot 2 minutes per public comment, if we have 10 or more people who'd like to comment on an agenda item, we will reduce speaking time to 1 minute to accommodate all the speakers. A couple of other notes here. We have a very full agenda today and plan to end the meeting in the late afternoon. We anticipate breaking for a 45-minute lunch, roughly around 12:05 p.m. And then hope to have 2 5-minute breaks, one in the morning around 10:35 a.m. and one in the afternoon around 3:20 p.m. So let's plan for that accordingly. Before I call this meeting to order, last-minute reminders here. First, let me ask all members of the governing board and the public to silence their phones, please. We also ask that all those in the room be as quiet as possible for accessibility purposes, since background noise can interfere with the interpretation services. Also, as a reminder for members of the public who have joined us here in Sacramento, copies of meeting materials are available to you in the back right corner. And moreover, you may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meetings. They are using these devices to access board meeting materials that are in electronic format. I also ask that when members of the governing board offer a comment, they say their name before speaking. The camera angles can be tricky, and we would like this meeting to be as transparent as possible for those who are joining us virtually. Thank you in advance for your assistance. And lastly, today's meeting will be run according to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. All right. So now let's establish quorum. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:39 a.m. and ask that Mary Kay Cruz-Jones please call roll.
Member Tagorda.
Here.
Member Payne.
Here.
Member Cifuentes. Here. Member Cochran. Here. Member DeGear. Member Evans.
Here.
Member Fong. Here. Member Frigiueli.
Here.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez. Here. Member Hetz.
Here.
Member Irwin.
Here.
Member Jez.
Here.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird. Here. Member Lee. Here. Member Moldoff. Here. Member Nellum.
Here.
Member Ohanian. Member Romero.
Here.
Member Van Natten. Here. Member Vu.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, having established a quorum, let's move on to the next part of our agenda, which is the Cradle-to-Career Governing Board Chair update. So I just want to spend a couple of minutes setting the tone for today's meeting and uplifting the idea of ambassadorship, which is one of our key tenets, principles, if you will, throughout the course of the year. You might recall that we established this particular update at our last meeting. The intent of these updates is to brief members on new and upcoming items, provide reminders, and gather member input, all framed within the context of a key governance theme. So at our last governing board meeting, for example, I talked about the importance of remaining mindful of our role as board members and wearing our human hats when making decisions and holding discussions within our deliberations. This idea was then reinforced through the Leading Resources Incorporated presentation on the 5 habits of high-performing board members. So today I want to highlight the theme of ambassadorship as manifested in various advancements of our collective work. And I'm going to mention 3 specific areas. So first, on March 25, 2024, EdSource published an op-ed titled "California's New Cradle-to-Career System Can Illuminate Student Pathways." You see a snapshot of that depicted here on the screen. This particular op-ed was published in collaboration with the office, with Member Irwin, and with Member Laird. It discussed our new data system, highlighting its potential to shed light on student pathways. It emphasized the system's comprehensive approach, aiming to integrate education, health, and social services to support student success from early childhood through career. I want to take this opportunity to extend a very special note of gratitude to everyone who was involved in putting this op-ed together, specifically Member Irwin and Member Laird, and recognize their hard work and dedication in affirming the promise of C2C for all Californians. It is indeed an illuminating example of ambassadorship as it projected a positive image, first and foremost, of C2C to the broader public, but also uplifting the potential value of our collective work on behalf of students, especially those who are in greatest needs in our state. Next point I wanted to highlight our Cradle-to-Career liaison roles. So at our last governing board meeting, I announced the appointment of Member Evans as the CCGI liaison, Member Lee as the design liaison, and Member Hetz as our e-transcript liaison. It's gratifying for me to say that within just a few months, each liaison has been actively engaged in strengthening the work of C2C and fostering a culture of inclusivity and collaboration between the board and the office. So at this time, let me publicly acknowledge and appreciate their contributions. And I'm going to name a couple of specific highlights here. Member Evans, CCGI liaison, spotlighted the California State University's recent milestone as one of just 7 winners of the Great Admissions Redesign. Among numerous objectives, this national award will allow CSU to expand outreach and support to high school students through californiacolleges.edu, which is the state of California's official college and career planning platform. Member Lee, design liaison, worked closely with the office to provide feedback and guidance on the direction of the office's design work, including branding, visual identity, and data visualizations. And then Member Hetz, our e-transcript liaison, has been actively meeting with the office to provide guidance and feedback on e-transcript. In fact, there have been 2 task force meetings since our February governing board meeting that he's participated in. So I wanted to pause here for a moment altogether to acknowledge these contributions and to continue for us collectively to support our liaisons who are extending C2C's impact in unique and meaningful ways. So thank you for your contributions there. Lastly, I wanted to bring some closure to one of our top priorities this year, namely the Executive Director Review. On March 13, our ED Review Committee held a public meeting for the 3rd time to deliberate and reflect on the overall process. So there was consensus on several fronts. First, committee members concurred that the review process overall went well this year. Among the highlights was the incorporation of one-on-one interviews with the executive director's direct reports, whose perspectives complemented the feedback from governing board members. Additionally, the committee talked about the potential value of shortening the number of questions in the governing board survey while allowing for open-ended responses regardless of the performance rating that a board member might give. The idea here was completing that the open-ended components would still be optional, but on net, the changes might yield higher quality insights that would ultimately aid our executive director with much more concrete feedback, right? So these are just a couple of ideas that were deliberated upon and would be considered by the next ED Review Committee when it's reconvened in the fall. Lastly, the committee brought up the ideas of timing and succession. So since the process commences in late fall, when some governing board member terms end, there's an organizational risk that we might lose valuable perspectives on the executive director's performance amid some of these transitions if we're moving from one governing board member to another. So it's one of those areas that we need to take into account as we're coordinating and planning the actual sequence and timeline of the implementation of the ED review process to ensure that we're capturing individuals' perspectives who have had some exposure to the executive director's performance. So again, these are just a couple of things that we want to keep in mind as we navigate these moving forward. Overall, as an organization, we had, in my estimation, a very fruitful experience, one that I'm glad we can bring to completion with some of these institutional learnings I want to extend my gratitude to our fellow committee board members, Chair-elect Payne and Member Moldoff, for their leadership on this vital governing board responsibility. So thank you very much, Member Moldoff and Chair-elect Payne, for your contributions there. Okay, finally, a last announcement. Speaking of succession planning, I want to draw your attention to an important agenda item for our next governing board meeting on August 14. The governance manual specifies that the governing board will elect the chair to serve 2-year staggered terms. In the first year of that term, the newly elected chair-elect will support the existing presiding chair. And then thereafter, in the second year of the term, the chair-elect will become the presiding chair. So back in 2022, I was honored to be elected by the board to serve as chair, and my tenure will soon come to an end. So on this note, I want to highlight that elections will be taking place during our August board meeting. Governing board members who are interested in serving as a chair-elect will need to submit a statement of interest. The individual who is elected will start as chair-elect immediately upon election. So I want to encourage all of you to consider anyone who's interested in submitting their statements of interest in advance of the August board meeting. Please make sure that you submit that form or your statement no later than Friday, July 19. Please make sure you submit that statement of interest to Mary Kay Cruz-Jones, who's our Chief of Strategic Initiatives. And in addition, if you have any questions about this process, just make sure you contact Mary Kate and she can coordinate alongside you. Okay. So before we move on to the next part of our agenda, it's a lot of talking on my end. I want to give a special thanks once again to all of my fellow board members who are here with us. Touching upon this theme of ambassadorship and the presentation from the February board meeting, I appreciate everyone being diligent and prepared to engage with each other today on our agenda items. And I want to pause right now to see if there are any just quick questions, comments, things that come to mind in light of this introduction. Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to our agenda item number 3, presentation of Cradle-to-Career land acknowledgement. And at this point, I'd like to invite our Director of Engagement, Shannon Serrato, to present this item to the board and to the public. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, members. Again, I'm Shannon Serrato, C2C's Director of Engagement. I oversee much of the office's equity work, and I am pleased to be sharing information today about the development and implementation of Cradle-to-Career's land acknowledgement. A staff report was created for this agenda item 3, and for members of the public following along, that staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. Next slide, please. So a land acknowledgement is a formal statement honoring the indigenous communities on whose homelands Californians work and reside. And it recognizes the original people who have been and still are living and working on the land, past, present, and future. The implementation of a Cradle-to-Career land acknowledgement was raised as a future agenda item during the February 28th governing board meeting, and we were pleased to receive this request. The office's work to ensure we approach this with curiosity, one of C2C's key values, and more importantly, humility. And we reflected on this work as an entire office about why we are doing this. Another key C2C value is advancing equity. And on a whiteboard in our conference room lives a quote that I always think about. And it says, how is C2C elevating diversity, equity, and inclusion intentionally in our day-to-day work? I believe it is important as an office that we strive to be as inclusive and culturally competent as we can. And this statement is one way that the office can walk that walk creating space and mindfulness about what it means for Californians to live and reside on Indigenous lands. I want to acknowledge that we have no Native representation on C2C staff, so we are engaging with GovOps, Government Operations Agency, for their assistance with tribal consultation. So this land acknowledgement presented today will evolve as we consider input from tribal representatives. And so with that, I will now share C2C's draft land acknowledgement. Next slide, please. Okay. As we begin this meeting, we acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory and homelands of the Nisenan and Miwok people, whose connection to this land we honor and remember, and whose presence, past, present, and future, we respect. We will now pause for a moment to reflect. We recognize the ancestral lands on which we are collectively gathered and our responsibilities to support the Nisenan and Miwok people and foster learning through the dissemination of knowledge consistent with C2C's work to advance equity. We hope this acknowledgement encourages individuals to think about what it means to occupy space on Indigenous lands, and we invite you all to learn about the ancestral lands on which you reside. And on the next slide, we have our land acknowledgement for virtual meetings that acknowledges the nearly 200 tribal nations that exist throughout the unceded territory that is California. And we invite attendees to learn more about the ancestral land on which they reside by visiting native-land.ca. Finally, while this is the first step for the office, we know that there is so much work to do on creating a formal statement. We plan to implement this land acknowledgement in all future meetings and events going forward. And additionally, we are actively working to strengthen relationships with Native populations and exploring how we as a data system can use our unique perspective to amplify Native voices and communities. We encourage continued dialogue as we grow as an office. So with that, I'd be glad to hear your thoughts on this land acknowledgement and answer any questions that you may have today.
Okay. Members of the board, any questions or comments in light of the presentation from Shannon? Member Head.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I just have a very practical question. Since all of our in-person meetings also have a virtual element, do we need to incorporate aspects of the virtual event acknowledgement in our land acknowledgement for when we are here?
That's a great flag. We are a hybrid space these days, so I will take that into account, thinking about how we can build that in. So I appreciate that.
Other members? Shannon, maybe you can give us a sense of how of just the process by which the office is undertaken to develop the land acknowledgement. Obviously, the process in many respects is and the way that we handle the process, as is often the case with all of our work at C2C, reflects this commitment to equity and inclusion. So can you give us just a sense of what that was like?
So we talked about this being included as an agenda item in February, but the office has really been thinking about a land acknowledgement since November. This is something that we've been working on as an entire office. We've had stand-ups where we have really worked through the draft land acknowledgement. Additionally, we've done a lot of research. I've done a lot of research reaching out to offices, education offices. The California Community Colleges has great resource about building your own tribal acknowledgement. So I just wanted to say that there are a lot of great resources, especially from our education partners, particularly the CSUs as well, who just have a wealth of knowledge. And so really being able to lean on them has been really helpful. But as I've said, we also know that we cannot just do this in a silo. We really need to be getting feedback from tribal and indigenous peoples. And so, like I said, we've been engaging with GovOps to liaise with a tribal liaison or tribal consultants who will be helping us. So like I said, this is not the final. We will take in the feedback we've got today, but also making sure that we are listening to people that we are talking about and really centering their voices. So this is an ongoing piece of work. This is certainly not the end, but it's just one small piece that we can do as an office to really think about how mindful we can be and how we can amplify the voices that we talk about all the time. So appreciate that.
Any final questions or comments for Shannon? I'd just like to thank you for all of the work, the team's work and collaboration, working across different institutions to make this happen, the commitment to try to engage meaningfully in tribal consultation, I think is really valuable as well. I know that, there's the community engagement aspect of this. We have an advisory board for community engagement. So I often think about the other manifestations in which we conduct outreach. So thank you very much for your hard work and commitment to this. Okay, so let's now move on to agenda item number 4, approval of the minutes from the February 28th, 2024 quarterly board meeting. Members have all had an opportunity to review the meeting minutes from the February 28, 2024 meeting. Would any member wish to make any additions or corrections to the meeting minutes? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the February meeting minutes as submitted?
This is Member Lee. I'll make the motion to approve.
Member Lee moves. Any second?
Member Fong, second.
Member Fong seconds. We have a motion, we have a second, so let's pause for public comment. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to the February 2024 governing board meeting minutes. Do we have speaker slips?
No speaker slips at this time.
At this time, there are no speaker slips. Is there anyone in the room in Sacramento who would like to comment? Seeing none, and then let's see if there are any who wish to comment via Zoom.
Perfect. So if there's anybody on the line that'd like to comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll give you a moment. Seeing no hands raised, we will close this agenda item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We've paused for public comment, and now let's do a roll call vote.
Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Payne,
Yes.
Member Cifuentes. Yes. Member Cochran.
Abstain.
Member DeGear,
Abstain.
Member Evans,
Yes.
Member Fong,
Yes.
Member Frigielli,
Yes.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez,
Yes.
Member Hetz,
Yes.
Member Irwin,
Yes.
Member Jez,
Yes.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird,
Yes.
Member Lee,
Yes.
Member Moldoff,
Yes.
Member Nellum,
Yes.
Member Ohanian, Member Romero,
Yes.
Member Van Natten,
Yes.
Member Vu.
Yes.
We have 2 abstentions. And we have 17 ayes. The motion passes.
Okay, now let's move on to another agenda item similar to this one, approval of the minutes from the March 13, 2024 Executive Director Review Committee meeting. As mentioned during my opening update, the ED Review Committee convened once since our February governing board meeting and concluded its work with its 3rd meeting on March 13, 2024. I'd like to thank once again Member Moldoff and Chair-elect Payne for all of their work on this committee. The committee will not meet again this year, and we would like the meeting minutes to be available to the public. So we brought the meeting minutes here today for a vote. Please note that only the members of the committee will be asked to vote on this item. Are there any corrections or additions to the March 13, 2024 Executive Director Review Committee meeting minutes from members? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the Executive Director Review Committee meeting minutes as submitted? Member Moldoff moves.
Chair-elect Payne, second.
Chair-elect Payne seconds. We have a motion, we have a second, so let's pause for public comment. Once again, if you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited just to the March 2024 Executive Director Review Committee meeting minutes. Speaker slips?
None at this time.
None at this time. And anyone on Zoom who are wishing to comment?
Let's open it up. So if you would like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll give it another moment. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment.
Okay, with a motion and a second and public comment, let's now conduct the roll call vote.
Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Moldoff,
Yes.
Member Payne.
Aye.
With 3 ayes, the motion passes.
Okay, now let's move on to the next agenda item. Update on the Cradle-to-Career office. Let's now invite our Executive Director, Mary Ann Bates, to provide her report.
Thank you, Chair Tagorda. This is Mary Ann Bates, Executive Director at Cradle-to-Career. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you here. For my update today, I'm going to focus on 2 things. One is how our data system is nimble and expanding and responsive to the policy questions that California has. And the second is how we're doing this collaborative work with others. So if we can go to the next slide, I'm happy to report that all of our data providers who were scheduled to submit data in the first regular annual March submission did so. The last time we met, it was the very end of February, and we were ready to again open the gates to allow data to come in the next day. And I'm personally really excited about celebrating this as a milestone because all 8 of the partners who you see here on this slide, CDE, the 3 higher education segments, DSS, DHCS, the Student Aid Commission, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, all of them and their teams did the hard work of sharing data without all of the fanfare and visibility that we had in October for the very first data submission. So I think this is a really important moment in the maturity of the data system and our collaborative work, which is that this submission happened. And I'm making it sound easy right now. I'm looking at Dan, who's in the room here, and his team, and all of you who are data providers, your teams who do the hard work of preparing the files. It's not easy, and it takes a lot of collaboration on very small details that really add up to make sure that the data can flow from your data systems into the shared P20W data set. So again, big picture, in October, we received about 10 to 15 years of historical data from these partners. In March, we received last school year's data, roughly. So this is a great new routine. Each March, we'll be doing this moving forward, and really just want to thank the data partners for their collaborative efforts on this. Next slide, please. So where are we now? What is our team working on as it relates to the analytical data system? So a big focus of the current work is around security infrastructure. I have 2 highlights on this. One is that I'm very happy to welcome our new Chief Information Security Officer, Krishna Bitragunta, who's here with us today. He's newly joined the team and will be working closely with the expert who had been serving as a retired annuitant in this role over the last year. So we're really thrilled to have Krishna on the team in this role. And on the security infrastructure, given the sensitivity of the data and how much data we're bringing together, this is the highest priority for our team. We decided it was necessary to add an additional layer of security beyond what's native to our master data management tool, Tamer. So that's part of what the team is working on right now. The work that for the coming summer is also the linking of records. That's the data mastering that we talked about briefly in February, the metric calculations for the first dashboard, and then integration of data with visualizations. So that's the work that's happening right now. In August, you will get a detailed update from Dan about all of this. I know that was a request for a future agenda item at the last meeting, so we'll be giving you a much more detailed update at the August meeting. When will this work be ready? This is probably the most frequent question that I get because everyone wants to know. So you've gotten the data, when will we actually be able to touch and feel this? So remember the sequence of what we're building. We're going to start with dashboards, because that's the most accessible way for the public and our communities to engage with this data. Dashboards first, and then we'll be working on the query builder. That's the generate your own table tool, and the research request process for researchers. We're working on the first dashboards, and our goal is to make sure that those are released in 2024. And for those first dashboards, let me just share a few more details. We'll be highlighting first the student pathways diagram. I'll talk more about that in a moment. And then also the teacher retention teacher training and retention dashboard. So we'll talk more about both of those in a moment. So again, dashboards first, and then query builder and research request process. Next slide. So let's talk about the new data. You're going to have the opportunity to take action on a number of new data points today, and I just wanted to highlight those. At the last meeting, you heard from the Department of Developmental Services. We're really thrilled that they're joining the data system as a new data provider. We'll be celebrating this win together in the coming weeks with the Department of Developmental Services and highlighting how this work feeds into Cal HHS's master plan for developmental services. And personally, one thing that I think is really exciting about this from the Cradle to Career perspective is that this is a nice moment to highlight that this data system is not just by and for education entities. So being able to look at the people that DDS serves and see their trajectories and follow those through their education journeys, engagement in the labor market is really important and will enable DDS to better serve those individuals and for us to ensure that we highlight and uplift those journeys as well in our work. So we're really excited about that. Next up, we're also today on the agenda have data on teachers from CDE. Huge thank you to member Van Natten and CDE for the collaboration on this. A lot of work has gone into this over the last year between our teams who've worked together very carefully to think about what data makes sense for the teacher dashboard and work collaboratively on that. So huge gratitude to CDE for that. This will enable us now to build the teacher retention and training dashboard that we've been discussing. So really excited about that. I know that's a huge area of policy interest in California, and we're excited about what our data will be able to contribute to that conversation, our collaborative, the collaborative data set we're building together. You'll have the opportunity to take action on financial aid data as well. We identified this as a priority from the planning process and the ability to have insights on college affordability, student debt, financial aid, and I'm very grateful to CSU and UC for working collaboratively with the office and with the administration in finding a way to make this happen. So much gratitude to UC and CSU as well. And finally, we're working on bringing in data from the National Student Clearinghouse as well. And I'll talk more about that in the slide in a moment. Before I get to that, I also wanted to highlight at the last meeting, I believe it was member Hetz, who asked to have a future agenda item on sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression data, which the community colleges are providing for the data system. We connected with CSU and with UC, and the plan is to do internal work within CSU and UC first, input from students, relevant communities, and do that work with CSU and UC and with our office. And then once that work is done, we plan to return to the board for a substantive discussion on that. So I wanted to give an update on that as well. Next slide, please. All right, National Student Clearinghouse data. This is a collaboration, as you can see, with the puzzle pieces that interlock here between our office, the National Student Clearinghouse, AICCU, and the Department of Education. So with collaboration from CDE, NSC is sharing data with Cradle to Career that it had previously prepared for CDE. So this data will share insights on where California public high school seniors go after they complete high school. And this will give us visibility into where they go, including the California independent colleges or the nonprofits, California for-profit colleges, and out-of-state colleges. And so I very much appreciate the collaboration with CDE on this, because this makes a very significant difference in what the Student Pathways dashboard, our first dashboard, will be able to display. Without this data from the National Student Clearinghouse, our data story would not be able to distinguish between a student who didn't attend a public higher education institution or didn't attend higher education at all, or who went out of state or attended nonprofit or for-profit college. So in other words, without the National Student Clearinghouse data, we would just be able to see students who went to a public higher education segment and all other students, and wouldn't be able to know among all of those other students which ones went to an independent, a for-profit, or an out-of-state university or did not attend higher education. So we're really grateful for this collaboration with CDE, who are enabling us to tap data that the historical data that NSC had previously provided for them. We're also have a new agreement between Cradle-to-Career, NSC, and 14 of the AICCU institutions to share additional data, including data for students at those institutions who did not attend a California high school. So the collaboration I just described starts with the set of students who attended a California public high school. But of course, students may not attend a public school, they may come in from out of state. And so this collaboration with AICCU is building toward that. This is a first-year effort. It's ongoing. Really appreciate the collaboration with Member Vu and his team as we continue to work with AICCU members to contribute data via NSC as well. Next slide. Circling back to the dashboards that we talked about a moment ago. So there are two that we're focusing on first. The first one is the Student Pathways Dashboard. Now, I'm teasing you a little bit with a screenshot that's intentionally too small for you to be able to look at the details. And I just want to voice over the sentence that's below. So this is a prototype of one dashboard visual using synthetic data. This is not the final visual design of the dashboard. It's not created using the real data. But I want to give you a little bit of a taste of what we're using right now to think about what the Student Pathways data story will be. And this data story will focus on illuminating the path that California students take from high school to higher education to the workforce. And our team has been doing user-centered design, more about that in a moment, getting feedback from our data partners. We have a meeting each month with all of the data partners who are contributing data for this dashboard to get their feedback on the design. And as I mentioned a moment ago, the National Student Clearinghouse data is an important component of that. The other one I want to highlight as well, as I mentioned a moment ago, is the teacher training and retention dashboard with this new data from the Department of Education that will complement the higher education data and the Commission on Teacher Credentialing data, so we can similarly see the path that our teachers are taking from their higher education journey, their teacher training programs, being credentialed, teaching in California's public schools, and then their long-term journeys as well. So these are the two dashboards that we're focused on first. Next slide. User-centered design. So this is a snapshot of our team at an event just last week in Ontario, where they were learning with educators and sharing some of these early draft visuals, sharing the key questions that we expect the data story will be able to answer. And those visual design specifications are being shaped by the initial reactions that people have, the questions that they asked, the suggestions that they have for clarity, the points of confusion. And the whole process, and I really want to give Ryan Estriato and the whole data programs team a big shout out for their work and how they're doing this collaboratively with the engagement team as well. The whole point here is to ensure that we show drafts that are not finished to people and see their reactions and learn with them. What's confusing? What doesn't make sense? So that we don't do all of this work and release a dashboard and a data story that we think is wonderful, but that people find confusing or that they don't find as useful as they might. So we expect that that initial screenshot that I shared with you a moment ago is going to change before we release it. We expect that our dashboards will continue to evolve over time as we learn with people about what they need. Next slide. I want to circle back to the e-transcript task force. We talked about this briefly in February. It had just launched. And in August, you'll get a more detailed update of the work of the task force, including the recommendations that came from it. So we've completed through April. So the task force has discussed dual enrollment and application integration. It's discussed how data could inform advising tools to make them more useful and intuitive for students. In the last meeting, we discussed credit for prior learning. And now in the May meeting, we'll be discussing competency-based education, workforce training, digital credentials, and badges. And then the final meeting in June will be focused on developing specific recommendations that feed into the governor's master plan for career education process. So a lot of really interesting work has been happening. We have report outs from the dashboard meetings, from the transcript task force meetings on our website that you can look at. There's a very accessible 5-page brief that provides an overview of the problems that the task force is aiming to solve and identifying collaborative solutions for those. So this is exciting ongoing work, and I expect that at our August meeting, you'll have a more detailed update around the recommendations that came from the process. And special thanks to Member Van Natten and Member Hetz who are serving on that task force as well. And for many of you, your teams as well who are serving. Next slide, please. Just wanted to highlight a few quick things on the legislative context as well. So Member Irwin has continued to be a legislative champion for data system efforts, this year authoring AB 2723, which is tidying up parts of the C2C statute and clarifying how people may exercise applicable data privacy rights. So really appreciate the collaboration from the member and her staff. The other piece that I wanted to highlight is that my colleague Eric and I recently presented to the AB 928 committee. This is the committee that's focused on transfers, and presented about the planned Cradle-to-Career dashboard on transfer outcomes, which was a really engaging and detailed discussion. Like you, they were a committee that asked very detailed questions and got into the weeds about what data we have and won't. And in their report at the end of last year, they had a wish list of about 8 or 9 specific things that they hoped the Cradle-to-Career data system would be able to illuminate for them. And so we clarified which of those we have data for, which we have partial answers to, and which the data system won't be able to answer, at least initially. So we continue to engage on those efforts as well. Next slide. I now want to highlight how we're doing this work in partnership with others and highlight 2 specific collaborations. One is with the UC Berkeley Possibility Lab. They have a lot of expertise in engaging with communities, community engagement, and quantitative and qualitative research. And so they're providing technical assistance to our team to support dashboard development and also focus groups and community engagement support. So we're really excited about the Possibility Lab partnership. We're also working with the UC Davis California Education Lab moving forward on our annual student experience audit. So as you know, we're required by statute to do a student experience report each year. And moving forward, we'll be doing that in collaboration with McCall Kurlander and colleagues at the California Education Lab at UC Davis, in partnership with the Student Aid Commission on an existing student survey that they run, which will enable us to have this report be informed by a large sample size survey that we're collaboratively kind of piggybacking off of the CSAC survey. So much gratitude to the Student Aid Commission on that. And the other part that I'm very grateful for here is the work that the California Education Lab does, and their deep knowledge of the research landscape in education will ensure that this report that we put out will be informed by the broader research context and really add to that. So we're very excited about this collaboration. Next slide. Quick highlight on national conversations. I was invited to a National Academies of Sciences event to comment on a new report that they put out on managing privacy and confidentiality risks in blended data. Blended data being the term for what we're doing, linking data across systems. So it was a very directly relevant report. I learned a lot from the process and enjoyed engaging in that conversation. I also wanted to highlight that Shannon Serrato, our Director of Engagement, is spearheading our engagement with the State Government Alliance on Race and Equity Community of Practice. This is a national community that's bringing together leaders across different state and local government entities to really advance that work. So I'm thrilled that Shannon and our office can both learn from that engagement and contribute to it. All right, I'll wrap up with the next slide, which is just, oh, sorry, 2 more slides, excuse me. Staff leadership development, highlighting what we had put in the strategic plan with you and in our work plan, the importance of strengthening leadership and development of our team. We have monthly all team trainings that are focused on strengths-based, Clifton strengths-based leadership development, and have a focus on equity, in addition to one-on-one leadership coaching with 34 Strong. And you can see the team members we're working with there. Also wanted to highlight in our work plan, we had scheduled the employee engagement survey for our team, which we will do on an annual basis, and we've just administered as well. So we look forward to sharing more on that in the future. And finally, we've launched a new series for our staff called Lunch and Learn. My colleague Brittany Ortiz is spearheading this, and we've had 2 rounds. We do this monthly of inviting people to come and have lunch with our team virtually. So we started with Kate Akers, who led the Kentucky State Longitudinal Data System, KY Stats. She's now at the Data Quality Campaign, and then invited Julie Lowe, who led the California Homelessness Data Integration System and is now at Tipping Point. And so it's a really nice opportunity. One of the strengths, Clifton's strengths most represented on our team is the learner strength. So this is a nice way for us to lean into that and have a fun moment to not only share what we're doing, but really learn from leaders in this space. If this all sounds interesting and you'd like to be a part of this, I encourage you to apply and join our team as staff. This is a privilege for our staff. And we're really looking forward to continuing to bring national leaders and California leaders together to learn about our work. That concludes my update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Jessica Moldoff from the California Student Aid Commission. I'm wondering regarding the National Student Clearinghouse data. I think your slide mentioned historical, like that NFC is going to be providing what they have provided to CD in the past. I'm wondering, like, is that like historical cohorts? Like, how deep down in National Student Clearinghouse matching are we going to be able to do for, like, what's the first senior cohort that we're looking at?
I would be happy to get back to you with a more detailed answer on that. I want to make sure I don't answer that off the cuff because we're currently exploring ways to try to go farther back
Okay.
than what we expect to get initially.
Okay. So you cannot say what we expect to get initially, at least like a
We expect the 2018,
2018. Okay. All right.
and I'd be happy to give more detailed update once we've resolved that question more specifically. Thank you.
Kelsey Fuentes, Riverside County Office of Education. I just want to piggyback on that question as well. I use National Student Clearinghouse and it has up to 8 years, 8 graduating years, 80 plus different data fields we can add to it. And so just making note, I think it's so important as we look at the aggregate level, which is important, but there's all the different student groups. So like I look at foster youth, female, and a specialized college prep program. And you can get so detailed, and I know it's all the data I get from CalPADS. We pull from CalPADS and we upload to NSC. So it lives within CalPADS, a lot of those data sets. So I just think it's super exciting. It's one of the most powerful things we can do to look at our post-secondary planning and backwards mapping, what's working, what's not. And I think the excitement to go off a little bit with Dr. Moldoff shared is, return on investment on all these from Cal Grant, all these things we put out there, A through G completion grant money. Did it work? Is it working? The more students go to post-secondary because of the A through G completion grant funding. So I just want to say huge, I think I'm excited for all the data sets, but I think this is the one that really is going to help us identify a lot of things of predictive analytics, of trends. And I mean, we've used it so much, just what CD's been able to put out already for our school districts. And it's really going to help tons of byproducts besides just the Cradle-to-Career by modeling that system. So I just want to say thank you for the team, for all their work to get this happening. It's going to be powerful for everyone here at this table.
Thank you.
Member Lee, definitely want to underscore the strategic partnership and collaboration there is just such a huge value add. I think also as you were doing your update, Marianne, it struck me that I'm a little biased, but I think this is the most exciting update in 2 years because we are so close to those dashboards. As the design and data viz liaison, I had an opportunity to explore that prototype a little more deeply, and just want to shout out to the staff and all of the team that are really being thoughtful about the feedback and noting that it's an evolution, not just here's a dashboard and it's just going to sit there static, but actually putting in mechanisms to learn from how people are using it after the release and then improve future dashboards. I think that's really important and very true to our values of this organization. So wanted to just underscore that, and that the state, local, federal scale partnerships aren't unnoticed. This is really, really exciting.
Fantastic. Member Wu?
Yeah, Tom Vu, AICCU. Just wanted to say thank you to Marianne and your team for working with AICCU and with NSC to bring together this partnership. I think moving forward, it's, every year we're just going to try to get more and more of my member institutions to participate, but I think we're off to a good start. So thank you for making all of this possible.
Member Evans?
Nathan Evans, California State University. And I just maybe want to add to the pile-on of appreciation. I do think this is the most exciting update and agree with the comments. I also want to particularly appreciate the work that the e-transcript task force is working on, particularly around dual enrollment and credit for prior learning in better devising a way to capture a more complete learner record as we see that as more reflective of the experiences and abilities of the broad range of Californians that haven't always been captured in those traditional structures. So just deeply want to appreciate that work and all the tremendous updates provided today.
Member Hetz, did I see your hand?
Yes,
Okay.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I just want to really strongly +1 Member Lee and Member Evans' comments and everyone's comments. There's when you were recognizing the work, Marianne, I don't think we had the opportunity to actually congratulate the staff on the fantastic work that they've done. And so Meredith and I are sitting here clapping quietly. I think we needed an opportunity to recognize Dan and his team, Ryan and his team, our new CISO, for all the fabulous work that's happening. I'm reminded of kind of the end of, I'm gonna reach back into old cultural references as I'm wont to do. The E-Team show used to, and there was a movie, they go through these really complicated machinations to come to a really beautiful fruition at the end. And one of the leaders of the team would always get out a cigar and say something along the lines of, "I love it when a plan comes together." And I feel like we're at that moment where the plan is coming together and we can see all of it. And it's just such a beautiful thing. So I don't know, my question is, can we take a moment to recognize the team and the staff?
Yeah, let's do it right now.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do it. Thank you. Wonderful.
Member Sujin Jazz, I've +1ing all the previous comments and the team, Marianne, for leadership. A couple questions about the NSC data. So I wanted to see, is it possible to get data beyond recent high school grads? So in this perhaps 2018, could we see people who graduated 10 years prior who are enrolled in higher ed? I know that won't be part of the dashboard perhaps as you're tracking them, but I think as data is available for the query tool, the research request, it might be nice to be able to have not just the cohort data. It's sort of just a request maybe. And then if you want to do
Yes, let's follow up to make sure I understand what you're asking. I think one big picture thing is that the way that the collaboration with NSC works is that you need a cohort you're starting with, right? So CDE, as the Department of Education, has oversight over all of the graduating high school seniors, if you will, they're their students. And so that's how how NSC has permission, excuse me, to give that data back. So let's talk offline more about what you're envisioning and then think through if there might be any ways to make that happen.
that'd be great, because most Californians, after they start, many don't start college, but when they do, most don't finish in that first go.
Yeah.
So it's what happens to those who, those pathways for the over 6 million Californians?
The other thing I'd like to clarify, which I think is important for you as a board to know, is that the collaboration with NSC costs money. And so this is why, giving CDE a huge shout out, CDE found resources over the years to be able to ask for that NSC data. And CDE is now enabling us to tap that. And NSC is providing that to us because CDE has already paid for it. Moving forward, this is a collaboration where we're in ongoing conversations about what this will look like moving forward, but just wanted to highlight that there's some trade-offs and how much data we request and for which years.
Thank you, Steve. My other one that is also related to more data, of course. It sounds like perhaps there's also data for those who went to private high schools and their pathways. Did I understand that correctly? Or is that just private colleges?
again, this has to do with which entity is granting authority for their students' data to be provided. So for the 14 AICCU members who signed the agreement, we'll be able to see all of the students at that university, regardless of where they went to high school. So whether they went to a high school out of state or to a non-public high school within California, we'll be able to see their information because they're enrolled at that AICCU institution.
And then for students that went to a public high school or public college, and went to a private high school, would we get their information because, like, in this sort of parallel way that you're describing for AICCU members?
If they went to a public university, meaning one of the higher education segments, we get that data directly from those three. So we get data on where they are in higher ed from UC, CSU, and the community colleges. So we would have visibility into their higher education journey.
But
We do not
their
have a
high
lot of visibility into California students who attend non-public K-12 schools.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts or comments? This is great. Last thoughts and comments. Yes, Member Jeff.
I have a third one. Will we know which out-of-state colleges students go to, or just that they went out of state for college?
I don't know which ones.
NSC has some privacy controls that are specific to out-of-state colleges. So we will know that they went out of state, and depending on how many universities are within a given state, you may know that they're at that state, or more specifically a group with that. So anyway, we should have a more detailed offline conversation about this, I think.
Okay.
I just,
yes.
Canonci Fuentes, Riverside County Office of Education, it does give you where they go to school and it's top. So I mean, it depending on the aggregate numbers and all that, that may be different for a state, but it also will give us like top 25 schools. So we've even done the creative things around HBCUs, Hispanic serving institutions. Our county has done that already with working with NSC. So they're amazing. They're great partners to get creative like that. So there's the possibilities of how to look at it in those types of contexts. We're able to do it for our county. So I'm sure that we can do it as they're open for that. I'm assuming as well.
I was just thinking of the state priorities around like transfer to HBCU for students, like would be able to understand that pathway.
Yep, and we did that ahead of time, getting ready for the funding that came for students coming from community college going to HBCUs. So we started to look at that already, and we just have, there's a lot of investment in HBCU awareness in California, yet no one tracks. They have a $20,000 college fare for an HBCU, yet no one says that anybody actually go. And what we found in our county is they weren't. We had 3 students go out of a $25,000 bill. We could have taken and paid for 20 school students to go visit HBCUs that had a big fair, take pictures. It wasn't working. So that's how we've been able to utilize it. But yes, they've done it for us by specific institutions and all that. I don't know how it's gonna work out for the state, but they're amazing partners.
I'll just add to that. I think what you're able to use operationally internally is a little bit different from what we're able to do in dashboards, query builders, and the research request process. So just want to make sure I highlight that. But yes, lots of opportunities to think through how that data can be used to inform.
All right, wonderful dialogue. We're going to continue proceeding with the agenda. I want to spotlight three specific themes that emerged for me from this discussion with our executive director. The first is the institutionalization of our processes of transferring data. It's one thing when you're doing it one time, as we did in the fall, but now when you're building habits and routines, it becomes real and important. And so the learning that has to occur from that very first process that we have to build upon in order to ensure that we can routinely do this with the data privacy and security measures that we need to undertake is a monumental milestone in my estimation. The second is the theme of equity that runs through a lot of the different updates, including the inclusion of the DDS data, which is going to allow us to understand from a high level perspective the journeys and experiences of a group of Californians who have been long overlooked. So I think that is a really vital milestone for us as well. And then just you can see the expansive nature of how we're building upon what we've established now to engage in a variety of different partnerships that's allowing us to broaden our impact, whether it's partnerships with the National Student Clearinghouse or AICCU and their network of schools, or it's being able to tap into some of the higher ed centers who can help us with things like student audits. Just a variety of different ways that from a really strong base, Marianne and the team have been able to expand their reach and draw upon other works that align with our objectives. So thank you for that update and thank you for all of the hard work of the team. Okay, quick agenda item for vote before we take a break. And that is this next agenda item, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the 2025 proposed governing board meeting dates. Let me turn it over to Mary Kay Cruz Jones, our Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships, to go over this item.
Thank you, Chair Tagorda. Good morning, members. I'm, as he just said, Mary Kate Cruz Jones, Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this item. And if you're following along at home, please feel free to check our website. I'd like to draw special attention to attachment A in the staff report, which includes a monthly breakdown of tentative meeting dates for the governing board, committees of the governing board, Data and Tools Advisory Board, as well as the Community Engagement Advisory Board, and then other tentative community engagement dates. So an action-packed year in front of us. When we're looking into booking 2025 meeting dates, staff kept the current cadence of meetings in mind, as well as meetings hosted by data providers that are publicly posted, holidays observed by the state of California, and religious days of observance. So we carefully reviewed the 2025 calendar and then marked these dates on the calendar. So there's the proposed 2025 dates are listed before us. And before I conclude my very short presentation, I just wanna remind our governing board members of the proposed motion that's in front of us, which is on the next slide. Fabulous. Move to approve the 2025 board meeting dates as presented. And with that, I will pass it back over to Chair Tagorda. Thank you.
Okay, opening it up to members for questions and comments on this item. Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the revised 2025 board meeting dates as presented?
So moved.
Member Evans moves. A second?
Second.
Member Cochran seconds. We have a motion, we have a second, so let's turn it over to public comment.
Perfect. We have no speaker slips at this time.
No speaker slips at this time. Are there any public comments from members of the public via Zoom?
Let's open it up for public comment. So if anyone that's attending virtually would like to speak on this item, please feel free to raise your hand. There's no one with their hands raised at this time, but I'll give you another moment. Seeing no hands raised, I'm happy to close public comment.
Okay, with a motion and a second and public comment, let's do a roll call vote.
Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Payne,
Aye.
Member Cifuentes,
Aye.
Member Cochran,
Aye.
Member DeGear,
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Fong,
Yes.
Member Frigiueli,
Yes.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez,
Yes.
Member Hetz,
Yes.
Member Irwin,
Aye.
Member Jazz,
Yes.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird,
Yes.
Member Lee,
Yes.
Member Moldoff,
Yes.
Member Nellum,
Yes.
Member Ohanian, Member Romero,
Yes.
Member Vu,
Yes.
Member Van Natten.
Yes.
With 17 ayes, the motion passes. Excuse me, 19.
Wonderful. We have a scheduled break for 5 minutes. So if it's 10:42 right now, should we reconvene at 10:47?
Perfect.
Let's reconvene at 10:47 promptly because we do have presentations coming up, including speakers, and we want to make sure that we honor their time. So let's break right now for 5 minutes and get back at 10:47. All right. We're now moving on to agenda item number 8. I'd like to invite Chris Bergielli, who's already here, governing board member who will be presenting on the University of California contributions to the Cradle-to-Career data system. Member Furgielli will be joined by Pamela Brown, Vice President of Institutional Research and Academic Planning, as well as Van Williams, Chief Information Officer and Vice President for Information Technology. As a reminder to members and the public, this presentation will be a part of a series of ongoing presentations where we will be asking data providers to present at our quarterly board meetings. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, information about our presenters can be accessed on the C2C website. Thank you. Member Furgielli, let me turn it over to you now.
Thank you very much, and thank you, governing board members, for the opportunity to present to you today on the University of California and the work we've been doing for the past several years to partner with and support the Cradle-to-Career data system. As Chair Tagorda mentioned, I'm joined by my colleagues Pamela Brown, Vice President of Institutional Research and Academic Planning, and Van Williams, the university's Chief Information Officer and Vice President for Information Technology. Sorry. There we go. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide. Excellent. Just to step back and zoom out for a second on the University of California and its role and contributions to the state. Our mission spans teaching, research, and public service. We have 10 campuses that serve almost 300,000 students, 80% of whom are undergraduates, and over 60,000 graduate students pursuing degrees in more than 850 different degree programs that we offer. We have about 25,000 faculty and 50,000 other academic employees and postdoctoral researchers who are engaged in the university's research enterprise. And we employ 167,000 staff, all of which makes the university the state's third largest employer. All of the research that the faculty are engaged in advances the educational mission and also results in a great deal of innovation and technology transfer in the form of patents and inventions and startup companies that license the university's intellectual property to fuel their operations. Healthcare and academic medicine are also crucial parts of the university's mission. We have 6 academic health centers that serve more than 10 million patients a year in outpatient, inpatient, and emergency capacities. And we have 3 national laboratories in California and outside of California. So you can see, while education is at the core of the university's mission and extends far beyond that to other areas of great importance to the state of California. A few other highlights of the university's contributions to the state. We receive a large number of federally funded research grants, NIH and NSF. This enables us to account for nearly 10% of all federally funded research activity in the United States. Our academic health centers are performing thousands of clinical drug trials each year, resulting in new drugs and disease treatment and treatment discovery. Our agriculture and natural resource team plays a crucial role in the state's agricultural enterprise. Our budget of nearly $50 billion includes about $5 billion in financial aid to students from institutional, federal, and state sources. That helps us achieve an 86% 6-year graduation rate. Our $7.2 billion in research awards enable us to contribute $82 billion in economic impact annually to the state, which includes a $56 billion contribution to the gross state product. So that's sort of the overall footprint of the university and its contributions to the state of California. Zooming in to the university's role and contributions to the Cradle-to-Career data system. As Mary Ann mentioned, we've just recently celebrated making 2 different data submissions along with the other data providers. And the data we've submitted spans the entire student trajectory over the past 25 years, including over 3 million records of individuals who applied for admission to the university, including information about their admission outcome, their enrollment outcome, key demographic indicators, whether they entered through the high school or community college transfer pathway, and their geographic location in California and outside of California. We've provided nearly 2 million enrolled student records, which shows the entire enrollment trajectory, including term-to-term retention indicators, year-to-year persistence, additional demographics, students chosen major field of study, and also if that changes over time. And we've also included information about the intensity of students' enrollment in the university in the form of their units attempted per year. We will be providing additional financial aid metrics, which we'll have a chance to talk about later today, including whether students receive student loans, federal Pell Grants, UC-sponsored grants and scholarships, and the specific amounts that individuals receive in these areas. And lastly, we've provided over 1 million records of degree recipients or alumni from the university over the past 20-some years, which includes information on when they graduated, the specific field of study, and the specific type of undergraduate or graduate degree they received. How have we done this? It's truly been a team effort with a lot of hands involved, and I wanted to name and acknowledge some of the individuals who have made contributions. It's been really an amazing experience of teamwork on the UC side, but also in partnership and collaboration with the office to make all this happen. As governing board member, I've been serving as kind of the chief communications liaison and between the office and our team. My colleague Anthony Simbel has been serving as the administrative lead and will lead our development of the research data request process with the office. Timothy Hansen has been serving as our information security lead, advising us on information security policy and practices, and also serves on the permanent information security task force that the office convened. Ola Popula has been our technical lead, developing all of the contents of the data file in collaboration with the office and handling all technical submission related activity. Carrie Stewart has been our lead alongside Hanmi Yoon Woo. They have been the leads in working with CCGI and eTranscript California on integrating our admission platforms and transcript data delivery with those respective platforms. So team effort all around. A little bit about the Office of the President. In many ways, we operate as sort of a cradle-to-career type role vis-a-vis our 10 campuses. All of the data we have and that we use for reporting and share with Cradle-to-Career, we rely completely on our campuses to provide that to us. Our campuses are submitting student record data to us on a continuous ongoing basis throughout the year. We receive and process more than 500 different student data extracts per year. We have a robust and formal validation and quality control framework where we apprise our campuses of any errors or anomalies in the data, all which allows us to ensure that we have the most accurate and comprehensive set of system-wide data available to deploy to meet all of the reporting requirements and strategies that we have in the audiences that we report data to. And we're currently in the process of migrating our platform to the cloud and examining and dipping our toes into the potential of AI tools, which I think Van's going to talk about. Next slide. And here I will turn it over to Vice President Pamela Brown.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm just looking at you, Chris. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent. Good. I'm so sorry not to be there. I was really looking forward to it and got asked by the provost to be at a meeting at UCLA. So I'm down here right now, but hope to come and visit and thank you all for the work that you're doing. We're really thrilled about the opportunities with Cradle-to-Career. What I thought I'd do today is I wanted to highlight some of the ways that we leverage the data that we get from the campuses, and then talk a little bit about what we're thinking about in terms of that related to Cradle-to-Career. So Chris highlighted with a nice chart the process that we go through to get campus data. As you know, it's not as clean as the graphic that is there. And our goal is to really leverage and mine the content that we receive as a starting point for any kind of conversation, to really emphasize the value of the work that the campuses do in providing us the content that we receive. One of the key ways that we do that is by prioritizing work that adds value to the campuses. And we do that often by providing them reporting relief. So wherever we can do federal reports like iPads or the state legislative mandated reports, leveraging the content that we get, we do that. We take the lead in those spaces. We also take the lead in places where we can provide support for them on submissions that they might need for national consortiums like the ones that are listed here: AAU, American Talent Initiative, our favorite US News, those kinds of things. So that's one key way that we do it. And if I could get the next slide. The other way is to leverage that content in providing initial information to UC leadership and to divisions around the Office of the President. This is the list of the folks that we've got here and some of the means of tracking. Our goal, again, is to minimize the work that the campuses need to do so that they can focus on the activities that they've got. And we start the conversation with what we have in our data warehouse to provide briefings to the board, support for the president's priorities and working groups, and then informing other areas that we've got, including our UC 2030 goals, which are efforts to improve degree attainment, timely graduation, very similar to CSU's work in the Graduation Initiative 2025. So we do that as another key way of leveraging the content that we've got. One of the biggest areas is probably shown then on the next slide, which is our UC Information Center. Our goal is to provide information in a public setting, and we do it through the Information Center. Many of the people that come to it are members of the public, but also individuals across our campuses. This is one of the key ways that they can get content about other UC campuses and have some means of comparing it to what it looks like in terms of their campus. We currently have over 85 dashboards, and the back two slides in the appendices include the full list of current dashboards that we've got with links that are there. So that'll give you a lot of entertaining work for the evening. You can go through and take a look at that. Almost all of them, 90% of them, have got filters by campus, by discipline, and sometimes down at a major level. And again, that is our hope, to make it as useful as it can be to members of the public and to our campuses as well. Looking at the data that's there, our utilization just continues to grow over time. So we now, in the last year, had over 344,000 users and 575,000 page views. And so we're really leveraging this quite a bit to be able to share information. We highlighted a few of the dashboards over here on the right-hand side. So again, we use this for our tracking for progress with our UC 2030 goals that we have got, and really tried to leverage some of the great work that CSU has done to incorporate some of the kind of reporting that they do on their initiatives into what we do with the 2030 dashboards. Enrollment data in the fall period is definitely there. The last two are ones that I think are interesting to see in thinking about content that you'll have with Cradle-to-Career. So our UC Alumni at Work data dashboard, it leverages content that we get from the Employment Development Department. Thank you very much for that information. Also information that we get from the National Student Clearinghouse. With that, we can provide information like at a campus, at a program, at a major that will illustrate earnings growth over time, provide a comparison of debt to earnings just after a student graduates, show the impact of students who are unable to get a degree, and then also the impact of those that go on to graduate school, both in what their earnings look like and then the industries where they work in the state of California. The one below that is information that we used for some of our capacity planning discussions on enrollment. It's information from Department of Finance and California Department of Education. So thank you both as well. It gives us some sight into population growth across the state of California, what it looks like in terms of high school graduation rates and A to G completion. And then projected high school graduation rates that we're expecting in the near future. And again, that's been really helpful for us. So I'll just flip, if I could, to the next slide that's there. Because as we were looking at Cradle to Career, we were thinking about some of the ways that both from the work that we've done and the areas where we are unable to do work, where Cradle to Career could really help us out. And these are a few of the examples that are there. Again, I think the work along the student pipeline is really, really critical. We are able to do it to some extent, but being able to have really clear pathways from K through 12 and California community colleges into CSU and UC, I think will be really helpful, especially when we can see that across the state of California. When we're looking at affordability and basic needs, we think this will be a really collective way for us to be able to see how we can better support transfers and reporting areas like utilization of CalFresh. Currently in our office, we don't have capacity to support academic researchers, and we are hopeful that the process that's being established with Cradle to Career can help us address that gap that we have got. And then this overall perspective about thinking about where we can target outreach and programming and how we and our CSU colleagues might be able to better coordinate our support to help students go on to get a degree. So we have one other dashboard that I'll give a plug for that's in the back. It is one where we were looking at high school graduation rates and A to G completion rates by legislative district, and then the high schools are within there. It was information then that took it in to see the number of applications, the number of admits, enrollees, and then first term persistence. And what that gave us was a different way to have a conversation about where there were opportunities, where we needed to think about outreach, where we needed to think about UC Scout and support that we could provide in A to G completion and other things like that. And we think as we're able to do this across all of our institutions, we can have collective use of our resources to be able to advance the overall goals of degree attainment across the state. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my friend and colleague, Van Williams, talk a little bit more about some of our technical opportunities.
Yeah, and thanks everybody for having us here. And I also apologize. I have a medical condition that's kind of causing me not to be able to be there. I will also go out there and just take a moment to publicly acknowledge Chris. He's just been a fantastic leader and representative and advocate for this Cradle to Career initiative at the UC, and really helped us to kind of navigate getting us to this point. And then I will also go out there and say, every time I go to any session with Pam, she always talks about all the interesting stuff, and then I have to kind of talk about all the boring stuff. So forgive me. I'll start off by saying that the Cradle to Career initiative actually has helped us in some practical ways. Primarily the example that we're giving here is looking at how we've improved the student experience for those students applying from the California College Guidance Initiative. It's allowed us to make it easier for us to be able to give CCGI information on the application status. It's also kind of made it easier for us to manage errors so that anytime you see required courses are coming in, that information is being flagged back as well. We're currently working to make it easier for students to import courses so they don't have to manually re-enter those things back into our application if they've already had it in the CCGI interface. And then the last thing that we're exploring is how do we actually support ingesting high school transcripts and then community college e-transcripts into the system to really automate and save them some work there as well. So we can do next slide. So, I would say, one of the most challenging components for us in our ability to kind of participate in the Cradle-to-Career initiative is that UC has a fairly robust digital risk governance, both digital risk management and digital risk governance at the UC. When we say digital risk, that's really centered on cybersecurity, but it also expands to include other things like third-party and end-party risk, risk being posed from digital accessibility. A lot of work has been spent in recent months around developing good AI risk management practices and policies and putting those into place. Large-scale IT project failure risk, and then other emerging technology risk, because that is something that we need to actively manage. Because of the governance that we have in place, it also requires that we have decision-making happening in any risk areas at the highest levels within the UC. We actively engage our chancellors in digital risk decisions, as well as our president, and we have a designated cyber responsible risk executive role for the whole system as well. So usually whenever we're engaging in something that has the potential to have a significant amount of risk quantified in dollars, $25 million or more, an individual campus chancellor like UCLA's chancellor can't go out there and make that decision without actually engaging with us. There's a huge amount of risk that we took in order to kind of engage in participating with Cradle-to-Career. And many of the things that actually manage and inform those risks, or one is the fact that we kind of look at Cradle-to-Career as a third party, which means that many of our vendor risk management practices, came into play. And so we have very strong terms and conditions that we've had to try to circumvent to figure out how do we actually participate in sharing data with it. We also have a very strong data security appendix agreement, which has a lot of requirements on anybody that we're giving data to that we require them to meet. And the Cradle-to-Career initiative has been great partners in working with us to kind of ensure that we can engage and get these standards met in an appropriate way. We also kind of have very strong information security policies based on international and national standards. And we know that, Cradle-to-Career has done a lot of work in basing their policies on it. And I think they've been open to feedback and participating with us and engaging and working to kind of, have our standards kind of aligned together. And then I think the final thing that I would say is we have not yet engaged in a conversation around AI risk management, but as I'll talk about, a little bit later on, we look at data as basically kind of a foundational element for AI, and we see a lot of the value that eventually people will be able to consume in their use cases will be coming from AI. And so that's kind of a future area of exploration and partnership with the Cradle-to-Career initiative. Next slide, please. So we have, I think in December, I hosted a UC-wide AI Congress. It was, along with our provost, I was a sponsor for it. It brought together scholars from all across the UC who develop AI systems, who study AI systems, sometimes from a philosophical perspective, sometimes from an ethical perspective, as well as folks that are applying AI in both their research and their teaching. It also brought together administrative leaders, cybersecurity, data privacy, data scientists, folks who really are kind of actually steeped in and are impacted by AI. The takeaway from that summit, from that Congress, was that, while there are huge opportunities for responsible adoption, we have two big impediments. One is computational infrastructure. The UC and other kind of university systems, while we might be able to go out there and invest, tens of millions, maybe even $100 million in bringing up large-scale computational infrastructure, we're competing with companies like Facebook and others who are investing billions of dollars in it. And that requires actually kind of thinking differently and partnering differently. The second impediment is the data infrastructure. We need large amounts of data. We need lots of kind of granularity around that data in order to be able to kind of like really answer some of the tough questions and do some of the tough work. It's in that data infrastructure area where I believe Cradle-to-Career plays a kind of critical role for us, because you are aggregating across data across many different areas. That data is going to allow us to be able to kind of look at different use cases in the future. And while some of these use cases may not be new for those that have kind of been in this space before, and more of the predictive AI has really been able to kind of take advantage of them, And I'm really kind of talking about things like being able to look at resource allocation, bias identification, or evaluating programs. There are basically kind of some new advents, specifically generative AI, which allows us to kind of have some new use cases that we haven't seen before, like the ability to do large-scale mentoring. And it also kind of provides a new spin on some of the use cases that we have seen before, but it allows us to do it in a different way, specifically adaptive learning and adaptive parenting guides. This is really kind of only meant to be a tiny list. I think we're kind of at a state right now where everybody's kind of looking at responsible experimentation. The key message here is that the data that Cradle-to-Career provides and is aggregating is really going to be opening up a new frontier for universities like ours that really kind of care a tremendous amount, both about pedagogy, educational outcome, and research. And we appreciate your partnership because of that.
Thank you, Van, and thank you, Pamela. Just in conclusion, I should say I've had the privilege to serve on both the planning committee and the governing board, and have worked very closely with the office over the past 2 years in their implementation. So I would second Member Hetz's comment that it truly is gratifying to see a plan come together. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Any questions or reflections from members of the board? Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you, Chris, and your team for all the work that you've done to bring UC into this. I think one of the interesting things that your team raises, especially during Van's part of the presentation, is something I think we really are going to need to wrestle with as a board. And that is the hunger that the various entities that are advancing work in AI have for data. And we are going to be seen as an opportunity where there is a lot of data. And so I love that you as a collective are already wrestling with that. And I think that'll be a good model for us to think about how we're going to wrestle with that, because they're if they're not already knocking on Mary Ann's door daily, they're probably going to be there shortly. And we're going to have to think about how we are going to engage in those types of requests, because they have lots of positives potentially for us, but also lots of risk. So I just wanted to thank you for the work and for raising that, because I think that's something we need to wrestle with publicly.
Wonderful. Other thoughts from members of the board? Yes, Member Jess.
Thank you for this. I really appreciate the UC's leadership on it, and also the recognition around the UC's role, not just as an educational institution, but like as a major employer, economic engine in our state. I think following up on Member Hetz's comments around the role of AI, I think it's really important. Also just want to underscore that and thinking about what is the Cradle-to-Career data system's role if people want to use this data to develop algorithms that could be used for AI too. I don't know, I'm guessing this is probably on your radar, but would love to understand better and where we sit with that, maybe for a future meeting. So it could be an opportunity, but obviously it could be a danger too.
If I may, this is Mary Ann Bates, Executive Director. We could make a future agenda item on that. Also, we're housed within GovOps, and GovOps is the entity within the state that's spearheading the state's thinking on artificial intelligence and has put out a number of reports and ongoing work on that.
And also flag, I know the UC just recently had an AI Congress too. So thinking
Yes.
like we have, some of the smartest folks in our state really thinking about this too. So I think leaning on the UC and our higher ed systems to help us think through this too, in addition to obviously GovOps.
Tests. Yes,
This-
member.
Purely curiosity, why does your data go back 23 years exactly?
That's a good question. For reasons that predate me, our electronic data the system began in 1999. So we don't really have any electronic records prior to 1999. And I think when we submitted data through 2022 or something like that. So it was 23 years worth of data at the time. Good question.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments from members of the board before we proceed to our next presentation? Just like to thank and applaud once again the contributions from UC, Van, Pamela, member for GLE. Thank you so much for the presentation and for sharing with us your experiences with C2C's work.
Thank you all very much.
Great. Thank you so much. Take care all.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to pivot to the next presentation from our data providers. Presentation from the California State University team with governing board member Nathan Evans leading this discussion alongside colleagues Dilcy Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, and Edward Sullivan, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Institutional Research and Analyses. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Well, good morning, and thank you, Chair Tagorda. As the chair said, I'm Nathan Evans, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Chief Academic Officer at the CSU Office of the Chancellor. It really is a pleasure to have this opportunity to speak about the CSU's collaboration with Cradle-to-Career data system, as well as share our own internal journey in making more accessible and meaningful data within our own university system. As was referenced, two essential CSU leaders in this area are joining me here in person today, Dr. Dilcy Perez and Dr. Ed Sullivan. I also want to acknowledge the contribution of Dr. April Gromo, who is Assistant Vice Chancellor for Strategic Enrollment Management, someone that many of you have worked with in her role. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to join us today, but you may know her through our partnerships with CCTI, among other efforts she leads at the Chancellor's Office. I also want to acknowledge that we're in a moment of transition, or relatively recent transition at the CSU, and with the arrival of CSU Chancellor Mildred Garcia, who rejoined the CSU, having previously served as president at both CSU Fullerton and CSU Dominguez Hills. And Chancellor Garcia most recently served as president of the American Association of State Colleges and Universities, or ASCU. I share this because not only does Chancellor Garcia share a strong commitment to the mission of C2C toward leveraging actionable data and research toward more equitable educational economic outcomes for Californians, but her recent leadership of ASCU also brings a national lens on many of the topics that we're engaged in here at C2C, as well as engaged within the CSU. So it's been enlightening for her to be joining at this moment in time, particularly as my colleagues will talk about as we're transitioning our own work around data collection, and as we look to our next iteration of student success efforts in the CSU. Next slide, please. Before we take a look at data within the CSU and our sharing with C2C, I want to take a moment to provide a brief update on the CSU today. As you may know, the CSU is the largest four-year public university system in the nation, home to more than 450,000 students associated with our 23 universities located throughout the state. Those diverse university campuses range in enrollment from 760 students at the California Maritime Academy to over 41,000 at CSU Fullerton. We also include 3 polytechnics. Some folks weren't as familiar with 3 polytechnics until last week, or the past week, as well as California's only public liberal arts university, Sonoma State, and the only federally designated maritime licensing institution west of the Rockies, the Maritime Academy. The CSU is committed to serving Californians, with 94% of our students originating in California. More than 1/4 of our students are first in family to attend college, about half receive a federal Pell Grant, and 48% of students identify as Latinx or another Hispanic background. Annually, more than 125,000 job-ready students earn a CSU degree and become alumni in more than 4,000 degree programs. And those graduates join a proud network of more than 4 million living alumni today. In fact, 1 in every 20 Americans with a college degree earned that at a CSU. So a very important and I think telling statistic in the national conversation as well. Next slide, please.
For having technical
difficulties. Okay. There's a copy of the slides also in your board packet. I will echo our colleagues. Given the size and scale of the CSU, managing data and our data sources can be challenging. Our timing of this update to the Cradle-to-Career board is timely, as we're also in a moment of transition and reflection as it relates to our collection and leveraging of data. Primarily to support student success and mobility, but also to inform and underpin accountability. Should I pause for a moment? Okay, back one slide, please. Thank you. The CSU is committed to continually improving upon our data processes and systems as we understand how essential leveraging data is to inform decision-making in a variety of areas that are top of mind at the moment, including enrollment management and planning, how we analyze the regional student pipelines, better align with workforce, increase access to educational programs, and better ensure student progression through degree completion. It's also important in informing student retention efforts by supporting faculty with real-time data to proactively address student needs and identifying areas of additional academic and other types of student support. It also helps us address overall student success, including the importance of equity, access, and social mobility through a more robust and disaggregated data. I appreciate the recognition earlier by UC Vice President Brown, as we are also borrowing ideas from the UC's work in how we can better be transparent and share and communicate access to data within the CSU. As we're envisioning what student success and maybe even what the construct of student might mean in the future, the data sources and data providers represented on C2C reflect the exact dimensions we are considering. As you'll hear from my colleagues today, behind every data point is a story, a student story, a family story, a community story. When we look deeper within the student data, the power of an earned degree and the effort it takes to get to that moment and the differential lift a college degree provides are all revealed. So next, I'd like to turn to Dr. Ed Sullivan to speak more about how we capture and translate data into actionable insights within the CSU and in partnership with C2C. Dr. Sullivan?
The next slide. Thank you, Dr. Evans. The CSU aggregates student data from all 23 universities, gathering, interpreting, and normalizing that data to make meaning and gain insights that help provide context for the past and anticipate trends for the future. The CSU data collection process begins, for the most part, with the application for admissions. The graphic you see on the screen shows the evolution from what is learned from the student's initial admissions application to the data that evolves over time as the student progresses through their studies at the CSU. Campus level data, represented top left corner of the graphic, has the deepest level of granularity. That data is normed into system level collections, moving to the top right of the graphic, and having origins going back more than 50 years. And that data is augmented with external CSU system and CSU system data, as well as data from our CSU data lake. The results to the lower right of the screen are system reporting data sets that are used in system level inquiries. These system level sets are then leveraged to inform federal and state requirements and used as a basis for external extracts, including those with Cradle-to-Career. In our initial exchange with Cradle-to-Career, CSU has shared more than 21 million rows of data and more than 330 million individual data points. Next slide, please. Data collection is a tool, and like any tool, it can be leveraged in a variety of ways. At its highest level of aggregation, data is a summation. And at its finest grain, data represents an individual. Both levels of detail matter, as does the ability to see opportunities revealed in the varying levels of disaggregation. Collectively, we identify opportunities for change revealed in data. But at high levels of aggregation, differences within and across members can be obscured by the outcome of the entire group. A member of a group may rightfully ask, did you consider me and those like me in your decision making? Finding differences revealed through disaggregated data is not enough. However, understanding the context underlying those differences allows for more meaningful data-informed discussions. And that then leads to data-informed actions to support student success. Disaggregated data can shine light, revealing hidden opportunities. Data is more than just numbers. Its importance lies in how those numbers are used to identify key moments that actually tip an idea to action and create real impact for our students. To speak on how CSU leverages data to support student success initiatives and leverages that data in action, I'll hand the presentation over to Dr. Perez.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Sullivan. I am excited to be here with you today and also share in our enthusiasm for our new leadership with Dr. Mildred Garcia, our new chancellor, who, as you know, has a national record of really, I think, closing educational achievement gaps and really focusing on student success. While we in the CSU continue to democratize data in all that we do, we have to acknowledge that it's still very much a recent tool in our student success toolbox and the work that we do. In fact, it was less than a decade ago that the CSU set out with what then was what we thought a bold initiative to set ambitious graduation goals for all of our 23 universities, to hold ourselves accountable as a system to measure our results. Launched in 2015, the Graduation Initiative 2025 has been and continues to be a North Star for the CSU, centering student success in all that we do. Recognizing the importance of leveraging data, the initiative included as one of its 6 operational priorities, data-informed decision-making. The Chancellor's Office has supported this priority in a number of ways, including providing, as you see on the screen, each university a progress report on milestones required to reach its individualized graduation goals. As seen on the screen, university leadership are briefed regularly on progress made in such areas as 2- and 4-year markers, as well as data on students from historically underserved groups and Pell eligible students. In this example, we show highlights from a specific campus that has been leading the way in both meeting graduation rates and reducing the gap between historically underserved students and their peers. Through our CSU Student Success Dashboard, we have also trained and empowered CSU faculty and staff to explore key student progress indicators across the CSU and promote their own data-driven campus conversations on what's working well and what needs to be improved to enhance student success. In spirit with the curiosity that first catalyzed the CSU to embark on GI 2025, we are now evaluating what we can improve upon our last 9 years of this work. What we have discovered, in part, is that differences in strategies and access to actionable real-time data have resulted in inconsistent student outcomes across our 23 universities. Next slide, and to that end, we are incorporating these lessons learned as we embark on a new chapter of student success at the CSU. These insights include expanding the definition of student success beyond graduation rates. To help contribute to our perspectives in developing a new student success framework, the CSU is embarking on a year of engagement that will engage a variety of stakeholder groups, not only within the CSU, but among our campus communities, industry, and employer partners, intersegmental partners, and our growing alumni network. We will be delivering this new student success framework in the spring of next year as we kick off the next iteration of our graduation initiative. It is our intention that we will be transitioning from a largely static data set, and our system has conducted a review of all of our data sets. And really, it has been instrumental for us as we look to the future that many of our data sets are static, and we want them to be more real-time and actionable for the campuses. And we want that really so that the campuses can have more immediate student interventions in a timely fashion. As we are looking for more ways to create a data-informed culture on our campuses through increased training and resources that provide our faculty and staff more ways to access data, and more importantly, make greater meaning of its impact on student success. So I will tell you next slide that we have already begun this work and working with the campuses. And as you all know, it's a cultural change. It's not just about providing more data without having expectations of the universities, what they will do with that data. And so we have already begun this work with our CSU Finish Strong community of practice. This is just one example, which is an extension of a Finish Strong activity that took place during a system-wide event, our GI 2025 symposium that we hold annually. And last fall, in which we gave university teams data and engaged them in conversation and evaluation of disaggregated data, focused on students who take an additional term to graduate. Reducing time to graduation by even one semester can result in $52,875 more in lifetime earnings per student on average, which creates an additional cumulative $4.5 billion in combined lifetime earnings. I have to tell you that this exercise at our GI 2025 symposium was pivotal for the campuses, because what they realize is even with a few nuances in their work and their efforts and more intentionality in reaching out to students, they can close that gap quite quickly. The goal of the Finish Strong community of practice is to expand these collaborative, innovative discussions to each university and incorporate real-time actionable data to identify potential solutions to helping students earn their degrees sooner. So an example, which we're very excited, is we have started a Finish Strong pilot. And originally, this pilot was only going to be with what we thought was 8 campuses. As we began to build out the model, what we realized is this should be offered to all of our universities. And so currently we have 19 of our universities in a pilot working with a tool called Graduate 365. And this was developed by CSU Fullerton, very excited about our partnership with them. But really, essentially, the name reflects the opportunity that there is something that can be done every day of the year to ensure student success. And its power in the tool is its simplicity. On a given day, a student has one of 3 statuses. They've earned their bachelor degree, or they are enrolled but not yet graduated, or they are not enrolled and not graduated. Graduate 365 tells us exactly by entering the cohort type and data that can be disaggregated to focus on grades beyond the entire cohort. So essentially, any university can go in and get by cohort student-specific data that tells them how the student is doing by their degree audit. Are they enrolled? Are they not enrolled? How many units do they have? It has a plethora of information that really empowers each of the universities to go, for lack of better words, after that student to ensure they have what they need to graduate in a timely fashion. I'll now return the presentation to Dr. Evans to discuss additional CSU collaborations. And let me say one thing, sorry, I lied. The piece that we love, quite honestly, about Finish Strong and the work we're doing is that when we ask the campuses to participate, we said, we'll give you access to all of this data and make it easy for you. But what you have to do is ensure that you have a student success team made up of the Vice President of Academic Affairs, the Provost, and the VPSA in your team, because we want the community of practice to engage with it, because we can learn from each other. We don't have to do this in silos. And so every month, this community of practice is meeting to share examples and strategies that they are utilizing to implement that data set. And so that's why we're very excited about this work. And this will be the future of the CSU and our efforts related to data. Dr. Evans.
Thank you. Thank you both. Next slide. So we've shared examples of collaboration within the CSU, and I'd like to take just a couple moments to share how we are actively collaborating outside the system to utilize data to directly benefit student success. As Chair Tagorda mentioned earlier in his comments, the CSU has been collaborating on data integration with CaliforniaColleges.edu and the California College Guidance Initiative for more than a decade. This integration allows students to track their own progress in meeting college preparatory requirements, pre-populate the CSU application for admission, and since 2018 provides each student's application status in real time back to their high schools. More than 124,000 CSU applications were linked to California colleges accounts in 22-23, and we expect this number to grow as more schools throughout the state go live with the state of California's official college and career planning tool. We also piloted a final high school transcript process with California colleges in the summer of 2023. We're taking the lessons learned from that pilot and will continually improve the process this summer. The goal is to eventually eliminate the need for students to submit final transcripts after high school graduation, as it would be automatic through the Cradle-to-Career data system and California colleges. We're also active participants in eTranscript California, the statewide electronics transcript exchange, and all 23 universities accept electronic transcripts. As you heard from my own comments during the executive director's updates, as a member of the eTranscript California and Career Passport Task Force, we also share our vision to integrate eTranscript California with the CSU Transfer Planner that I'll talk about in a moment, and Cal State Apply, the CSU application for admission. By integrating with the Transfer Planner, students would be able to better track their progress with real, again, actionable data to fulfill general education, major requirements, transferable units, and better understand their transferable GPA. Next slide. As one demonstration of actionable data and tools, the CSU Transfer Planner is a free existing online tool that allows students at California community colleges while they're attending multiple colleges to track their progress towards CSU admission, general education, and major requirements. With half of CSU undergraduate students starting their higher education journey at community colleges, the Transfer Planner is already helping thousands of students be more proactive and engaging with their own data and mapping their higher education journey. Students using the CSU Transfer Planner will be able to move all of their stored information directly into Cal State Apply, which will create a much more seamless application experience. And the prospect of integrating eTranscript California into that tool would create an even more seamless and timely resource for students that could also be shared directly back with community college council. Next slide. Looking ahead, we are extremely optimistic for the impact our collective partnerships will have on the success of our state's students and communities. We bring different views and perspectives of the kind of data we collect and the definitions, and at the end of the day, we have a shared goal to translate in ways that create tangible, positive actions and outcomes. Similar to the way our UC colleagues describe, we are an aggregator of campus data, just like Cradle-to-Career is aggregating the data from many providers. Many of the same discussions we have within the C2C framework mirror our own internal processes, as you've heard, in defining, norming, and collecting data and data standards. Likewise, exploration of generative AI on data mining, data usage, and student and public-facing tools is at the forefront of our own internal conversations across the CSU. The CSU's own and ongoing work with Cradle-to-Career really represents opportunities to advance equity for California students and communities through much more comprehensive data collection in a shared context. We look forward to exploring new ways in which data can be shared and leveraged, and we'll welcome the board's questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'd like to invite members of the board to comment or to ask questions at this moment. And just as a reminder, please make sure you speak up and you say your name and affiliation before you begin your comments.
Catalan
Riverside
Cifuentes, I guess I'm your voice too. Riverside County Office of Education. I want to say thank you to not only for the presentation, but just for everything that CSU has done in the leadership from California colleges. Huge shout out to April Gromo. She's the silent force that hates the credit, doesn't want it, but she is just phenomenal, has done so much for so many of our school districts and the state. And I just want to share how powerful even the data tools you have now available, and also for our UC partners as well. I mean, we use this. I wish it was a little bit more live, but I know, because I know we'll get there, but it's just, we're so powerful to go into a meeting and it's like, oh yeah, our students apply to the CSUs, especially as we're trying to look at the 13 campuses to meet enrollment and support and partner. And it's like, they just assume they're applying. And it's like, no, let's take your A through G completion list, this is for K-12 school districts. Let's take how many applications you had last year. Your application rate's like 54% of eligible. and superintendents and principals are just like phenomenal, like, wow. And it's like, this isn't Catalina's data. This is, let me take you to the CSU data site. So I just want to say that the data you have available, it is easy for people to read and digest. Same thing for our UC application tools. It's just, I have to say thank you for that. And I think it's little by little, the more we get that and how it all rolls up into the system is just going to help bring awareness to so many leaders and educators that just don't know what they don't know. And I think you validate what's happening in the field and through the data tools already by the CSU. So just, and the partnership with California colleges has just made all the difference. And I'll say it again, I can do 6 CSU applications in under 30 minutes. I could do 10 in under 30 minutes. That's how fast I'm like, no more month long. We're knocked out by October 5th. We're done. That's how fast we can get out that many students eligible. So just thank you for the access. It's phenomenal.
Member Cochran.
Debbie Cochran with the Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. Also, thank you for the presentation and all the work on this. I had a question about the CSU Finish Strong initiative, and my ears perked up. I'm sure mine weren't the only ones with respect to the aggregate earnings potential of having students graduate one semester faster. Very powerful. Always great to hear those big, bold numbers like that. I think a similarly great, big, bold number would be, what does it mean for the student's cost of attendance and the actual cost of that degree? Because of course, it's not just greater earnings potential, they're paying less for that degree. So it really is a compounding factor. I was very interested in this kind of that analysis and then the whole idea of community of practice. And I love the student services teams that get built up around that. I was trying to listen carefully to kind of, and then what, like what happened with that data? And I heard a reference to student outreach, but I'm sure it was something about outreach to students. And I'm sure that it's not just like, well, we know we're going to graduate faster. We're going to tell students why not graduate faster. I'm sure there's more to that in terms of connecting the dots for the theory of change. So could you just say a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. I will start and then I will turn to Dr. Sullivan. So I will say to you, what we're excited about is, you know, we talk about GI 2025 all the time, right? And it almost felt like people thought we were done with GI 2025, like, you know, because we were starting to talk about the next iteration. And what we wanted to hit home in October is no. We have a lot of opportunity to close gaps now, to continue to make a difference now. And so that's where the Finish Strong in 2025 came from, of saying there are, like, when some of the universities saw the number of students it would take for them to close the gap, they were shocked. Like on some campuses, it's 20 students. They weren't large numbers. Now, for others, there were, but we wanted them to push in and say, what is your strategy to get to those students and to identify those students? And Dr. Evans talked about every student has a story. We need to know those stories to make sure that, one, we're getting all of the support that we can to the student to get them graduated in a, for lack of better words, more timely fashion. So the outreach that I was referring to is really, I don't know whether it blew their minds, the amount of data they were able to get in Graduate 365 and actionable data. That there were some things that students didn't even realize, as you all know, that they were that close to graduation, that by a simple phone call, outreach, connection to them, helped them to graduate and to get through. So the outreach I'm referring to is really the intrusive, proactive support that we provide to students through the use of the data. Now, we're tracking it and they're meeting regularly. And what I love about what our team has set up, Dr. Sullivan, Dr. Jennifer Bazil, is that they're meeting with each of the community practice teams to say, all right, now, what are you doing with this data? Like, how is that making a change and a difference on your campus and the student experience? I will tell you that I don't believe we will see the full magnitude and success of the program until we run those numbers again for the progress reports to see how many of the students they actually were able to graduate and move in that timely fashion. I'll let Dr. Sullivan add.
And maybe amplifying on things that you've already covered.
Sure.
I think one of the things in Graduate 365 that maybe we didn't say as loudly, literally you can look down to the record level. And so now I'm looking at Ed Sullivan. Ed Sullivan walked away having completed 130 units, has not graduated, is not enrolled. I can see Ed's degree off. I can see that Ed probably, if he had a substitution, graduates from the university. or if he takes another course in the summer. And so we were already hearing through community practice the kinds of outreaches that campuses were doing to get that student to the point of completion, to get them back into the graduation flow. And if they needed additional work, to get them into summer work now, rather than what historically has happened in static data, which comes after census points, missing a term or more for that student to be able to enroll in complete their coursework. And so I think all of those things start to emerge through these communities of practice. The other thing that's emerging are things that we've historically done because we were paper heavy a decade or more ago and have never really moved out of the paper heavy constructs. And so you have deadlines that are set in the fall to graduate for the summer of 2024. And so are those deadlines appropriate if someone accelerates? And are there ways to get those students? We're having conversations. And you're probably, and we will probably see policy change that starts to help the universities find better opportunities to help students through to the degrees that they've earned.
Thank you. Maybe one more question or comment from governing board member. Look, on behalf of the entire governing board, I want to thank Deputy Vice Chancellor Perez, Assistant Vice Chancellor Edward Sullivan, and Member Evans for this presentation and collaboration throughout the entire process. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, maybe we should applaud. We've got two more agenda items before we adjourn for lunch. So at this point, let me invite our next speaker to come up for this agenda item number 10, discussion, public comment, and possible action on changes to financial aid data points in the P20W data set. Director of Data Programs, Ryan Estriado, is going to facilitate this conversation with the board. Ryan.
Hi, it's nice to see everybody again. Ryan Estriado, Director of Data Programs, and staying on the topic of collaboration with our partners at UC and CSU, I'm excited to talk about financial aid data points today. I'd like to refer you to the staff report for this agenda item. And as always, if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you can find that staff report on the C2C website. In this item, you'll be considering 4 potential data points for inclusion in the P20W data system. UC and CSU have submitted these data points, and they are about financial aid, specifically the amount of financial aid students receive, and also the type of financial aid, like loans, grants, scholarships, and work study. Before I jump into it, I'd like to first thank C2C's research manager, David Lang, for being the project owner for this item and for preparing it for me to share it with you today. Okay, so let's jump in. Next slide, please. Okay, first some background. The proposed data points will enable the office's work on the C2C analytic tools. On the following slide, I will share some examples from the description of the planned financial aid dashboard. And as a reminder, a description of the dashboard and the other planned dashboards are available on the C2C website. Next slide, please. And next slide. Thank you. Okay, so the planned dashboard will show the percentage of students receiving different kinds of financial aid. We'll also show how factors like major declaration and time to degree vary by financial aid use. Adding the data points UC and CSU are proposing expands what's possible in the analytic tools by providing a more comprehensive picture of the types of financial aid the students receive. Next slide. We'll now share some examples about different audiences. Again, this is from our description of the financial aid dashboard. First, students and families. The dashboard will help students and parents understand what's possible with financial aid by telling the story about its use statewide. Going back to the data points that we're talking about today, this is especially true if they can see the full range of aid types, like the ones that are included in the data points that UC and CSU are proposing. Next slide, please. Dashboard will help administrators and policymakers inform their understanding of financial aid use and its impact on education access and attainment. Here again, the addition of the new data points today will lead to a fuller picture by adding other types of aid that were not previously in the system. Here's another example. Imagine research that tells the story of financial aid and post-secondary outcomes. This becomes possible with the data points proposed today because it would allow for more specific aid types and the aid amounts available in C2C's planned research request tool. And finally, for researchers, advocacy organizations, this dashboard, made possible by the data points from our providers, will help inform research efforts in the financial aid space. And in particular, it can inform the conversation about addressing equity gaps in aid and post-secondary outcomes. I hope that overview gives you context for this agenda item. I'd like to again thank our colleagues in UC and CSU for collaborating over the last couple of months to define and document these data points so that we are ready for a future data import. For this item, the staff recommends that the board move to approve, including in the P20W dataset, 2 additional data points provided by California State University and 2 additional data points provided by the University of California. So that is again, financial aid amount and also financial aid type from each of the data partners. And with that, I will now turn it back to Chair Gorda to lead member discussion and a potential motion.
Ryan, thank you for that presentation. Questions or comments from members of the board? Yes.
Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. So of course, my question is about how this particular financial aid data compares to what we're submitting for ours. So I know for ours, we have not just the type of award and amount received, so the amount that was paid to students, but also even if they applied or if they were eligible and if they're awarded. So like kind of the steps before that. So I guess my interpretation of this is that that will not be the case. It will only be the end result of like an aid package.
Yeah, the primary difference here, the sort of proposed value add is a more complete picture of the types of aid. So institution level aid, not previously available unless it sort of came from UC and CSU. And then there's at least one case, a case of federal Pell grants where that is in the CSAC data, whether or not that's received. But now with the contribution of these data points, we'll have not only if that's received by the student, but also the amounts. So this would go into the research request tool. The types of aid and amounts don't include application the way that it does through CSU. But the idea is that the merging of those data points together might reveal some of that information.
I will clarify. CSAC does not have Pell receipt data.
Okay.
We do have Chafee though, which I think was on the UC slides for the
Yeah.
financial aid data. So
Okay.
there'll be some, yes, reconcile.
Wonderful. Other questions or comments from members of the board? Yes.
Debbie Cochran with the Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. So I had a similar question about kind of received versus offered. And of course, those kinds of things make a big difference for some of the variables, particularly when you think about things like work study. Someone can be offered a work study award of $7,000, but they never find a work study job, for instance. So anyway, I think this is a huge accomplishment, huge development, certainly very praiseworthy. I do, and I want to make sure that that's said loud and clear before just saying, I think a bit of a caution or something that stood out to me in the description of the dashboard, and just something for us to keep in mind as we proceed once we get the data points and figure out ways to use them. Financial aid analyses and research is notoriously tricky for a number of reasons, right? Like financial aid receipt is inextricably tied to enrollment. So someone who is enrolled for half a year withdrew for whatever reason will get less financial aid. It doesn't necessarily tie to their persistence, but kind of a simple cross tab might look that way. And of course, students who receive financial aid are generally more low income than others. So again, a simple analysis might show that financial aid recipients actually have lower graduation rates than other students. It's just, it's known in the data, and I'm really responding, to be honest, to just some of the words. There are words in the description of the dashboard's goal with causal words: impact, influence. I know those are just words on paper now, but I just want to put it out there that something we really do need to be mindful of, because it's very easy to do dashboard style analyses that actually have the unintended effect of undercutting support for need-based financial aid rather than bolstering the case for it.
Thank you for pointing that out. And I think when we enter into a more active phase of the design process for this, I think it's going to be a really important thing for us to try and understand better, and really looking forward to getting your input on that as we do it.
Maybe one last comment or question from members of the board before we entertain a motion. Okay, well, may I have a motion to move to include in the P20W data set 2 additional data points provided by California State University and 2 additional data points provided by the University of California?
Also move.
Member Heads moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Member Vu. We have a motion, we have a second. Before we vote, let's pause for public comment. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this specific agenda item. Do we have any speaker slips here in Sacramento? No speaker slips at this time. Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to comment on this item?
Perfect. We'll open it up right now. So if you're a member of the public and if you'd like to make a comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll give it a moment longer. Seeing no hands raised, we can close this agenda item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we've closed public comments, so let's conduct our roll call vote.
Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Payne,
Aye.
Member Cifuentes,
Aye.
Member Cochran,
Aye.
Member DeGear,
Aye.
Member Evans,
Aye.
Member Fong,
Aye.
Member Frigielli,
Yes.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Yes.
Member Hetz,
Yes.
Member Irwin,
Aye.
Member Jazz,
Yes.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird,
Yes.
Member Lee,
Yes.
Member Moldoff.
Yes.
Member Nellum,
Yes.
Member Ohanian, Member Romero,
Yes.
Member Vu,
Yes.
Member Van Natten.
Yes.
With 19 ayes, the motion passes.
Wonderful. The motion passes for this item. Thank you so much, Ryan, for the presentation and for facilitating this discussion. Before we move to general public comment, a quick adjustment to our agenda for today. We have under agenda item number 17, presentation of 2024 board demographic survey results. Rather than having that in the afternoon, I'd like to move that agenda item to right now before we adjourn for lunch, as it's going to help us balance a little bit what our agenda looks like. So if you don't mind, I'd like to handle this particular agenda item right now. So let me turn it over to Ms. Shannon Serrato, our Director of Engagement, who will present this agenda item to us.
Good afternoon, members. I think we just got to the afternoon section of today. I do not want to stand in the way of your lunch, but I appreciate your engagement today as I talk about the 2024 Board Demographics Survey. So I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item 17. And if you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the CQC website. So as written in statute, Cradle-to-Career's governing board is intended to reflect the cultural, geographical, racial, economic, and social diversity of California. In 2022, the office received a request from a data and tools advisory board member seeking the demographic information of CTC's leadership. And this governing board approved that request, and so we facilitated the collection of that information that year. The first survey asked about race, ethnicity, and gender, as well as if members would like to share more about lived experiences and future iterations. All responses were self-reported and collected anonymously via survey, and that information was aggregated and posted to the CTC website for the purposes of equity and transparency. The office committed to conducting the survey annually, and at the fall 2023 meetings of C2C's Community Engagement and Data and Tools Advisory Boards, advisory board members agreed to expand the survey scope to include them in the 2024 survey. We issued the 2024 survey on February 9th, and we had a 95% response rate from this governing board, which also accounts for a vacancy on the board during the time the survey was issued. Separately, we had a 100% response rate from the Data and Tools Advisory Board with an 88% response rate from community engagement. We will post aggregated responses to the C2C site in the coming days, and so I'm going to use the rest of my time today to share results from the 2024 demographic surveys. So a quick note, I know it's a little hard to see on this screen. I apologize for that, but I'll be voicing over all the results of all three boards and want to confirm that we are making sure that the images are accessible to our readers once it's through C2C's blog. So we asked governing board members to self-report on race, ethnicity, and gender, and this year 10 respondents identified as female and 9 as male. In terms of breakdown by race and ethnicity, 4 members identified as Asian or Asian American, 1 member identified as Black or African American, 3 identified as Latino, Latina, including Mexican and Mexican American. 1 member identifies as multiracial, multi-ethnic, including Black and Korean, and 7 members identified as white or Caucasian, with 3 declining to state. I would like to voice over that all responses were self-reported by the governing board members with no predetermined category. So this year's responses do not include those who identify as non-binary, non-conforming, or transgender, nor do they include those who identify as Native American or Indigenous, with no members identifying as such, but we hope that information will be captured in the future. Next slide, please. So this year was the first time that we asked members to volunteer information about their lived experiences. And so I really appreciated members' willingness to be open and share, as C2C's boards represent the key stakeholders of the data system and the wide range of Californians that we are charged with serving. In 2024, 12 governing board members identified as first-generation college students, with 6 members sharing that they came from a low-income background. 4 respondents identified as immigrants, and 6 identified as bilingual, while 5 members didn't identify with any of the named categories. Additionally, we asked members to share information about their lived experiences, and we heard that some were refugees or women in STEM. Members also identified as first generation born to immigrant parents, and 1 member shared that they were a single parent during their undergraduate college experience. Next slide, please. Now we're going to turn to C2C's advisory board members. So we also asked Data and Tools members to self-report on race, ethnicity, and gender. And this year, 10 respondents identified as female, 5 as male, and declined to state. In terms of breakdown by race and ethnicity, 3 members identified as Asian or Asian American, 2 as Black or African American, 1 Latina, 1 member who identified as multiracial, multi-ethnic, and 9 members who identified as white or Caucasian, including white Ashkenazi and white Jewish. Turning to community engagement, in 2024, 9 respondents identified as female and 9 male. In terms of breakdown by race and ethnicity, 3 members identified as Asian, including Asian American, Japanese American, and Chinese Mexican. 5 members identified as Latino, Latina, including Hispanic and Indigenous. And 1 identified as Middle Eastern, 1 member identified as multiracial, multi-ethnic, including Black and Filipina, and 4 members identified as white or Caucasian. Again, this year's responses do not include individuals who are non-binary, non-conforming, or transgender, nor Native American or Indigenous. Next slide, please. And in terms of lived experiences, I know there's a lot of information, so I want to make sure you can all hear it. Half of the Data and Tools advisory boards identified as first-generation college students, and half also shared that they came from low-income backgrounds. 2 respondents identified as immigrants, 2 identified as bilingual, while 5 did not identify with any of the named categories. categories. We also asked members to share additional information about their lived experiences. And some members shared that they were children of refugees, children of teen parents, and that they lived with a disability. Separately, community engagement, 11 members identified as first-generation college students, with 10 sharing that they came from a low-income background. 5 respondents identified as immigrants and 10 as bilingual, while 1 member did not identify with any of the named categories. In terms of lived experience, additional lived experience, some members shared that they were children of parents in foster care, while others shared that they were from a migrant background, a first-generation professional from an inner city, or that they were living with a disability. Again, I just want to share deep gratitude to this board and all of our advisory boards for sharing your information. It's really important that people feel seen and heard, and I feel like that is something that we can say by the representation of this group, just knowing that people will understand what people are going through because somebody that looks like them or going through similar experience are in this room. And so I just really appreciate that and really appreciate your willingness to do so. And I hope that we continue to have large response rates going forward, because this is something that we've committed to, and we really want to make sure that we are walking that walk again. So with that, that ends my presentation on our demographic survey, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have today.
Okay, members of the board, any questions or comments for Shannon on the demographic survey results? Yes.
If I may, this is Marianne Bates, Executive Director. I just want to echo Shannon's gratitude to the boards, to all 3 boards, for sharing this information. We post this publicly on the website. I'm also reflecting on the part of the statute that talks about it being the intent of the legislature that appointing members, the appointing board authority shall make every effort to ensure the membership of the governing board is reflective of the cultural, racial, geographical, economic, and social diversity of California, and then takes into consideration a number of other factors like data user experience. So we're also able, like, you're sharing this data helps us share it not only on the blog publicly, but also as a point of information with appointing authorities as well. And just being able to share that information, I think really underscores our commitment to equity and transparency both. So just a huge thank you to all of you for sharing your information.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from members of the board? I'd like to appreciate the all of our boards for contributing to the survey. Some members might recall that around the establishment of our governing board, there was a request from a member of the public for demographic information on our governing board. We didn't have a policy in place or even any practices. It was just a request. And that actually was what led us to reflecting on whether this should be made part of what we do on a routine basis. So I want to thank the public for that comment, which sparked this ongoing work and sense of self-reflection for our governance culture here at C2C. The second I'd like to appreciate is just the response rates across the board, pretty high response rates. In the future, we want to get to 100%. But I think for the first time that we're doing this in this fashion, it was a good way for us to have that kind of turnout. And then lastly, something that Shannon mentioned, just the reflection on the lived experiences of all of the leaders that contribute to our collective work here. Between that and the lived experiences of our office and the team within C2C's management structure and staff, I think we can really fully appreciate what everyone is bringing to the table. So I want to uplift that as a note before we move on to our next agenda item. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate it. Okay, general public comment is the next part of our agenda.
And we do have 1 speaker slip.
We do have 1 speaker slip. Okay, so let me jump to this part of our agenda.
Can I do it at the end?
You want to do it at the end of the meeting?
Yeah.
We will hold that for our second general public comment time.
Okay.
But is there anybody else in the room in Sacramento that would like to speak during our general public comment period? So we do not have that speaker. We will hear from them later. We can open it up to the Zoom room if you'd like.
Yes, let's do that.
Perfect. Okay, so if there's anybody on the line that would like to make a general public comment at this time, please feel free to raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to comment. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, but I'll give it another moment. And seeing no one wishing to comment, then we can close public comment.
Okay, general public comment is closed. Where are we at on the agenda now? Are we at lunch? Okay, so let's break for lunch. How much have we allotted for? 45 minutes. Okay, so 45-minute lunch. It's 12:15. We're gonna reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Perfect.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Okay, let's welcome back from lunch and thank you for joining us again. Before we get back to the work of the board, let's take roll to ensure we have a quorum.
Member Tagorda.
Present.
Member Payne.
Present.
Member Cifuentes.
Present.
Member Cochran.
Present.
Member DeGear.
Present.
Member Evans.
Present.
Member Fong.
Present.
Apologies. I was very tricky and moved to the bottom of the page. Member Virtuelli.
Present.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez. Member Hetz.
Present.
Designee Bearkey for Member Irwin.
Here.
Member Jez. Designee Stivers for Member Laird. Member Lee.
Present.
Member Moldock.
Present.
Member Nellum. Member Ohanian. Member Romero.
Here.
Member Van Natten.
Here.
Member Vu.
Here.
A quorum is present.
With the quorum present, let's commence with agenda item number 11. Presentation on California College Guidance Initiative demonstration. I'd like to invite Heather Allen, Chief Program Officer with California College Guidance Initiative, to present this item. Joining her will be Kristen McKenna, Director of College and Career Readiness with Madera Unified School District. We'll be receiving a demonstration on CCGI's career guidance platform and data infrastructure. Let me turn it over to you.
Thank you all for having me here. I'm excited to be with you. Okay. You can put our deck up. My name is Heather Allen. I'm the Chief Programs Officer at the California College Guidance Initiative. And that means that I oversee the teams that work directly with our K-12 partner districts across the state of California. Before joining CCGI, I am a K-12 practitioner and educator myself. I spent 15 years in a large urban school district in quite a variety of different roles, but I started as a high school counselor. I was a high school site leader and a district leader of college and career readiness and data system work before I joined the program here. So I'm excited to join you to talk about how sharing dual enrollment data can help students across our state and how that aligns to the work of the California College Guidance Initiative. So you've seen this slide before, and I'll just quickly reiterate 3 big goals of CCGI. We manage the state of California's official college and career funding platform, californiacolleges.edu, which is free to 6th to 12th grade students in our state and districts, as both a guidance platform and a data infrastructure that can be used to close equity gaps for students. We do that in 3 primary ways. First, by systematizing college and career knowledge for students, by streamlining the college and financial aid application process for students and the educators who support them. And third, by providing data to educators that they need to maximize course placement for students, as well as to inform high stakes decision-making for things like admissions, placement, advising, financial aid support.
and other types of supportive services as students are transitioning from K-12 to post-secondary. So today, as part of this presentation, we're going to talk about dual enrollment, particularly as it relates to those bottom two goals in service of the student. So when I talk about dual enrollment, what I'm talking about is sort of the broadest definition of that term. It means any college coursework taken by high school students. And our goal is that dual enrollment course information would be included in student records on californiacolleges.edu. That would enable us to do some critical things. The first thing, to more accurately calculate CSU and UC eligibility for students. Right now on californiacolleges.edu, we receive records from all of our high school partners that are their high school coursework records, and we use that in our tools to show students eligibility and progress toward meeting minimum admission requirements to the CSU and UC. But we also know that there are multiple ways that students can meet minimum requirements, including dual enrollment. And so we would look forward to being able to have a fuller picture of eligibility to provide students and their families. Another way would be to integrate college coursework into the application integrations that already exist between californiacolleges.edu and California's public higher education system. And the third way would be to deliver a unified final transcript at the point of graduation. So those are three big objectives that we have going forward and that we'll talk through. So before you hear me talk a lot, I wanted to bring to you and give you the chance to hear from somebody working on the ground. In my role at CCGI, I have the privilege of working with districts and practitioners up and down our state. And so I get to hear from them all of the time about how it's going, what their needs are, what their questions are. We've been spending time at various CSU campuses across our state, and I never get out of a room without questions about dual enrollment. It's tip of tongue, top of mind for lots of educators because we've been expanding programs, growing opportunities for kids. But there are some things that I think would benefit everyone to hear about what it's like. What's it really like? And so I'd love to introduce Kristen McKenna, who is the Director of College and Career Readiness in Madera Unified School District, to give you firsthand account of how it's going in her school district.
Good afternoon. Just want to check that you guys can hear me okay in the room.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. So thank you for having me with you today. As Heather shared, I'm the Director of College and Career Readiness for Madera Unified School District. And a little bit about our district. We're a district that serves about 20,000 students. About 90% of our student population is social economically disadvantaged. And about 30% of our students are classified as English learners. And we have 30 schools from TK through 12th grade. And so every district defines college and career readiness a little bit different. And so for me in Madera Unified, my job and my role kind of has a few different facets, and I'm going to focus most on dual enrollment today, but I want to kind of give you an overview of everything that looks like for us. So I was originally called into leadership from a classroom. I was a career technical education teacher in agriculture, and I was the department head. And they had just started the college and career readiness department, and they were looking for a coordinator to join the team. And so 8 years ago, they convinced me, hey, we need you to do the good things you're doing in the ag department and help all of our career technical education pathways to succeed. So I came on as the coordinator of college and career readiness in 2015, and I moved up to the director role in 2018. And so through that, we have 25 complete career technical education pathways in Madera Unified that are at our 3 comprehensive schools, as well as our alternative ed site. And so we're managing all of our grants and our work-based learning, embedding dual enrollment, which I'll get into in a minute, to make sure that our career technical education programs are high quality for our students. So that way, whether they're going straight to a 4-year or to a community college or to a tech school or to the workforce after they leave us, they have the skills necessary to be productive citizens. Our district, kind of along those same lines, has a graduate profile, which are elements that we feel like students need when they leave us here in Madera Unified. And they're traits like collaborate and produce, contribute, think, adapt, and communicate. So we've developed a system where students give a showcase to discuss and talk with a panel about how they've demonstrated those things while they've gone through with us. And next year is our first class that passes that as a high school graduation requirement. So that's something that I'm overseeing in our district, as well as the career exploration piece. So to have highly successful CTE pathways, to have students understand college, it's got to start earlier than high school. So we have initiatives down in 6th grade and middle school to expose our students a little bit earlier about what college and career readiness means for them. And lastly, dual enrollment. So I took over dual enrollment in 2015. And at the time, our district had 3 whole sections of dual enrollment. And we were really proud of getting that started. Never would I have imagined that in less than 10 years that we would grow those 3 sections to 54 sections at our campuses. And that's just true dual enrollment on our campus. And, you know, Heather kind of talked about the differences, right? And so most of our dual enrollment runs through a CCAP agreement. Whenever possible, we're getting our teachers to meet minimum quals to teach those courses on our campus. And we now have 759 unique students that are taking dual enrollment and about 1,265 duplicated this school year alone that are taking advantage of that opportunity. We became a CCGI pilot district back in 2019. And at the headaches it solved for us in a district when we looked at getting everything on to Cal State Apply, or being able to really track our A to G rates, look at our FAFSA completion. It answered so many things for us. And so our counselors had heard about it. We jumped right on board and have been using the platform in multiple ways since that time. When we really talk about dual enrollment in our district, we know that it's for all students. It is we try to target our students, not our AP students always, not our students that know they're going to college, but our students that may not see themselves in that space, and encourage them to have that first class and that first success with dual enrollment to help them to see what college is, and the opportunities it presents them. Now, not all students in dual enrollment are going straight to a 4-year college after us. Not all students are even going straight to an AA degree. Some are going into a training program. Some may be going into the workforce. Some may decide on a short-term certificate program. But that initial success in a college level class, the additional rigor and their belief in themselves that they can do it, has made all of the difference when we really look at what dual enrollment looks like in our district. So that's just kind of an overview of who I am, my roles, and we'll dive a little bit more into some of the dual enrollment later.
Thank you, Kristen. So you heard Kristen talk a little bit about dual enrollment in her district. And I wanted to take a minute to talk about the relationship between dual enrollment and California colleges, with the theme that a few data elements can make a really big difference for our students. So first and foremost, I wanted to give a public thank you to Vice Chancellor John Hetz and the Community College Chancellor's Office, as well as the CCC Tech Center, because as part of our existing data sharing agreement, we've added 5 new data elements into our payload. Those elements will allow us to identify high school students who have applied for dual enrollment at any of the 116 community college campuses across our state. And that actually solves two challenges that Kristen talked about. That will be inclusive of students who participated in dual enrollment through a CCAP agreement, which means that they took that class on their high school campus, as well as those who participated outside of the school day. And when kids participate in dual enrollment outside of the school day, a challenge sometimes for the high schools is that they don't even know about it, right? They don't have a copy of that record. They're not aware of that participation. And so being able to identify all of the dual enrollment applicants in our state who are high school students is going to make potentially a big difference. Another reason that data is really important is that it will allow us to help schools identify students who may need additional support in their post-secondary applications. When students apply for college, as Krista mentioned, students enter dual enrollment with a wide variety of post-secondary plans, right? Some are going to the community college for training or to attend directly for an AA degree afterwards with the goal of transfer, perhaps. And some are exiting high school directly into four-year institutions. And when they exit high school into four-year institutions, they have to enter their coursework into the applications, right, for both the CSU and the UC. And the reason they need some additional help in those applications is because it isn't just regular high school coursework. There's a separate section where they specifically enter college coursework. And there's some challenges for schools in really knowing what the courses were that kids took because they can't currently see them all, as well as helping students to successfully identify to the institutions how those courses count towards freshman admission requirements. So those first few data elements make a big difference in and of themselves, but they also make new things possible. Once we know who all the dual enrollment applicants are in our state, can we go to the next slide? It opens the door for the conversation about dual enrollment course data, right? We know that eTranscript California 2.0, we know there's work happening already to say, could there be a single source for all community college transcript data in a single place? And if that's true, and if we know which students have applied for dual enrollment, then that opens the possibility to pull course data for dual enrollment high school students into californiacolleges.edu for both students and educators to see and have access to. And when we say they would see them in our eligibility tools, right? In californiacolleges.edu, there's a profile that shows students the courses that they've taken up to that point. It also visualizes for students separately their eligibility for CSU based on the A through G requirements, as well as for the UC based on the A through G requirements. Currently, what students see is entirely based on their high school coursework. It is validated against data from the UC Course Management Portal, which is the official place where all high schools enter their course list, and that determines for both CSU and UC if those courses meet subject area requirements. But if we had college coursework information, we could also include that in this fuller picture of CSU and UC eligibility for students to help students understand in a simple visual way, how do the college courses I take in high school contribute to my eligibility to the institution offers? And that's a major piece. As I mentioned earlier, we're in rooms with educators all of the time, lots of hands in the air, lots of questions about this. How do I know which courses met an A through G requirement? How do I help a kid know? Exactly, right? Students themselves are not experts on how every course offered across the state through all of the high schools and all the community colleges fill various requirements. So if we can simplify that, if we can do work in the background to make it clear and easier, we can help more students in our state know about what's really possible for them and what their options are in the broadest way possible. And so we'd be excited to do that at californiacolleges.edu. Next slide. Another thing that it makes possible is streamlining how dual enrollment data can then flow to our higher ed partners. We have existing integrations with CCC Apply, Cal State Apply, UC Apply, whereby high schools send us transcript data. We work and do validations on that, and then students are allowed to import that information directly into their college applications, saving them significant time and reducing errors in the application process. We have dual enrollment data in the same way. Then again, in a single spot, not only could we help move their high school coursework into the high school section of those applications, we could move their college coursework into the college sections of those applications, thereby giving, again, not just a picture on the platform of their eligibility, but really helping the institutions who those students are applying to also have that fuller picture. Right now, all of that additional work in the college coursework section is done manually by students because there is no other data source. And it is one of the most confusing parts in the process for kids because again, they just don't know which courses fulfill which requirements, and students make errors all the time when asked to do things manually that way. So anything that we can do to ease that process and make the burden sort of fall more on the systems behind the scenes and take it off of the students would be to their benefit. Again, you also heard me talk earlier about a unified final transcript. So if we had data that was truly a picture of all coursework taken by high school students, high school coursework as well as college coursework, then we could pass that along to the institutions to which they had applied so that they would get it all from one place. Right now, at the end of when a student has applied and been accepted to the institution, at the end, they have to send final transcripts to where they're going. That's their high school transcript. But if they've attended college courses, they also have to ask and send their college transcript. And we have students in our state who take community college classes potentially at multiple distinct college campuses. So again, these are 17-year-olds who don't themselves, or they're not intricately aware of the inner workings of each individual system. And so we see kids getting lost frequently or not knowing, how do I order transcripts from 3 different campuses to send them? Or I thought that was already done because I thought my high school knew something about it. So if we could solve that problem for students, there would be major advantages, I think, both to the institutions and to students. Next slide. You've heard me talk a little bit about why I think it matters, but I'd love to pass it back to Kristen to just talk a little bit more about what she sees about why solving some of these problems could matter and how the solution might help her students.
Thank you, Heather. So when we first partnered with CCGI as the Director of College and Career Readiness, at that time, for me, the most attractive piece was looking at our mismatch list of our courses in our student information system against the course management portal to make sure that we were recording things correctly so there wasn't the data errors for our students. For our counselors, it was really about getting those high school courses onto their college applications so that way there weren't, again, the data errors on the students. Those things have been wonderful. They've helped to clean up our data. They've helped to allow our application processes to go smoother. However, that's not the case still with the dual enrollment piece. Like Heather explained, for us, we know what students are in CCAP classes on our campuses. We know if that's A to G for us or not. We know how that articulates through assist to different majors. But many of our students take courses through high school enrichment or other means that if they're not reporting those to us, we don't know about them. And therefore our counseling teams can't help students to get those on their applications properly. And so it continues to create an issue there. But even on our classes that our students are taking with us that are dual enrollment, those don't automatically load on the transcript with the assistance of the CCGI tools because the systems don't talk to each other at the current thing. So it's still a manual entry process where we're manually entering those classes. Anytime we have manual entry with students, even with counselor support, we're going to have errors. I shared earlier that just this year we have 759 unique students in dual enrollment. And those students are 10th through 12th grade for us. There's other students that have taken it in the past or will take it in the future. And so when we look at between our high schools, we have at least 400 students a year, typically that are seniors, that have taken a dual enrollment class at some point. And to get that properly reported so the kids get the credit is our priority, but mistakes happen. And so everything that Heather's talking about, in order to automate this, in order for us to be able to get everything together in one spot, only benefits our students and their opportunities at post-secondary success. The other piece to that really is our students don't know what meets A to G or not. Our counselors should, but sometimes students are working on this at home with parents. Many of our students in Madera Unified are first generation. They don't necessarily have a family member at home that can assist them with this process, and they're coming to our counselors. But when we're talking 400 students a year, and again, that's just us knowing what they've taken. The kid has to remember to tell us, oh, I also took this one class at this one school and this other class at this other school. And we want that to all be reported properly so that way the student enters wherever it is they're going to after us with all of the credits accumulated in a way that's going to help them get through college faster. And so I think the big thing for us right now is making sure that we continue to provide the needed support to our dual enrollment students so that they properly are able to get everything on the first time. But a tool like this would kind of streamline everything. It would allow all of our systems to talk together in a way that's only going to help students in the long run.
Thank you, Kristen. Excellent. And so at this time, that's the end of our presentation. I'd love to open it up to questions from the room.
Heather, Kristen, thank you so much for that presentation. I'm gonna invite members of the board to ask questions and also to make comments about the presentation. But I'd like to start by reflecting on maybe 1 to 2 years ago when Tess actually was giving this presentation, a very similar presentation with the student panel. And one of the students talked about some of the challenges related to dual enrollment. And it's an area of passion of mine to support students through this Byzantine process. And I remember asking a question about what CCGI has been, what can we do to resolve some of these issues that have been surfacing from the lived experiences of our students. And Tess assured our board that there was a lot of work being done behind the scenes on this already, and that when the time comes, we'll get another presentation. That's what this is coming to fruition for us, right? And so for me, I'm really proud of how much progress we're making toward resolving these issues because, as Kristen is mentioning, from just the ground level observation of what she's having to go through to support students and families, all the way up to this level, when we're trying to ensure that there aren't any bureaucratic hurdles preventing students from accessing opportunities, is just a tremendous amount of progress that we're making to resolving this. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing and your collaborations, not only with districts, but also with us as a governing board. Let me turn it over now to board members to see if you have any questions or comments. Oh, sorry. Member Vu.
Yeah, thank you. Tom Vu, AICCU. I'm curious how the dual enrollment information via CCGI can be expanded to include students that are applying to private colleges and universities, whether nonprofit, McLean, or for-profits like BPPE.
Well, actually, I see that this solution benefits students applying anywhere because for the same reasons, California Colleges really presents a unified place for students to view all of their coursework and to pull it together. So whether we can move automated integrations to the public higher ed systems, it also gives students a view in a single place when they're entering applications to any other institution as well. And we know that students frequently on any kind of application make errors in part just because they're looking at multiple transcripts to try to put it in. And so I think it would benefit all of the institutions for students to have a singular picture.
Other members of the board? Member Evans?
I just want to begin by amplifying what you shared, Chair Tagore. I know this has been, I should say, in concert with all the successes of CCGI and California Colleges. This has been a longstanding pain point, and I made even reference to it in my comments earlier. But I want to, just share as another example of potential opportunities. In recent work that we were doing within the CSU, and looking at patterns of new incoming undergraduate students, first-year students directly from high school, more than 60% of our applicants to CSU are arriving with some type of college credit equivalency of it. That being both test-based and dual enrollment, an increasing share being dual enrollment. But really being to the level of detail that was described, to unpack that would be so much, it would allow such a richer conversation that helps inform our own planning, our own ability to support. And so as a longtime proponent, and actually on a personal level, having a child that ended up taking dual enrollment at 3 institutions and exactly navigating the process afterward, for someone that's very close to the process, it's still extremely labor intensive and unnecessarily bureaucratic, to your comment. So really excited and pleased to see the momentum and can't wait to see the fruits of this, particularly for students and our K-12 counseling and educational leaders that just really need to be able to see this in a consistent way and help support students and communities. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Member Heads.
John Hens, California Community Colleges. I'm just gonna jump in and get out my megaphone like a cheerleader. This is super exciting work, and it's to second Member Evans' comments, like the coordination across segments here has been fantastic to try and move this needle for, I think, a pain point that's been exceptionally painful for students, but painful for all of us. And the work that CCGI has been doing to try and unify this conversation, provide something that will support the core, all the various tools that we've built across the system to support students better. I just want everyone to have an understanding of how complex this is. The things that are happening in the very planned way are very transparent, but the way that students across the state participate in community college courses in high school is very complex. So if you look at various counties, students from college students in Orange County, Los Angeles County showed that they are coming in high school from more than 40 counties across the state. We have people attending our colleges in high school from all across the state. So that's been opened up by our move to online opportunities, and students from everywhere are taking advantage of that. Now, what that means is all of those local institutions that those students are currently enrolled in have to deal with a complexity of information that they've never had to do before. And so having CCGI at the core to be able to help all of those institutions do that for students in a way that's easy, transparent, and automatic is a really powerful thing. So thank you.
Thank you. Maybe one last question or comment from the board before we proceed to our next agenda item. Okay, with that, I just want to thank you again. Heather, Kristen, thank you for joining us and sharing your perspectives and experiences, and for all the support that you're giving students at Madera Unified School District. I appreciate the conversation and the facilitation of this dialogue with our board.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move on to agenda item number 12. Discussion, public comment, and possible action on changes to California Department of Developmental Services data points in the P20W data set. Before I turn it over to Ryan, who's going to present this item alongside Ann Nakamura, the Chief of Research Audits and Evaluation Branch at the California Department of Developmental Services. I want to remind the public that we do have interpretive services. We also have translation services available to you. And then for those of us who are here in the room, we want to make sure that we're mindful as we're speaking, that what we're saying is being translated and interpreted. So let me turn it over to you now, Ryan and Ann.
Thank you, Chair Tagorda. Hello again, members of the governing board. For this item, I'd like to refer you to the staff report in your board packet. And again, if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you can find the staff report on the C2C website. During this item, we have potential data points for inclusion in the P20W data set. Specifically, the Department of Developmental Services has proposed disability-related data points. And I and Ann Nakamura, Chief of Research Audits and Evaluation at DDS, will share about why these data points will improve the data system's ability to tell the story of Californians, and in particular, Californians with disabilities. Before I continue, I'd like to thank Julie Liao, our Strategic Data Project Fellow, for being the project owner for this item and for preparing it for me to share with you today. And now I'd like to hand it over to my colleague, Ann Nakamura, Chief of Research Audit and Evaluation at DDS, to share more about the work of DDS.
Thank you. So I have the pleasure of representing my colleagues at the Department of Developmental Services. So thank you for having me. This is a wonderful opportunity. DDS is charged with administering the Lanterman Developmental Disabilities Service Act, or the Lanterman Act, as you know, and the Early Start Program, which serves infants and toddlers up to 3 years of age. And since the late 60s, the Lanterman Act has provided statutory entitlement for services and supports to folks 3 and older who are deemed eligible due to disability, autism, epilepsy, cerebral palsy, intellectual disability, or other closely related conditions. And then key provisions of the Lanterman Act include the rights of individuals with developmental disabilities to live with dignity and to be treated with respect, to have individualized, person-centered services based on their own unique needs, but also their preferences. And then we also have the establishment of 21 local regional centers, which are nonprofit organizations that are across California that assess eligibility. They develop program plans with the individual being served and their family and their advocates. They coordinate services and supports to help individuals with developmental disabilities lead more independent, integrated, and productive lives. We served about almost 500,000 individuals and over 50,000 in Early Start. And this includes services to folks who are currently in state operated facilities. It's a very small number. Right now, I think about 300. And then right now, data are collected locally. We have a decentralized system where the regional centers enter the data collected and then they send the rest up to the state. We are on the cusp of a fairly radical modernization effort, which is only going to improve the data that we are able to provide to this and other initiatives. So on behalf of my partners and colleagues at DDS, we're really looking forward to the C2C work because it has a huge potential to foster not only a better understanding of educational outcomes and opportunities for folks with developmental or intellectual disabilities, but also to help them succeed regardless of the path that they choose. And so it's a wonderful opportunity. We have many people who have capability and interest in a variety of educational and work outcomes, and helping to get them there, having the data that can inform decisions, help people see themselves in the data and what is possible. So these are all wonderful opportunities for us. And so I will turn this back over to my colleague.
Thank you, Ann. Appreciate that. On the next slide, I'll expand on that and share about how we arrived here. Cal HHR gave a presentation at the February 28th governing board meeting. That was the last governing board meeting, overviewing some of its agencies. And of course, one of them is DDS. Also at that board meeting, DDS Representative Marie-Chris Acon, Deputy Director of the Children's and Young Adults Division, introduced DDS services and related DDS data elements. Now C2C has the opportunity to collaborate with DDS, expanding the P20W data system to include data elements about Californians with disabilities. Proposing data elements starts with identifying relevant research questions, and from that discussion, we collaboratively identified data points that you see on this slide. C2C worked with DDS and also CDII over the last 2 months to discuss and decide which DDS data elements will be proposed for the data set. Next slide, please. Okay. These data points will help inform key areas in C2C's work. Some examples are, number one, the impact of early education on student success and achievement as a student progresses through education segments and then finally in the workforce. And then number two, the long-term effect of state intervention programs and targeted resource allocations in primary education. These data elements will also help address research questions suggested by the DDS team to help the public gain insights about young Californians with developmental delays and disabilities. Examples of these questions include, for one, how many children enrolled in DDS's Early Start are concurrently enrolled in Early Head Start and other subsidized childcare and learning programs? Number two, compared to all students, what percentage of DDS consumers graduate high school with a diploma? finish high school with a certificate of completion, drop out, get suspended, and enroll in post-secondary education. And then finally, number 3, how do education and workforce outcome disparities between DDS consumers and non-DDS consumers vary by DDS regional centers, by gender, and by race? These are just some of the examples of research questions that can be explored and made possible by the data points that we are proposing today. Okay, thank you. Pending the action taken on this item, the office will continue to work with DDS over the coming months to develop the file upload specification and prepare for data import in March of 2025. Next slide, please. I hope that this overview gives you context for the agenda item. I'd like to thank our colleagues at DDS for collaborating on this project. And for this item, staff recommends the board move to approve the addition of the California Department of Developmental Services as a data partner to the P20W dataset. And also for this item, staff recommends the board move to approve the additional data points proposed by DDS for the P20W dataset as presented. This concludes my presentation, and I and Ann would be glad to answer any questions that the board might have about this. And with that, I'll now turn it back to Chair Tagorda to lead a member discussion and.
Ryan, and thank you so much for this presentation. Members of the board, are there any questions or comments before we proceed with entertaining a motion?
Helen Cifuentes, Riverside County Office of Education. I just thank you for this such an important data set to have. And I'm wondering how this data set, and maybe already thinking this from the CDA lens, where we find as students often that are taking advantage of services in K-12, graduate high school, or maybe just transition out and then don't continue those types of services or request them. So I'm just interested in seeing, or just noting how that in the future connecting. It's like we see the same thing with free and reduced lunch applications when we used to have to do them. They would do them in elementary school, and then they get to high school, they stop turning in those forms. Same, and I'm seeing so many of my students not taking advantage of services in higher ed, even though they're eligible. So just wondering, and maybe we haven't even thought that far, the data connection between what we see in CalPADS when they were in K-12 and then now that they're adults. Just to see how many students are eligible for services that may not have even realized it.
That's a good question. We have not actually explored that yet. That's one of the areas that I think that we'd be very interested in.
Okay.
I think part of this is just bringing us to the table so that we can see, what's available and what we can learn, and then also give the folks that we serve the opportunity to see themselves in the data, which I think is incredibly powerful, is to see other folks are doing and what are they doing to be successful and how can I leverage those services like you've mentioned and what may I be missing.
And I think the opportunity to destigmatize, because sometimes they feel like they always have this label and they don't want, and it's like, no, this is only supposed to empower you and support you. And I see that especially with the transition. I'm in a partnership with UC Riverside, and through our data sharing, we've been able to do a stronger handoff for our students to UC Riverside and the different programs. And I think that's the power of what can happen here on a much greater scale. So just thank you for being that voice.
Thank you.
It's so
Reducing
needed.
stigma, making very clearly that folks in our system that we support, that the planning is person-centered throughout their life.
Yes.
I can add a little bit to that also, just by saying that many of the students represented in the data system as it is now, without the DDS data points, have had DDS services. And the difference is that that was not a part of the story that we could tell as we sort of look out either in dashboards or in the other analytic tools. So with the addition of the data set, we do understand or have the opportunity to understand outcomes through DDS on one hand, but in addition to that, just telling a more complete story of youngsters who go through the system and what life was like even before K-12 and during K-12 by adding this element to the story that when these data were separate, there was no visibility into it. And so, or at least not in a way that was easy to be able to share and analyze.
That voice is so huge. So thank you.
Other members of the board? Chair-elect Payne.
Gavin Payne, Chair-elect. I wonder, just as a point of information, could you drill down a little bit too in terms of the story that you're wanting to tell with suspension data, for instance, and its inclusion in the conversation?
Sure. So like I mentioned, we have folks who have various developmental disabilities. Autism, for example, is emerging as one of the main clinical diagnoses in our data sets. The folks who we serve have substantial disabilities in areas of communication, for example, self-care, learning, mobility, independent living, economic self-sufficiency, and these disabilities and these assessments happen, when they come in. And then, every 1 to 3 years, or if there's an event, they get updated. But, with people living longer, with people being hopefully in the community more, able to leverage more resources, there are more opportunities for them to engage in, various educational settings. But because of the difficulties with communications, with some of the self-regulatory behaviors, we want to be able to know, what are the experiences like for suspensions, for example, where, somebody may need extra supports. What are the kinds of predictors maybe of those extra supports that might be needed? Do they vary by region, for example, or by school district? And I think it could be very informative for teachers as well, or for educators to see, are these kids getting suspended, maybe more often, or is there a disproportionate rate of suspension for folks with developmental disabilities, depending, because we have, the medical and physical, and then we also have kind of behavioral challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of the board? Okay. One term I kept hearing throughout the presentation is visibility. We want visibility, and we want to ensure that we recognize our fellow Californians who have this very specific experience and with very unique needs that need to be addressed in all of our institutions, starting with those at DDS. And I just want to commend the California Department of Developmental Services for stepping up to the plate to become part of a very important initiative of ours here to ensure that we can serve these fellow Californians better. And this is I view this potential motion that we're about to move as a really significant equity move for our organization, and an opportunity for us to affirm our commitment to this principle. Because everything that you just described now, we're obviously talking about the data set and the data points that we want to be able to collect and policy questions we want to answer. But at the end of the day, we're talking about precious lives that our fellow Californians have. And we want to make sure that we uphold this important principle of ours. So thank you again, Anne, for helping us to deliberate and for sharing this proposal with us. All right. So on that note, I'd like to call for a motion to move to approve the addition of the California Department of Developmental Services as a data provider to the P20W data set and approve the additional data points proposed by DDS to the P20W data set as presented.
David DeGear, so moved.
Member DeGear moves. Is there a second?
I'll second. Member Payne.
Member Payne seconds. We have a motion, we have a second. Let's pause for public comment.
We have no speaker slips for this agenda item. Would you like to go to Zoom?
Let's go to Zoom.
Okay, so if there's any member of the public that would like to make a comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll give you another moment. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment.
Okay, with a motion and a second and the closure of public comment, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes,
Aye.
Member Cochran,
Aye.
Member DeGear,
Aye.
Member Evans,
Aye.
Member Fong,
Aye.
Member Fragilli,
Yes.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez,
Yes.
Member Hetz,
Yes.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin,
Aye.
Member Jez,
Aye.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird, Member Lee,
Aye.
Member Moldoff,
Yes.
Member Nellum,
Yes.
Member Ohanian, Member Romero, Member Van Natten,
Yes.
and Member Vu.
Yes.
With 18 ayes, the motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you for the
much. And
opportunity.
welcome to the team.
Thank you. Colleagues will be very pleased. Thank you so much.
Let's give them. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, now we move on to the first part of agenda item 13, update on changes to standardized exam scores and parental education level data points in the P20W data set. Ryan, you have the floor again.
Thank you. I appreciate it again. Okay, I'd like to refer you to the staff report for this agenda item, please. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you can find that staff report on our website. In this section, I'll be updating members about an item from the February board meeting. At that meeting, the office gave an update on data points that data providers do not expect to submit in the future. And the board asked the office to collaborate with California Department of Education, CDE, to investigate some of these data points and provide an update here at the May board meeting. These data points are parental education level and a collection of standardized assessment data points. I'd like to thank our research manager, David Lang, and our research data specialist, Elizabeth Pierotti, for being the project owners for this item and also for helping to prepare it for me so I can share this with you today. We'll start first with the parental education and socioeconomic status data points to tell this story here. Okay, so some background and context. CDE determines K-12 socioeconomic status using two data elements. The first is parental education level, and the second is the student's eligibility for free or reduced price meals, or FRPM. I'll use that acronym from here on out. A student is considered socioeconomically disadvantaged if both of a student's parents did not graduate from high school, or if they are eligible for free or reduced price meals. Federal statute prohibits CDE from disclosing FRPM, and because of how socioeconomic status is determined, CDE cannot provide both SES and parental ed data points to the P20W data system without accidentally disclosing FRPM meal eligibility. Since the last board meeting, the office has learned more about SES and parental ed so that the board can decide which data point to prioritize and request from CDE. The office met with CDE, two data and tools advisory board members, that's Member Orlick and Member Faust, and subject matter experts, it's Dr. McCall Kurlander, to discuss research and use cases for these data points. And I'll now share a couple of highlights, which you see on the slide here. First, CDE shared during this discussion that parental ed level is historically more susceptible to missing data because it's self-reported, and that SES is typically more complete because CDE calculates it using more than one data element. Second, advisory board members and experts agreed that SES is more commonly used in research because the composite measure of SES provides more information than parental education on its own. Equity-focused programs use SES to determine funding for economically disadvantaged students. So that's one use case. Parental education, on the other hand, can inform the public's understanding of student pathways, and it can also add the ability to disaggregate reporting by parental led as written in the Cradle-to-Career statute. I'd like to share more context uncovered since the last board meeting. The office found that most state data systems include information on student, school, or district level socioeconomic disadvantage status. And only a few states make parental education level on K-12 students publicly available without a formal research request. Currently, CDE is the only contributing data provider with K-12 student socioeconomic status. Other data points in the system, like eligibility for CalFresh or Medi-Cal, could be used as a proxy for low income, but these data points account only for economic disadvantage. They might also have different inclusion criteria than the CDE's socioeconomic status indicator. Other state data systems receive parental education data from birth records. We also looked into this. California birth records do include parental education data and are housed within the California Department of Public Health through Vital Records. But members should note that this approach would not include data for California students born in other states. Slide, please. Based on all this, two initial options have emerged. The first, remove parental education as a standalone data point that CDE provides, and investigate receiving parental education for K-12 students from alternative sources. That's option one so far. Option two, remove SES as a data point that CDE provides, and then direct the office to explore constructing an SES data point from other existing data points. Next slide, please. Here are our next steps. The next step is for the office to analyze how well other existing data points correlate with K-12 SES and K-12 parental education. And the aim is that this analysis will inform future board discussions about which to prioritize for the B20W days. Now I'll move on to the second part of this informational item, which is a collection of data points that we think of as standardized assessments. At the February board meeting, members discussed these assessment data points and then asked the office to investigate further. So in the next section, I'll be providing a summary of our work on this topic. Just a recap, in total, there are 7 data points for this discussion. The first set are about college exams. These are the 4 ACT exam data points and the 2 SAT exam data points. So that's in that first level 1 bullet. And then in the second level 1 bullet are the ones about early college credit. These data points come from the College Board and International Baccalaureate. These data points are necessary for the planned college and career readiness dashboard, which will links post-secondary enrollment and college preparedness outcomes. In our research, the office noted that the collection of these data points is common practice. In total, about 86% of the state longitudinal data system agencies use these data points or plan to use them in the future. Since the February governing board meeting, we've started conversations with College Board, ACT, and IB. IB recently agreed to share data with the office, and so now conversations have started with the College Board and ACT. IB recently agreed to share data with the office, and for College Board and ACT, those conversations have started and are ongoing. Over the coming weeks, CTC will continue to work with the assessment providers on the possibility of a data sharing agreement. For IB, the conversation has started on the method of data import, and that conversation will also be ongoing. With that, I will turn it back to Chair Tagorda for questions.
Questions from members of the board?
Just Lova, California Student Commission. Just curious, so you said that other states also use SES. Like, do they create it in the same way that CDE does, or do they use other elements?
Yeah, so that, in the staff report is the reference for the study that was basically a tally of all of the states. And to my knowledge, the method by which they did it was not explained in the report. Yeah.
Other board members? Member Jess?
Member Jazz, thank you for digging into this. I appreciate it. I just wanted to express that gratitude because I feel like I was the person who asked for this last meeting. And I think encourage the culture of going in to try and figure out like, how do we make this work? Versus like, we can't do it. So I just wanted to say, I know it's not easy in CDE, like just to like be thinking through creatively, like, how do we get like really usable data for our state that also is, you know, a legal use of the data? So just want to say, really appreciate your efforts to dig in and be creative and work with other states to really understand, like, you know, there are those few other states, like, how are you guys doing it? How do you like interpret this law? How do you, you know, make sure that it's useful? So look forward to continued updates as you dig in. So thank you.
Thank you. Other governing board members? Okay. Ryan, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Now, Ryan, welcome back.
Hi, everybody.
We now move on to discussion, public comment, and possible action on California Department of Education addition of new data points in the P20W data set.
So excited about this one. Okay, so in the last section, we discussed some informational items, and during this section, the board will be asked to vote on adding new data points to the P20W data system. Fine. Okay, so I'm excited to share that California Department of Education is proposing the following data points for inclusion in the P20W data system. These 19 data points will be important for understanding the experiences of teachers who work in California public schools, and they will also inform a number of research and policy questions related to this subject. These data points include important information about the teacher's story, like teaching assignment and also years of service, and importantly, will be essential and necessary for the creation of the teacher dashboard. On this slide, you've seen this slide before, but worth saying again, on this slide is a description on our website of the planned teacher training and retention dashboard. That description and the description of the other planned dashboards are available for you to read. Next slide, please. The teacher training and retention dashboard will provide information about the teacher workforce, including training pipelines, diversity, mobility, and employment. The office and CDE continue to collaborate to prepare for a future import of these data points. And I hope that overview gives you context for the agenda item. Like I said, I'm very excited about this one and the collaboration that led to it. And really excited to begin planning when the time is appropriate, importing these data, and then beginning the build of the teacher dashboard. For this item, staff recommends that the board move to approve the additional data points proposed by the California Department of Education to the P20W data set as presented. And this concludes my presentation. Be glad to answer any questions that the board may have. And with that, we'll turn it back to Chair DeGorda.
Okay. Member questions or comments on this item? Yes.
Marianne Bates, Executive Director. I just want to echo Ryan's enthusiasm and gratitude, and want to give CD a special shout out. We've discussed this dashboard at probably half of the board meetings over the last 2 years, and it represents a great deal of work for Member Van Natten and her colleagues who've been very thoughtful in working through this. So just really appreciate that collaboration and really looking forward to what we can build together with these data points. Thank you.
Tactically, what would the next steps be if approved by the board? So it would obviously be recognized as an official part of the P20W data set. and then ultimately it would make its way into the dashboard. We just completed the annual cycle of data exchange. Does that mean there's going to be a specific data exchange just for these data points, or what would, or does it have to be planned out? What would the next steps technically be?
I think the short answer is to be determined. A special data import is possible, but I think the first step before deciding whether that would happen or whether we would wait for March 2025 is to look at the timelines, the dashboard releases, and then to have a look at the data definitions, which are done, but we just need to go through and sort of look through, compare to what the visualization ideas are. And once all of that has happened, then we can start talking about bringing the data in and when that would happen. The good news, of course, is that the coming to agreement on which data points and how to best use them is really the most complex part. And with that done now, we can start looking towards the fun part, which is building.
Wonderful. Okay.
Questions? Christopher Joelli, University of California. Thank you very much for this presentation, Ryan. It's great news for the teacher training and retention dashboard. I recall that one of the objectives of this dashboard was to look at teacher diversity and the diversity of the teacher pipeline, and I think that's mentioned in the staff report here. I don't see any demographic variables in this list. How would this support that particular aspect?
Yeah, so the demographic variables would come primarily through the CTCs as the commission's data set. Yeah, and so we'll know more about that when data mastering is done and we could see how all of that comes together, but as.
CTC.
Yes.
I just wanted to uplift Mary Ann's comment because, you know, being part of the planning process, this is kind of a long ways in coming. So really appreciate the work that the office and the CDE have done in this regard. And I would be happy to support the motion.
Wonderful. Sounds like we have a motion. Member Fong moves to approve the additional data points proposed by the California Department of Education to the P20W dataset as presented. Is there a second?
Member Payne would love to second.
Member Payne second. So we have a motion, we have a second, and now let's pause for public comment, starting with those who are present here in Sacramento.
We do have a speaker slip. So what I'd like to do is invite our speaker to sit at the table and provide public comment. So Raquel Morales from Ed Trust West, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Raquel Morales on behalf of the Education Trust West. We're happy to see the inclusion of a unique teacher ID, and we hope that the Department of Education also considers adding data points that can provide advocates and policymakers with with information on teacher shortage and vacancy, such as estimated teacher hires by region and subject, and vacancy data by region and subject. Also, teacher data, also known as the TAML data, such as teacher assignment by subject and status of teaching assignment. To complete the addition of the data points from CDE, we highly encourage the Commission on Teacher Credentialing to also consider providing data on program completers disaggregated by program route and program candidates and completers disaggregated by race, cohort, and program route. We're looking forward to seeing teacher demographic data at the school level, as well as district, county, and state will help advocates and communities understand our state's progress towards a diverse teacher workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from members of the public?
None in the room, so we could open it up to Zoom. So if there are other members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item, please note that it is limited to agenda item 13. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, so please raise your hand if you'd like to make that comment. And seeing no folks with their hands raised, we can close public comment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We've closed public comments, so we're ready for a roll call vote.
Member Tagorda.
Yes.
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes.
Aye.
Member Cochran.
Aye.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans. Member Fong.
Aye.
Member Ferjueli.
Yes.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Yes.
Member Hetz,
Yes.
designee Bierkey for member Irwin,
Aye.
member Jazz,
Yes.
designee Stivers for member Laird,
Yes.
member Lee,
Aye.
member Moldoff,
Yes.
member Nellum,
Yes.
member Ohanian, member Romero, member Van Natten,
Voting yes to volunteer the day.
and member Vu.
Yes.
With 17 ayes, the motion passes.
Wonderful. Motion passes. Thank you. We're moving on now to agenda item 14. Update, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting and feasibility study outcomes. Ryan has the floor once again, but he's joined this time by an esteemed guest. We have with us, in collaboration with Ryan, Vikash Reddy, Data and Tools Advisory Board member. I'd like to note that for this particular agenda item, there will be a total of 4 motions, which will be discussed throughout this presentation and in member deliberation. So thank you, Ryan and Vikash. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you all so much. Ryan, I'm pleased to give you a little break. It seems like you've had quite an afternoon so far. And it's nice to see many of you again and to meet some of you for the first time. My name is Vikash Reddy. I am the Vice President of Research at the Campaign for College Opportunity, and have been privileged to be a member of the Data and Tools Advisory Board for the last couple of years. So I thank you all for the opportunity to bring some of those discussions and deliberations up to this board. And in particular, thinking about the process by which the advisory board, the Data and Tools Advisory Board, thinks about the data that you are all overseeing, thinks about the uses for it, and sort of ways in which we might bolster the data set to help researchers and community members use the data. So the next slide has just a very quick sort of schematic of the process that we followed. Last summer, had an opportunity to meet with various different representatives from data providers, try to just get for ourselves a better understanding of the process, the logistics, the pitfalls. And then we're invited to submit proposals of our own for data elements and items that we felt would strengthen the data set and our ability as researchers to use it to address some really important questions. We met as an advisory board in the fall, had, I think, a really robust discussion around the several proposals that had come from advisory board members. I know it was a very collaborative atmosphere, a lot of friendly amendments to pieces. I think folks trying to help each other sort of grapple with these issues. And we advanced 3 proposals to a feasibility stage. And these 3 proposals, I'll note, I think are all sort of focused more on the high school to college and college success portion of the educational pathway. But I think, are incredibly important for helping us figure out some of these pain points along the process. And so the next slide, I think, shows the 3 that we really settled on, we're thinking around college retention, persistence beyond that second year. The year 1 to year 2 is an incredibly important metric, but I think wondering a little bit beyond that, what can we say and can we get more nuanced? I might be stealing some of Ryan's thunder by doing details here, but you'll hear a lot more about these in the coming presentation. Also wanted to see high school exit status, thinking about the type of high school diploma or completion status. And how does that factor into completion outcomes for post-secondary? A very sort of cut and dirty example might be an A through G completer versus someone who completed high school without A through G. How do we see differential graduation rates? And then thinking about preparation for college and the availability of college prep coursework in California's high schools. And so to what extent are A through G courses available, AP courses, IB courses, and do these differ by student demographics? And so next slide, please. I think we did a lot of discussion just thinking about data points and variables that will come from partners on their own versus metrics that maybe the commission and staff can get out of the data that the commission is already getting that are maybe a little easier logistically to think about, excuse me, to think about adding to the set. And so the next slide, I think, is my last slide. Just, wanted to emphasize that we're looking to really be nuanced in some of the data that we're gathering, right? And to think more deeply about how to support students from different backgrounds. And I think, there are some resolutions and motions that Ryan will take you through about adopting data and adopting some of these new metrics. But also thinking about requesting items such as A through G related data points when the commission and when the department also feel that those are of a sufficient quality to add to this data set. Yeah, I think I will stop there. Ryan, is there anything else that you wanted me to tee up?
No, I think you got it.
Excellent. Then I will turn it over to Ryan. I will note the staff were incredibly engaging in helping us figure out, I think to Member Jez's previous comment, how to get this done. And so I want to just say that I appreciate the office's approach to this as I turn it over to Ryan.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Member Reddy. Now I will add some details from the feasibility study for the board to consider. At our Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting, the office provided the findings of the feasibility study, which looked at data availability, reliability, cost, and compliance. And the 13 data points and metrics from the proposal fall into one of 5 categories. Each category describes a different level of feasibility. Those categories are, for one, data points which are already in the P20W data sets. For 2, data points which are already, I think we're on the next slide, please, Ashley. Great, thank you. Number 2, data points which are already in planned dashboards and query builder tool. The third is data points that can be calculated with existing data points. Fourth, expansions to planned dashboards and query builder tools. And then finally, data points with feasibility concerns. To inform your next steps, I will summarize the feasibility concerns for 2 of the proposals. One is for measuring retention within majors, and then the other is adding A to G course related data points. First, the data points related to retention by major. In the context of the proposal, this data point is needed to understand rates of return to college in the originally declared major. The important thing to note here is that there is no standard for collecting data about majors from year to year. And in a moment, I'll review a proposed motion that uses a definition of retention by major that is possible with the current data set. This proposed solution is to compare the originally declared major with the award earned at graduation rather than compare majors during every year of enrollment. The next data point I want to highlight here is about A to G courses. In the context of the proposal, this data point is needed to understand availability of A to G course options and LEAs. Though A to G related data exists, the feasibility concern is that there is not a way to validate it using the ideal method, which is checking against the University of California's course management portal. And neither the California Department of Ed nor the CTC data system are connected directly to the course management portal. And then on the next slide, we'll be looking at the proposed motions. So I'll present these and then the board will have an opportunity to discuss and amend if needed. All right.
Oof.
Okay, so first motion, these are directly from the staff reports. Staff recommends to move to request the office to create the following metrics from information already available in the P20W data sets. So this is motion number 1 on the screen. Those are expansion of post-secondary retention data beyond a single year, AP and IB course offerings, and then early college course offerings, specifically noting dual enrollment. Second motion, staff recommends to move that the office add the following disaggregation option to the college career readiness dashboard, which could be calculated from information already in the P20W data set, specifically whether students enrolled in post-secondary based on the type of high school exit or by AP/IB course taking. Motion 3, staff recommends to recommend that once the necessary information is required for CalPADS reporting and the data meet CDE's data quality standards, A to G course offerings, availability, and completion data points be requested by the governing board to be provided by the California Department of Education as part of the P20W dataset. And then finally, the fourth proposed motion, staff recommends to move to request the office to calculate a within major retention metric by comparing students' field of study in their first year to the field of study in which they graduate. Okay, then I think we are now going to turn it back to Chair Tagorda for discussion and, if needed, amending of the motions.
Greatly appreciate the presentation and the collaboration between Ryan and Dr. Reddy. Thank you so much. The first motion presented today was, I'm just going to reiterate what it says. Staff recommends the governing board move to request the office to create the following metrics from information already available in the P20W data set: expansion of post-secondary retention data beyond a single year, AP and IB course offerings, early college course offerings, dual enrollment. Right, that's the first motion. Okay, so let's turn it over to members now for comments and questions. Yes.
Jessica Moldoff, Student Aid Commission. I guess just to clarify what this means in terms of action. So I get the first one. That's just kind of like a calculation, I guess, that's done with the data we receive. But then for the others, like IB, AP, and early college offerings, is that going to be like available at like a school level? I mean, because it's like, you can't really say like there's a course offering at the student level like that. Is that going to be like attached to their school of what schools offer AP or IB and like which, I don't really know what the data looks like. Because it says we already have it, but like, I guess I haven't memorized the data set to know what that means.
Ryan,
Yep.
do you have some?
Yeah, for that one, I'd like to turn that one over to Research Manager David Lang and see if there's any light we can shed directly from the file spec.
I believe in Member Reddy's proposal and the way we operationalized it in the feasibility study was we were planning on reporting that at the high school level.
Question, Chris Virgilelli, University of California. Thank you for the comprehensive and detailed staff report here on this. Question about the post-secondary retention beyond the second year. How far beyond the second year are we talking about? And would this be contextualized by students who transfer in and require only 2 years versus those entering from high school who do 4+ years versus those who just transfer between institutions and might show up as not persisting beyond the second year for legitimate?
Yeah, so I'll say something quickly about this, and then again, I think it would be best to turn it over to David. But my understanding of the conversation is that because we are using data points already existing and can look across the institutions, that we've got a number of choices that we can make based on what makes the most sense from an analytic standpoint. That definition hasn't been firmed up yet, but David, do you have more to add to that?
David Lang, Research Manager. I think for the sort of straightforward retention definition, we are just looking at from years 1 to 6, did you retain at the same institution you were at? And then for some of the more nuanced questions you've mentioned, that is going to be more of a product that is targeted at our transfer dashboard. And we'll be looking at answering those types of questions with a little bit of nuance and care on that front.
But just so that it wouldn't be constructed so that somebody who doesn't know all the nuances couldn't generate a 4-year persistence number that was artificially low and was, reflecting people who transferred out, graduated after or who graduated after 2 years with a degree.
So the definition of, David Lang, research manager, the definition of retention here we're using is you're either still enrolled or graduated for.
Okay.
Yes, member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I have a related set of questions about that. As I think a lot of people here know, the attendance consistency of community college students is highly erratic. And so how are you going to account for that when students may be absent for a year in a retention district? Do they have to be attending throughout at every step? Do they have to be attending at a certain level of intensity? So that would be a real question that we'd have in the metric generation. And then I just want to clarify on the AP. So 2 questions. So that's the first one. The second one is on the AP and IB course offerings. I thought we just covered that we're not going to have AP course offerings available. So how are we going to construct a metric that captures that when we don't necessarily have that in hand yet?
Yeah, so the metric is around course availability, and then if you're referring to the data points that we talked about earlier and the conversations happening with ACT, et cetera.
Right.
That is receiving student level data on the standardized assessments themselves. And again, maybe I'll turn it back to David to talk about the specifics of the file spec on institution level course availability for AP and IB.
Yes, so the data we receive from CDE provides us course level enrollment data that we can use to see which students are enrolled in particular AP courses, and that's what we would be reporting.
And then on the year-to-year persistence or retention?
The definition of persistence at community college.
Right, so John Hetz, California Community Colleges again. Just to drill down, how are you going to wrestle with year-to-year retention in a long sequence of possible different types of enrollment patterns? Some of those are authentic. I have finished something, maybe a certificate, and come back sometime later. And some of them are like, I haven't finished. I maybe finished partway. I left. I came back. It's I really invite you to look at some of the work that the CCRC has done on attendance patterns in community colleges nationally, because it's very resistant to being able to measure multi-year retention in a meaningful way.
I can start just by saying that I acknowledge that is a decision we have to think very carefully about, and there's still plenty of room to decide on the way that makes the most sense to define it for the purpose of telling the real story of the students. We would love your input on that. Decision is still to be made there, but I'll also turn it to David if you have anything else that you want to add to it.
I can tell you that in the feasibility study, to the best of my knowledge, we operationalized these definitions on a fall-to-fall basis. I am very sympathetic to those concerns, and we've raised them in the underlying feasibility study. I don't think we've reached any resolution of those issues.
Thank you.
Yes, member Jess.
Thank you for this. Appreciate your work on the Data and Tools Committee. 2 quick questions. One is, can you talk a little bit more or talk a little bit about sort of why it's important to understand if students are retained in a major or not changing majors? And then the second question is, again, more sort of around this more global conversation around this question is about the Cradle-to-Career data system office creating metrics from existing data that would then be on a dashboard or available to the public somehow. But someone could, if they had access to via the research process, could calculate these on their own if they wanted to. So it's about making it more publicly accessible. Is that right?
Yeah, so maybe we can take those one at a time, and I don't know if you'd like to address the.
Yeah, I will try. I will note that these, I was responsible for the A through G, AP and IB course offerings, and so I am speaking on behalf of board members who aren't here, so I just want to caveat that. I think that, you know, the year 1 to year 2 gives us a lot of really important information, right? But I think we all know that students are not graduating within 2 years, right? We talk about a 3-year graduation rate. And so I think to some extent it feels odd to talk about a 3-year graduation rate, but not necessarily know year 2 to year 3 retention, right? And so at a community college level, I should say, you know, so I think that's part of it, right? Is to try to get at beyond that year 1 to year 2, which we know is an incredibly important marker for student success, right? But where are we losing students beyond that? And so, yeah, I don't know how I would recommend thinking about the patterns of enrollment and what we do for a student who stops out for a year. But I think, you know, in the way that we currently construct the data, I'm wondering, what do we say about that student who comes back in that 3rd year? Are they captured in retention right now? And so, you know, trying to figure out, well, that is a student who's back. That is seemingly a good outcome, right? And so what do we do with I think it is trying to get at those patterns as well.
And then the major component of it. So if a student I started in like rhetoric and I graduated in statistics. How does that?
I think there's more of a concern about students being counseled out of certain majors, and whether, you know, I think there's a definite desire to understand if minoritized students are counseled out of STEM majors, either formally or informally, right? And so data around retention in major would be helpful to those issues.
I can add to that, just recalling some findings in the feasibility study. There was some discussion about looking at patterns in things like STEM related fields and whether or not changes happen within a particular field when you disaggregate by particular demographics. What can we learn from that? I'm just sort of reiterating some of the things that came up in both the feasibility study, but also in the conversation at the advisory board meeting. I can address your other question, which was about whether what value was offered by creating a metric versus just having the researcher do a research request and then calculate themselves. And it's you're 100% right. It's true that with an approved research request and approval from the relevant data providers, that one could construct a persistence metric on their own if they want. If we're looking on the other hand, something like the query builder, it still remains to be seen whether the query builder has enough flexibility, will have enough flexibility to do something that specific. If we had, on the other hand, ready-made metrics and we're transparent about how those were constructed, that might lend itself a little bit easier to the construction of including those into the query builder. And so those are some of the things that come to mind for me.
Yes.
Liberty Van Atten, California Department of Education. I have a couple of questions / comments. So the AP IB course offerings and the dual enrollment as defined by CDE, because we do have a smaller definition of it. We love that term gets used everywhere. It's a lot of fun.
Not the same.
It's not the same, but when I see the word offerings, I hesitate on that, because for anybody who's worked at, say, a high school and done a master schedule, you know that what courses are offered are not necessarily the courses that were taken by kids. So the data that we provide is course enrollment, course completion. So for example, high school down the street, they have a Latin teacher. This teacher's been wanting to teach Latin for 5 years. They offer it every year. Nobody enrolls. So offering is different than enrollment. So I want to caution on that. And then I also kind of, to layer onto that, I think that to the teacher data, and when we start talking about teacher retention and more broadly teacher shortage, that is a really critical piece when we're talking about what courses do exist at a school. That, you know, somebody may totally want to offer this AP Latin and they can't find the teacher. And so it's just it's a complicated conversation. I want to caution specifically the use of the word offerings, but also making sure that, and I know you guys are super sensitive to this because we've had many of these conversations, how the information is ultimately portrayed is critical. so that it's not one misinterpreted and then two possibly used in the wrong way.
Yes.
Kelly Cifuentes, Riverside County Office of Education. I have to echo that, like, for example, dual enrollment, it is thrown out often, like anything you do outside of traditional K-12, it's dual enrollment, and that gets, and it doesn't meet the state criteria when we have to certify our data to the state coming up in a few weeks, right? So I think that's important, but I would also add, when you look at, course offerings and you look at what's available to students, sometimes, like, for example, dual enrollment in general, the right, dual enrollment that's approved, it's not K-12 dependent, more is higher ed dependent, more community college. So that data could be weaponized and said, oh my God, what's going on in the Central Valley? Why aren't more kids taking dual enrollment? For those 3 community college campuses potentially might not be open for the opportunity. They get to decide if they want to give us these opportunities. We don't get to say, it's not our decision. I don't have control. If anyone said, here's 5 sections of dual enrollment, Catalina, I'd fill them up by Monday, but I don't have that. It's up to the higher eds, the community colleges. So I think when we look at that data, even those types of understanding of what it means to offer it, so it's not used against one K-12 area or school district in the state's not doing their job, when it's really not dependent up to us. The academic senate and those each institution's community colleges get to decide what they allow us to do. So when I heard you say that, it made me, because we get questioned a lot about that. And it's like, hey, they only want to give us 2 classes this semester. What can we do? Or they only can give us, right? So.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good. How about yes, Member Cochran.
Yes, Debbie Cochran, Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. So I have a question. It's a little aside from, it's definitely aside from the merits of this proposal, and more procedural just for us as a body. Do we have to approve things like this? I'm pulled up the governance manual, and I guess I see that, and I think this is a really great conversation with lots of reasons why you want to have a discussion about this. You can kind of unearth differences in definitions and all of that. But I also want to make sure that we have not boxed the office into such constrained rules that if they see 2 variables in the data that's provided to them, that would be nice to pair together. They can't do it until there's a laborious procedure multi-year procedure that's gone through. So I guess I'm just looking at this, and again, I'm comparing to the governance manual. I do see references to approving changes to the dashboard, but comparison of metrics kind of to create a new combined metrics doesn't seem like something we would necessarily have to approve.
Marianne Bates, Executive Director. I think you're raising a really important issue, and part of what we're all balancing here is, first of all, going through this process of receiving recommendations from the advisory boards brought to the governing board for the first time, and also balancing the tension between wanting to be responsive to specific recommendations from the advisory boards with the need that you're highlighting, which is what flexibility do we need as an office, especially because these dashboards don't yet exist. We haven't yet gone through the user-centered design process. And so it's a bit, these kinds of decisions could narrow the options we have available. Let's just put it that way for a particular dashboard if we're committing now to doing these different things. One thing that gives me some comfort in this is the word that says request that the office create this. We could come back to you with a future report if we find that some of this isn't possible once we're actually in the data. But that's a long-winded way of saying, I think that's a really interesting thing for the board to consider, is how to balance essentially ensuring that the hard work of the advisory boards doesn't simply go into a discussion without follow-up and follow-through, while also avoiding constraining us in a way that could only be undone on a quarterly basis by bringing issues back to you formally for action. It's a very, very helpful question.
But other members yes, Member Jess.
Member student of California Pete's. So thinking about that, I was looking again at the staff report after your response around the retention and the major, and it looks like the metric proposed, which I think maybe to Debbie's point at some point, maybe this conversation could end, and I could probably have a conversation with Ryan and Vikash about this. it's like returned for example, a fourth year in post-secondary with the same declared major. So it looks like it's, you were in the major 1 year and you're in the same major the next year. The examples later talk specifically about within a given major, like you would have how many computer science majors returned, how many English majors returned. Is like sort of the description of what motivates it, but the metric listed looks like it's just gonna be how many people stay in the same major, which maybe doesn't get to the like policy question you're sort of desiring. But and then I think that like having major information would be really valuable for the data system. I also think about staff time to create then major specific retention metrics for students. So my thought is, would love to sort of see how this works out, and maybe you could report back and sort of let us know, we tried to create this, what did it take? Here's our thought around how this process went. But I love I think having programs of study is really important, especially as we think about the CSU's comment about thinking about what happens to students after they complete, the UC's comment about, the connection to meeting the state's, workforce needs, like having students program of study and where they're will be really critical to sort of all of those things. So I think the larger question is, I wonder how it works out. I would love to hear for the staff at the end of this.
Yeah, thanks for that. The one thing I'll add there is just some context I think will be useful to know is that the sequence of events here is in the original feasibility report, which I think is that what you were looking at, yeah. So the way that we operationalized it in that report was looking at major annually from year to year and how that changed. Since then, we've had conversations with the data providers and talked about that more, brainstormed more, and set upon the task of trying to figure out a way that we could do this with the data points that we have and trying to solve the problem of, because the year-to-year major data is collected differently, that it will be very difficult to do that. And so like what we tried to do is, can we come up with a proposed way to do this that doesn't sort of fall flat because of these differing ways to collect the data, and when you put it together, it's very difficult to compare, for example. And so the solution there that you see in the proposed motion is one that represents conversations and more exploration that happened after the original feasibility report. Looking at just with the proposed solution there is looking at the originally declared major and then the award that was earned at the end. And so if there's a difference between the what you're seeing in the feasibility study and then the way that we present it here, just know that there was some evolution of that because of conversations that hadn't.
Okay. Member Payne, Chair-elect Payne, number of comments from me around this discussion. I really appreciated Member Cochran's comments on this too, about sort of our obligation and our obligation as a board to respond to these issues. And at the same time, honor the process that you identified, Marianne, with the advisory boards. And I think this conversation is a robust one, regardless of how we work it. I do think, to your point, the notion of making this a request to the office as opposed to a directive is instructive and important. And I'm going to use as one example how this is sort of an iterative process. And I think hopefully it's also instructive to the advisory boards themselves as well about sort of the nature of the questions that they're wanting to answer and whether they're sort of casting them in the right manner. And I'll use as an example, sort of personal example, in terms of the major issue. I earned my degree at the University of California while they were still writing them on clay tablets. So I was not captured in anybody's data set, thankfully. But in the cohort of people that I dealt with that were my friends and associates throughout my whole college experience, I was the only person of a cohort of probably 24 that started and finished with the same major. And there were lots and lots of reasons why each of those individuals with which I was associated choose to do different majors for different reasons. And part of the college experience is an exploratory process, right? I had a very good friend that was going to be a doctor, but boy, did he not want to be a doctor because his parents wanted him to be a doctor. And that was his, well, he was undeclared, but that was his major. And he and ended up being very, very happy as a graphic designer. And so I think part of what we have to tease out and what we have to be really cognizant of is in any of the data sets that we work with, any of the tools that we put out, any of the query builders, any of those activities, that we're really sensitive to what is signal about something really happening and what is noise. And I think that's part of how this process is going to help us build a better data set and a better data system.
Member Vu and then Member Hetz.
Yeah, thank you. Tom Vu, AICCU. I know we've already had like pretty robust discussions around this, and particularly the major issue, but I think adding to Gavin's point, you know, would this then require the C2C staff to build out every single major that's in the state? And also, you know, there's going to be minor nuances to each major at each college, right? I mean, a university may have a government major, another may have a political science major. They're pretty similar, but different names, you know, different curriculum, slightly different curriculum. Would that be considered the same major or different major? There are some institutions that offer the ability for students to create their own major. So how, you know, you may not have an answer to these questions right now, but I think those are some of the nuances and complications to this year-to-year major retention.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I could say that the way that major is defined in the system right now is through standardized code and zip codes. And so there wouldn't be the need to build that out. There still is always uncertainty about the way the major codes are mapped to the zip codes, but that would be the system that we would use to sort of look at majors across different institutions. And I don't know, David, if you have more to add to that.
I think David Lang, research manager. I think there are a couple of nuances, particularly in this sort of revised motion. One is that we decided based on exactly some of the issues you cited, so sort of coarsen things up to the two-digit zip code, which would encompass a lot of the cases of nuance of like a civil engineer versus a structural engineer. And I'm not certain about the specific case of political science versus a government major, but in spirit, it solves some of those concerns.
Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. Thank you for that. That answered one of my questions already, like the level of specificity. The other one, you know, I'll just say it again. The students in our system, when they are enrolling and indicating their major, often do not often have the same level of support as people who are applying in other educational institutions. So what they identify as their major often has some pretty significant gaps. I'll just add one particular sample. We don't typically have a major for people who want to be teachers. And what that means is when students come in who want to be teachers, they look for the closest thing and they'll pick something like early childhood education, which is related, right? But is not planning to be a K-12 teacher, and they're going to end up in a very different major, even though they did their best, picked something that was relatively appropriate. And that's the students who have some information and know what they're doing. We have a lot of students that change majors, will put something on there for any variety of reasons, because they don't have the same wraparound level of support to be able to correctly identify what they're actually wanting to do. And oftentimes what we'll see is we get the student identifying their major accurately for the first time when they apply for their degree. So that there's real challenges for retention in major, especially if it's going to be cross-segment comparison for us, right? The understanding of the different ways in which our students are going to be approaching the initial set of questions and the expectation that will be generated without a lot of nuance. I think the kind of level setting that Chair-elect Payne was making is really important here, right? Like, these things are gonna be really complicated and people are gonna make judgments about them unless they have a ton of support for understanding the distinctions that are happening behind them.
Thank you for sharing that. I know that that was shared in the feasibility study also, so thank you for raising it.
Also, just David Lang, research manager, as a point of clarification, specifically for those reasons you cited, I believe we are not actually including the California community colleges in the calculation of this particular metric.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Member Virgil?
So Chris Virgilelli, University of California, is motion 2 the one that includes the major conversation as well? Or are we including both?
Let's see.
Okay, I thought there was a motion. Okay. I just wanted to second Member Payne's points about the legitimacy of people changing majors and being careful about imposing a value judgment that people should stay in the same major from day one through completion. And so appropriately contextualizing how we would calculate that, and also being aware that many students enter with no major and don't declare one for some years, and so just just seconding all of those comments. And then secondly, to Member Cochran's point, like this is something we talked about in our conversations with the office about, well, we've given you the data, like with the understanding that, we trust you. And if you find ways that you want to combine it and produce metrics that you need to produce the dashboards and answer the research questions you have, we trust you to do that. And I think for the most part, that's the case. And I think it would be a good conversation for us as a board to think about whether we need to have a full-blown conversation about every calculated metric from data we're giving you versus those that are sort of unprecedented in nature, like this persistence by major, where there is no other agency or institution that I'm aware of that does that for all the reasons that we talked about. So if there was a way to sort of prioritize and triage them, maybe that would help.
All right. Great conversation, raises a lot of really important questions with regards to the interaction between the advisory board recommendations and the governing board roles and responsibilities, about how we handle data, whether it gets presented in a certain way or we're calculating metrics and decisions that get made along the way. With regards to this motion, where are we landing? Let me draw your attention back to the way that the motion is constructed. So this motion says, move to request the office to create the following metrics from information already available in the P20W data set with those 3 bullet points. How do we feel about this motion?
So does it include the retention by major that we're voting?
I don't believe so.
Four.
So if this is helpful, there's 4 motions that have been proposed. Meeting minutes also have to happen, roll call also has to happen, public comment also has to happen. So this could potentially happen 4 times. So the thought was, motion 1 is in front of you. So if y'all want to talk about motion 1, that's great. We could do the same for 2. We could do the same for 3. We could do the same for 4. That's how this was presented. If it wants to be done a different way, we can figure that out. It just might be more complicated for the meeting minutes and public comment. So I just want to be sure that we're adhering to processes and backlinking.
Thank you. Member Heads.
John Heads, California Community Colleges. I absolutely recommend that we go through motion at a time. And I think I think we just had some slippage because there's retention in 2 different motions. And so I think if we could just focus in on this one. And then I would just defer to my colleague from CBE about whether or not she might want to advance some language to change course offerings. Yep. So I would invite you to suggest an alternative.
Thank you. Liberty Van Atten, Department of Education. I would like to suggest replacing offerings with enrollment. Because that is the data that we provide.
So AP, instead of saying AP and IB course offerings, it would be AP and IB course enrollments.
You know what? It actually should be completion. It
Completion.
actually should be completion.
So instead of saying AP and IB course offerings, it would say AP and IB course completions. Because that's the data that CDE
Yes.
possesses.
Kennedy Funds Riverside County Office of Education. I think UC Office of the President has course offerings through their like UC's course management portal list. I could have tons of course offerings, and I think since they're both providing data, I can see that's where the confusion is. So we could have 58, 20 AP courses, but only offer access for students to complete 10. So those two data set, that's where the confusion could come.
May I ask a clarification? Do you also want to replace offerings with completion on that last bullet point?
Yes, that was my
Okay, so
next.
both
Yes,
of those.
thank you.
Okay.
Let's see them. Member Jess.
Is
Yes.
there, to this point, is there any benefit in having offerings and completions?
We don't collect data on course offerings. That would be collecting master schedules and kind of like the master calendar of sorts. So that's not information that we collect in CalPEDS.
Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I want to go back, I think, to the original proposal. And so I'd like to give Dr. Reddy a chance to talk about that. But I do think that one of the interests was whether or not the courses were available. And so not offerings, but like, so we want to get the courses in which students, in which there was an enrollment at the institution. I think that's separate than completion, but I defer to Dr. Reddy and what he was trying to ask for in his original proposal.
I think actually member Hetz nailed it. My fear, right, is that there aren't even courses, there are fewer courses offered to students at certain high schools than at other high schools. So the researcher in me wants to get at that. Now, if you're telling me that that data does not exist, then I'm sitting here thinking, what's the next best thing I can do? And it feels like completions, if that's the only data that's available, I don't know that there's anything that the body can do though. So, or unless, I don't know if member Hetz has suggestions for how I might address that research question with what we've.
I can think of a way to,
Member Jess.
a way to calculate it perhaps would be, it would be the office. If there's a student who has completed an A to P course or an AP or IB course at your school, you would mark that as having had been offered. Right?
Oh, sorry, Member Cochran, Bureau for Practical Secondary Education. That's what I was thinking. I guess I was thinking of this as a binary variable, but I think what you just described was more on a scale of availability.
So I think there are a couple of ways, right? We can think about like, is AP Physics available? Yes, no, right? And that would be that kind of binary, and that would give us information. But I would also like to know, yes, a bit of a scale, right? So how many courses? And I think it could be a number, right? There are 8 courses available at schools that fit this criterion. Not a great example, but like at schools that are more than X% a certain demographic, or do rural schools have more or less access to AP courses than schools in urban areas, right? So are there more, I construct metrics of per student. So I mean, I think, I guess as a researcher, I could find my way to satisfaction by saying, we will count it as available if a student has completed it, and then use that list of available courses for the school. That answer your question?
Well, I guess it's still, I mean, just thinking about, we have to track to what we're looking for from, how do we get there from what's available? So if what's available is completions, do we just want to know, does this school have AB course offerings? And you could assess that by saying, is there a completer at that school? And then yes, no. But if you also want to look at, well, is there AP Physics, Chemistry, Bio, and then that's 3, or you could theoretically say, well, there's this many completions and there's this many students, so we can make a rough proportion variable. But I guess all of those seem like they're getting at different things, but I guess I'm now just a little, I'm not sure what we're doing.
Council Funds and Service Account Office of Education. I think it's courses available, so you could pull from the UCCMP, all the courses that we could offer, we have approved on our list. They're available, but doesn't mean we offered in this 23-24 school year. So you could have an AP Physics course in a Coachella Valley that was not offered this year because they couldn't get an AP Physics teacher. And then there's completion. So it's available, was it offered, and then they complete it. So you could easily pull what was available on their A3G, CMP, UC doorways, but doesn't mean they actually offered it in their master schedule that year. And what we roll up to CalPADS is what was officially offered in 23-24 and what they earned in that cycle. So that's what CD gets from us. So I think that's.
And I think a theoretical, like we offer it, but there's no teacher here to teach it, to me is not actually, that's a zero outcome, right? And so I think I don't need the full course, the full master schedule. So maybe completions.
So I understand, I guess what I'm, Member Payne, I guess what I'm grappling with is this is a motion about, or a potential motion about information that is already available. And that the information in a data set that is contributed to the P20W data set. And so what I heard was that what's available is, at least through CalPADS, is completion. And so I guess what I would focus on is what if for this narrow conversation, let's sort of concentrate on the narrow, what's available, let's go with it, and then sort of table for a longer term conversation what might be available at some other point. It might be another conversation at the advisory board about sort of what's the set of questions that we want to answer in this process.
So in light of those comments, I'd like to invite Member Van Natten to look again at that motion to see how might you amend that motion so that it gets at what is available or is doable. What might you propose in terms of revising it?
What I propose,
Okay, so can you repeat that for the group?
replacing offerings, I think was the word, with completion.
Okay,
I think we've captured it, but you
Okay.
can double check us.
so does that for both bullet points 2 and 3? Okay. So in light of this revised motion, is there a motion from a governing board member?
Right, I have
Member
a
Jim?
question before the motion.
Sure.
So California Competes, we have the dashboard and we pull CDE data and we have AP and IB course offerings. So I don't know if it's like, is it not?
That doesn't come in CalPADS.
Oh, so C2C just connects to CalPADS data
Well,
and not other CD
They're
data?
getting student level information. And so the student level that we provide is, did this kid complete this class? And what are the classes that this kid completed? So it's thinking about it's kid centric, it's not school centric. It's about what those students' individual experiences were.
Well, that was my original question about how the data, because you
Yes.
said that the data for AB and IB offering was going to be by school. So then it doesn't matter. I guess that's the question. And where's the data coming from? Does it need to come from like some public draw, like on wherever you all get it?
And so I guess maybe my question is, are we making this overly complex, perhaps for the office staff to create an offerings metric when we actually just have offerings that's publicly available? All this to say, are we making this overly complex for the office? And we don't need to have Ryan and his team create a metric when they could just go to CDE's website and download a publicly available metric for the data system. I think this could still stand, but I think this metrics piece is worth thinking about.
Yeah. Member Hetz and
John
Member
Hetz, California
Conklin.
Community Colleges. Let me try to take a shot. So what is publicly available is whether or not the courses are theoretically able to be taught at an institution. What we have in the student level data is whether or not students in a particular year enrolled in that course.
Completed the course, right?
Yeah, or I'm not sure exactly how you're using completion, but I assume it's students who are staying in the course to the end.
Or they, yeah, did they stay, but they failed? Like there's,
Right, so,
there's different scenarios.
but fails
there.
is still a completion under that definition. of Completion. All right, that's
Yep.
just what I want to make sure. So those are two different things. Like, could we teach it versus were students able to be in it that year? And I think what I don't want to speak for Dr. Reddy, but I do think part of the issue or question is not could in some theoretical universe, if they could find the teacher, could they have offered it? But was it actually available that year? And so we have the unitary data available to actually say that at a institutional level, but it's rolling up from the unitary data. And I do think there's an interesting research question about, well, it's available, but no one's enrolled in it, that I think Dr. Reddy would find very fascinating to explore. But I agree with Chair-elect Payne that I think we could probably move on with requesting the office to explore this and not have to spend a lot of time doing things that I think some of us in this room really love to do, but others would like to move on to others.
As usual, he said it better than I could say.
I think one of the reasons why, sort of along the same lines, I think one of the reasons why a metric conversation is getting really complicated is because we're not actually talking about metrics, right? Like, we're talking, like, we don't know, are we trying to take student level information and apply it at an institutional level at the school level, or are we trying to say something about the student population or anything? So, but I think I'm kind of in line with why, can we change this, knowing again that we don't necessarily, we want to honor the work of the advisory committees. And we want to have this discussion because there's been a lot of great discussion, but could we amend this to say something like move to request the office explore creation of metrics from information already available in the P20 data set related to blah, 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 blah. And that, because we don't know what metric. I mean, I think I'm still hearing, I'm not super close to the data points we're talking about, but maybe that distance is making it very clear to me. We don't actually have a specific metric in question. And I think that's one of the reasons why this has gotten really complicated.
Okay, so the proposed amended motion from Member Cochran would be, instead of it saying to create, it would be move to request the office to explore the creation of the following metrics.
Of metrics from information already available in the P20W data set related to.
Okay. So move to request the office to explore the creation of metrics from information already available in the P20W data set related to the expansion of post-secondary retention data, AP and IB course offerings, course completions, early college course completions, dual enrollment. That would be the revised motion. Member Furgielli?
Christopher Joelle, University of California. Can I offer a friendly amendment to that language? Rather than the motion, term explore, can we make it more specific to refine the metrics to fit specific questions? Because a lot of the things we're talking about here is these metrics are sort of general and could be more noise than signal, like generally looking at people who stay within the same major rather than do that. Like, what specific questions are we trying to answer with that? And can we refine those metrics to be tailored to those particular questions? And similarly on the course completion versus offering, because explore, I'm not sure where we're going to end up if we have it as explore.
I can offer a process suggestion on that. I think the feasibility study and the detailed staff reports have a lot of information in them about the intent of what the advisory board was trying to get at. And so what I really like about this conversation, and I think this can inform how we work with the advisory boards in the next round, is that the more we can focus on the gap, the question that needs to be answered, the better. and focus on that intent and then provide some ideas and like, we think it could be done in these 3 ways. Let's explore that and see if that's possible. So my suggestion would be, I think with the language that Member Cochran just shared, we can go into that with the intent of going back to the original questions that were proposed by the advisory board and that informed the feasibility study and ensure that we're not now, I don't think we'll feel constrained to produce these metrics in a mechanical way without a connection point to the underlying questions that were intended. And if we end up together deciding that the metrics need to be slightly different, we can bring that back to you and make sure we're very transparent about that. I'm not sure in this moment that we'll be able to come up with a motion that talks about the questions as opposed to that.
Member Fong.
Member Fong, I just wanted to ask that the advisory board be attentive to the actual data elements or data points that are available in existing systems, because we sort of had a whole long discussion, which was great. But at the end of the day, it was kind of like, is it even available, right?
So is there a motion to move what Member Cochran had articulated, which is now displayed here on the screen?
Sorry, I kind of want to hear from Nakash, but I feel like the API B1 course completion is just the variable, right? I think my sense is the advisory committee wants the course offerings metric to be created from the course completion data. Is that right? So it's not, course completion's a variable already in it's the course offerings that they want created from they want the course offerings metric created from the course completion variable.
I mean, I think, but then at one point it was discussed as an institution level variable. Any completions would be applied to an institution versus.
It's operationalized. So in the feasibility study, when David had looked at this in each of the areas proposed, there's an attempt there to operationalize the metric, which is, and I'm bringing that up because that's what I feel like I'm hearing folks talk about. And in the original feasibility study, it was proposed to operationalize it at an institution level. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is exactly correct. The feasibility study was run with the understanding, as Liberty sort of described the data, of being based on the enrollment/completion file.
Yeah, I think it's important to say that, because if this is the ask, part of, on some level that was done in the feasibility study, maybe the ask is to refine that given the conversation we've had here. That's completely understandable, but I think it's useful for the members to know that there's work on that had been done as part of the feasibility study.
So then maybe the language, because I see what you're saying. It is AP and IB course offerings calculated using student completion.
And same for the dual enrollment one.
Same, yes.
So it's kind of back to the original bullet points, maybe with Nakash's clarification, with Debbie's intro.
I love this team.
Maybe the original motion was fine enough. I think that's kind of maybe a takeaway too.
May I offer, Marianne Bates, may I offer process observation? I think we want to be careful. I think Member Van Natten's flag that the word offering means something very specific and that it is a separate data source from what we're calculating here is important. So I would caution against going back to the offerings language because it might confuse.
I could live with course taking for this conversation.
Completion, taken.
Completion.
Taken is looser, no.
Yeah, because it's not completion that I'm using completion to get at something, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I think I can live with that.
Okay, course taken. Is that what I heard?
I think it should be completion. That's the data that we provide.
Or maybe, is it like institutional
Well,
AP and
so-
IB course
Sure,
taking completions?
institutional, I'm trying to get away from offering an availability, access may be calculated via completion outcomes. Because I want to honor that it is completion that is the thing that is creating this metric, but you're right, it's not.
I'd like to offer a process suggestion again. I think for the language that's in the motion, it would be cleanest to just stick with the label that exists. And we as an office can go back to this conversation. We have minutes and notes from it and ensure that as we present this information, we think very carefully about the words we use, whether it's courses taken, available, offered, completed, enrolled, et cetera, to make sure that that's there. So I would feel comfortable with saying that sticking with in the motion, the language that's actually the description of the underlying data that will be used. And then our office can feel the weight of responsibility of aiming to capture the nuance of this discussion in how we present the information in the future.
So let's go. Is there a motion?
But could we have the motion back up, please?
Yes.
One point of clarification, I don't know if the word following in line 2 was used by Ms. Cochran in her original suggestion.
I think I just had said explore the creation of metrics.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that change of metrics. Motion?
Motion.
Motion from member Jess. Is there a second? Member Head seconds. We have a motion and a second. We have public comment.
We do. We have one public commenter in the room, so I'd like to invite Raquel Morales from Education Trust West to join us, please, first.
Trying to keep up with the conversation, so thank you. Thank you, everyone. Raquel Morales on behalf of the Education Trust West. We want to express our support for the four motions proposed to you in this agenda item. The Data for the People Coalition, a coalition of organizations representative of advocates, community members, parents and families, students and educators are deeply invested in the potential that you all have as governing board members, but also in the Cradle-to-Career data system to advance equitable policy and practice, and has been involved in supporting the proposals as they underwent review with the Data and Tools Advisory Board. We appreciate the thoughtful consideration of proposed additional data points that would fill the key gaps in our understanding of student success to educational opportunities. In keeping with the data system's mission, the motions being put forward today reflect the great lengths that the C2C and Data and Tools Advisory Board have taken to balance the need to acknowledge practical limitations in existing data with the very real urgency of shedding light to equity gaps and things like A through G course taking and A through G access and success. Specific to motion 3, we hope to see the continued conversations on adding A through G course offerings, availability, and completion data points from CDE to the P20W data set and future meetings. Thank you all for your thoughtful conversation earlier around AP, IB, and dual enrollment courses. We look forward to continued conversations as well on this data set and future meetings. We believe that these improvements to C2C, California will be taking one step closer towards improving our education system and equitably prepare our young students for bright futures. Just again, thank you all for considering. I know this is not an easy discussion, so thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Any other public comments?
We have one more, but I see your hand raised, joining us via Zoom. If there are other folks that would like to comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand. And as a reminder, you are limited to 2 minutes. So I now see a second hand. We'll begin with Roy. I'm allowing you to talk. Please begin.
Apologies, that was a mistake. but can just quickly uplift support again. Roy Tongalava, policy analyst with Edgewest West, again, uplifting support with these motions that really just aim to enrich the data system. And although barriers, systemic barriers, data collecting barriers, and reporting barriers exist, I think, partnership at the center of this on behalf of students and families can really forge a pathway forward. So appreciate the discussions taking place today. Thank you all.
Yeah. Okay, we will now move on to Ruth. Ruth, I've allowed you to speak. Please begin.
Thank you. Hello, Chair and Governing Board members. My name is Ruth Sosa. I'm the West Engagement Coordinator at Young Invincibles, calling to express my support and urge your aye vote on the motions in Agenda Item 14. Young Invincibles is a policy and advocacy organization. We're dedicated to amplifying the voices of young adults in the political process and expanding economic opportunity for our generation. And we believe the motions in Agenda Item 14 are crucial for understanding the pathways for our students in achieving college readiness and degree attainment. They're also crucial to have comprehensive understanding to the different possible pathways from high school into higher education so we can collectively work to fill the gaps that we continue to see. The new data will not only enrich the P20W data set in the data system, but also help us understand the disparities, bright spots, and opportunities for growth within our systems. This is the promise of the Cradle-to-Career data system, and with your aye vote, California will be taking that step closer towards closing those equity gaps for our highest need students, which is a necessary step if we want to improve our education systems. I urge you to support the motion detailed in Agenda Item 14, and we thank you for your considering this important matter.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised at this time, but I'll give it another moment. Seeing no other public comment, I'd like to close public comment at this time.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, we have public comments. Thank you again to those members of the public who presented. And now we're ready for a roll call vote.
Member Tagorda.
Yes.
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes.
Aye.
Member Cochran.
Aye.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans. Member Fong.
Aye.
Member Frigiueli.
Yes.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Yes.
Member Hetz.
Yes.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jazz.
Yes.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird.
Yes.
Member Lee.
Yes.
Member Moldoff.
Yes.
Member Nellum. Member Ohanian. Member Romero. Member Van Natten.
Yes.
And Member Vu.
Yes.
With 17 ayes, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We now move on to the second motion.
Is it 16?
It's 16.
Thank you. With 16 ayes, the motion passes.
16 ayes. Okay, so now we move on to motion number 2. Brian? Do you have any background context or we're just?
Oh, yeah, I think you could just go through them, but I'm happy to answer questions if there are,
Okay.
yes.
So this motion number 2 is to move the office add the following disaggregation option to the college career readiness dashboard, which could be calculated from information already available in the P20W data set. Whether students enrolled in post-secondary based on the type of high school exit or by AP/IB course taking. Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I'm all for us adding more data, more metrics. I'm concerned about adding more things to the dashboard until we actually have operational dashboards. I think one of the things that I've had a lot of experience with is people constantly want to keep adding things to dashboards to the point in which they're not dashboards anymore, and they become very complex devices that people like me, people like Dr. Reddy, people like many others in the room love, but become far less useful to the folks that we are trying to serve across the state, who have a variety of different levels of being able to entertain the complexity of data. And so I would encourage us perhaps to consider postponing this until we actually have a functioning dashboard so we can see how complex it is. first before we start adding additional disaggregations to the plans already in place. That would be my suggestion.
A great point. So from member head's perspective, the fact that we don't have the dashboard yet, from a sequencing standpoint, be best to postpone or to table the entertaining of a motion like this one to a future time in which we actually have a product out where we can see what the initial reactions might be from the public. Conversation from the rest of the governing board on this matter.
The Department of Education, I concur 110%. Yeah, until we see what it has, I think it makes sense to wait to talk about what to add. Because we don't have anything to add to at this point.
Okay. But from other governing board members.
Just a question for me then as I'm thinking for data and tools advisory board members as I go back. Is there a way to, should the commission decide to table this, to sort of keep a parking lot wish list from the advisory committee and ensure that maybe this gets fast tracked into a process later on?
I can speak to that operationally. So we have all of the already have in motion a plan for making sure there's a clear archive. So operationally, we could definitely do that. One other thing the board could consider is just cutting and pasting the language from motion 1 of saying you're encouraging our office to explore this information so that there is a record of you having wanting us to prioritize the underlying questions here, but removing reference to saying you're going to do this specific thing to this specific dashboard. So that might be an option if you do want to take an action that reflects the work of the advisory board, would just be to cut and paste what we had for motion 1 and use it here. So it's about exploring the creation of metrics from information.
Member heads with that.
That would be perfectly, member heads, or sorry, John Heads, California Community Colleges, yes, that would be, I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay. Member Jez.
Member Jez, I would love like when the dashboard is live or we see a prototype, maybe if we had sort of a list of things that the advisory committee recommended for us, that we sort of had a list and we could sort of look at them all together with the dashboard and think through, you know, what are the opportunities here? And if we had even data, as I look at this, I think about how many GED completers or other completers are there? So just to like think about what are the sort of like the maximal, optimal sort of options for a dashboard at that point.
Okay. Yes.
As a process nerd, Member Payne, as a process nerd, the way this would look is you would strike the word add in the first line and replace it with consider.
So you're proposing move that the office consider the following disaggregation option, and then the rest flows the same way. That would that address, member heads, would that address your?
John Heads, California Community Colleges, yes.
Member Jez, with that?
I would love to have like move that the office like create a list of recommended variables from the Data Tools Advisory Committee for consideration when the dashboard goes in. I just made that one more confusing, I know. But I feel like move that the office consider, it kind of feels like is a non-motion to me, like they don't need us to move to consider things, right? Or do you need us to move to consider things?
So this is Marianne Bates, Executive Director. I think part of what both boards are doing here is communicating priorities. So if you think about that being part of the function of the motions, I do think there's a usefulness to either leave the motion as is with the word consider, or, you know, if that's the language that works, because it's a helpful way to document that this was a priority that the advisory boards prioritized amongst their many ideas and brought to you. We will, I think, separate from this motion and in our work plans, we can continue to emphasize that we're going to ensure that we're bringing the ideas and the repository of advisory board ideas live on our website, can be brought to you for consideration and context. Remember, sometime from now, when a draft college and career readiness dashboard is there, I don't think we need a motion on that from my perspective in the office, because that fits with our broader user-centered design work and how we work.
I see no problem with that. I mean,
Consider.
So move that the office consider. Is there a motion? Member Heads?
John Heads, California Community College. I motion with the change to consider.
Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Member Cochran is the second. With a motion and a second, we're now ready for public comment. Let's start with Sacramento.
No speaker slips. We'll look to public comment. That's virtual. I'm not seeing any hands raised. I'll give you another moment here. If you'd like to comment, we're on motion 2, agenda item 14. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We've closed public comment and now we're ready for a roll call vote.
Okay. Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Payne,
Aye.
Member Cifuentes,
aye.
Member Cochran,
Aye.
Member DeGear,
Aye.
Member Evans, Member Fong,
Aye.
Member Frigielli,
Yes.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez,
Yes.
Member Hetz,
Yes.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin, Member Jazz,
Yes.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird,
Yes.
Member Lee,
Aye.
Member Moldoff, Member Nelum, Member Ohanian, Member Romero, Member Van Natten. Yes. And Member Vu.
Yes.
16 ayes, the motion passes.
Wonderful. So now we move on to motion number 3. Move to recommend that once the necessary information is required for CalPAD's reporting and the data meets CDE's data quality standards, A through G course offerings, availability, and completion data points be requested by the governing board to be provided by the California Department of Education as part of the P20W data set. Discussion on this motion. Member Bennett.
Liberty Van Natten, Department of Education. That word once the necessary information is required implies that it will be, and we don't know that it will be. And so I would move to change that to maybe an if.
So this would say, move to recommend that if the necessary information is required for CalPAD's reporting and the data meet CDE's data quality standards, et cetera. Comments from other governing board members?
Member Lee, I think the wording of that could be very up to interpretation, necessary by whom, for whom. I don't have a great suggestion to modify it, but just flagging that as potentially hard to implement with the extra clauses.
Liberty Van Natten, Department of Ed, sorry.
Okay.
I'm thinking that the reasoning behind this is based on some input that we provided to the feasibility study specifically, in that our A through G course completion data are not validated against the course management portal. And so they are not valid and movable for the purposes and that the Data and Tools Advisory Board is interested in seeing. And so I don't know the best way to word that, but what's also challenging in this is that there's the CCGI is part of this conversation, and their work specifically with A through G validations that is happening right now, and where those data do and may live in the future kind of makes this whole thing strange in that it may never be required to be in CalPADS. Depending on what required means and what necessary. So it's challenging. I know I'm not providing any recommendations, but just giving my input on that.
Yes.
Designate Bierke, Office of Assemblywoman Jackie Irwin. I think the comments from our member from CD kind of underlines that it seems like this motion is premature. There's a lot of ifs, there's a lot of maybes if things come to pass, where we obviously do meet quarterly. If these things do come to pass in the future, the governing board can act on this to make this request, but I don't know if there's a sense of urgency for us to act and move on this motion today if we don't have any confidence from our member from CDE that these things are going to come to pass before we meet again.
Other comments? Yes.
Member Goldoff from Student Aid Commission. I was thinking about Member Van Etten's comments. Is there a scenario where we could get it from CCGI? Because it sounds like that's where the data is going to live, at least for the time being. We talked about CCGI being a two-way street, or is it just a one-way?
It's, that topic has come up. There's not currently like a legal structure to allow that. I mean, we're set by who we have as data providers. So I wouldn't want to say like right now we could just wave a magic wand and agree to that, because I think there's probably privacy restrictions that need to be addressed before we're getting student level data from CCGI.
And Liberty Van Etten, I would add that right now CCGI is not to scale. And until it is to scale, right?
Member Heads.
Member Heads, California Community Colleges, and I think the encapsulation that this may be a premature motion for us to consider, I think is accurate. Suggest that maybe we could table this motion for a later consideration.
Okay, there's.
Is that a motion to table?
That is a motion to table this motion.
Member Payne, I'll second.
There's a motion to table the discussion for this motion number 3. A second from Chair-elect Payne. With a motion and a second, it's time for public comment.
There's no speaker slips, but we could open it up to our virtual participants. So if you'd like to comment on this agenda item, we're on agenda item 14, motion 3. Please feel free to raise your hand at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll give it another moment. Seeing no hands raised, I'm happy to close public comment. Are we voting on the motion? Are we going to vote to have it be tabled? I think so. We have a motion in a second. That makes sense. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I will do roll call now. Member Tagorda.
Aye.
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes.
Aye.
Member Cochran.
Aye.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Fong.
Aye.
Member Frigielli.
Yes.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Yeah.
Member Hetz.
Yes.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jazz.
Yes.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird.
Yes.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellum. Member Ohanian. Member Romero. Member Van Natten.
Yes.
And Member Vu.
Yes.
With 17 ayes, the motion passes to be tabled.
Okay, motion number 4, move to request the office to calculate a within major retention metric by comparing students' field of study in their first year to the field of study in which they graduated. Comments, questions from the governing board? Member Moldoff.
CNA Commission, I think, incoming Chair Payne said it best in that it seems like it's going to be noise, to have something like this for all the reasons we mentioned for motion one. So I get it, like the value of this, but I don't think, if the data is going to be as reliable as we would hope, because I think students are very fuzzy, when things like this happen, like I'm making this choice, so I don't know. I would be curious if there's any existing data within the segments that could possibly like take a view in to see, is this something that's actually going to make sense? Or if it's just gonna be noise, just kind of a lot of effort for not a lot of outcome.
Member Fergielli.
Yeah, Chris Verduelli, University of California. I would agree with the Student Aid Commission member's comments, Member Moldoff's comments. At a minimum, I think the term first year is problematic in here because so many students enter the first year undeclared and remain so for a few years. And at best, you would have a very biased metric if you included a mix of students who entered undeclared and those who did declare specific majors. But I think more than anything else, I think this is imposing a value judgment on our data system that this is the right thing to do to stay in the same major when in fact we know that many students are encouraged to explore and prefer to explore majors. So I would prefer that this be refined and specified within a specific research question. What kinds of majors are we talking about? Or are we trying to link this to entry into specific occupations? Are we thinking of particular majors that are of particular interest to the state workforce planning, and not just a general broad metric that is going to be more noisy and biased?
Other governing board members. Member Jess.
Jazz California competes. If we do move that direction, I wanted to flag that we did a study around students who changed majors in the CSU. We found students that changed majors actually were more likely to graduate. So if you don't look at specific field, I think you might, that noise issue might be one that sort of loses the impetus that you're hoping for in creating this metric.
Again, this one wasn't mine, so I'm gonna struggle to, but right? So, look, I changed major 3 times as an undergraduate, so I am very sensitive to this, but I worry that there is more noise at, say, this campus than that campus, and I think that tells us something, right? I think if we can look, if there is more major switching among a certain, which I guess this wouldn't exactly get to, but if there are more of a certain set of students, however you want to demographically disaggregate that, that are graduating in majors different to the ones they declared, I think that tells us something, right? I don't know what it tells us, and I think that's up to the researcher then who's looking at this to interrogate that. But I think that there's a little more signal than we're allowing for, and I think the level of noise itself can be a signal for an astute researcher.
Well, sorry, Chris Verduelli, University of California. If this is a question for more in-depth research, then with the availability of the unitary data in a secure data enclave at some point in the future, researchers can parse this out as needed. But having it, presented just as a metric, unnuanced, uncontextualized metric, that can lead to misinterpretation. But if we're talking about making this available, well, I don't think we need to do that. I think astute researchers could calculate this themselves from secure unitary data in a research data enclave. If they have year by year, major by major enrollment data of a student, then they can do that.
I think that's fair. I think some of what we're searching for, right, is the middle ground of, yes, the astute researcher is going to do the in-depth, but there is something for the more general researcher or non-research interrogation that I think would be informed by this metric.
Member Hens.
Member Hess, John Hess, California Community Colleges. I just want to second the other members' comments on this. I agree, I see the utility, but I think the things that we've been talking about here suggest that the nuances of it would not lend itself well to be used by non-researchers. And so making that metric available to folks who are not thinking carefully about the complexity of what we talked about, I think would be a challenge. And I concur that I think that this is absolutely an excellent area of study, but I don't think it's ready for us to make it available yet.
Other governing board members? Questions, discussion? Amendment to it?
I make a request for an amendment, but I think actually to get to member Moldov's point around, can we get some information? Would it be possible for the office to explore this and kind of show us at least at a top level here, what we see, what we have? I don't want to make more work for you guys, but I am wondering if that would be a way forward for this.
A point of clarification, would not that request just be encompassed in a normal research request to the office?
I think maybe I'm asking this to be moved to explore the office calculator within major retention.
Yeah, I think, so Marianne Bates, Executive Director, I think what I heard Member Reddy ask for is not whether a researcher could request access to the data to do their own study, but whether the office could do a dry run of saying, what would it actually look like if this retention metric were calculated, and share that. So you could have some information to see how much is their noise. Do we think this might be useful? I'm not sure we have any processes that have contemplated those kinds of specific, like office go calculate this sorts of requests. I think one thing I would want to think through is how we balance the fact that we have public meetings and we do everything in open with drafting information and say like, here's a draft piece of information that we're sharing with the public. By definition, do we think that's useful or not? So there's a lot we need to think through there. Could we do that? I suppose we could. I think I want to be careful about setting up a precedent for our office responding to custom data pull and research requests, because with our staff of 26, we do not have capacity to do that. So I just want to be super clear about that part. So that's the context I can provide on that question.
I withdraw my question.
Well, and I was Member Moldoff, Student Aid Commission, and my thought was specifically if the segments themselves already have this data, so we can see like what would it look like for a UC student versus a CSU versus a community college. I mean, Member Hetz already said that community colleges are all over the place, which makes sense. I used to work there at a community college, and the most popular major I kept saying was entrepreneurship, which was like a super big thing. But like, who wouldn't think that? So yeah, I think it would be like, rather than burning the office with this, like this, if the data already exists at the segments, like could they do their own kind of quick try run to see, at least get some sense of what it would look like, even at like a very high level. I guess it's more of a data provider request rather than an office request.
Okay. So if it is a data provider request, say, what would the board be doing with this motion? Nothing. So no motion, we proceed to whatever is next on the agenda.
Correct. We don't have to act on a motion.
Okay. So that could be one option for us, just not act on this motion. Sentiments from the board. Member Jess.
So is this a metric to be added to the dashboard as the request? Or to be created to be more easily accessible on the query tool? Or like where, so if it's a dashboard, I was thinking this could go to our previous decision around add it to the pile of dashboard metrics that we want to consider once the dashboard is live. If it's query tool, it feels like people could, the data's there for people to maybe That seems fine, because that's researchers digging in.
I don't think it was dashboard. I don't recall that specific of proposal.
I'm looking right now at the feasibility study, and retention metrics by student major was in the category of proposed metrics. It wasn't specified as one that would be a dashboard expansion. It was just one that, based on the feasibility study, there were feasibility concerns held into that category. When I hear, just if it helps, when I hear the word metric, what I'm hearing is a calculation that is available in one of either the dashboards, maybe the query builder. Because we sort of recognized earlier that in the research request system, folks are, with approved research requests, are sort of making metrics on.
I propose then, maybe a motion that's more like, move to request the office, calculate and to address Chris's like value, maybe like within major retention assumes that like that is a good thing, but maybe it's like changing majors, which is just like a maybe more objectives or less normative metric in the query tool. So that's easier for people to be able to add change majors as a variable.
When Marianne Bates, Executive Director, if I can add a process clarification, I would caution against specifying specific things within the query tool at this stage. We have a lot of work on data privacy that we still need to do to determine how many things we can make available in the query tool, and how exactly we do that. So let me just add one more overarching comment, which is that I want to commend the Data and Tools Advisory Board for making recommendations in a context before our data tools are live. We talked about that a lot with them in their meetings, and I think we're experiencing this right now. It is very challenging to make recommendations about a complex data system, even more so when this is based on descriptions on our website of what will be available, as opposed to actually having played with a query builder and explored a dashboard in depth. And so I just wanted to say that out loud too, an appreciation for the patients involved in this process.
Thank you. Okay. Any last questions or comments on this motion? Is there a proposed amendment from member Jess?
No, I mean, maybe it's more of like we create lots of buckets for future consideration once we have more information, and acknowledging, the Data and Tools Advisory Board for all of this work. And maybe this conversation goes to sort of the work that you've done, and, I think revisiting all this work once we have more clarity on what the dashboard looks like and what is possible with the query tool. And I don't want to get lost though.
What I'm hearing is.
A question, Christopher Duelle, University of California. The term first year, I think, could we rephrase that to like something around first declared major, something like that? To account for the large number of students who entered undeclared in their first year. And then secondly, by major, I assume we mean the most detailed level CIP code. Or are we talking about a discipline level, like you stay in engineering, not necessarily in mechanical engineering?
Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs. The way that it's proposed in the most recent version of this is to start by rolling it up to the 2-digit zip code, to account for some differences in the way that data is collected from different systems. And then I believe that there is at some point the chance to incorporate some of the more granular things, but I don't know if you have more.
Dave Lang, Research Manager. I think Ryan articulated it perfectly.
Could we, rather than using the word major, which is highly specific, could it be something in the field of study to capture that broader representation that you're planning on? And that would also account for the fact that sometimes these codes change. The federal government changes CIP because they revise them every 5 years, and we could be capturing changes in codes and not actual changes in page.
I have no objection. I think
Okay.
it's a little slower than most.
Designee Bierke, Office of Assemblywoman Jackie Irwin. I think we were kind of going in the other direction with the discussion here, trying to preserve the office's limited staff time and calculating a new metric here. I think instead of trying to work on the definitions of this motion, I think the conversation was that it would be more appropriate to leave this question for researchers who want to request this data later, rather than have the office work on this today. So I just, that's what I was hearing. So I just want to recenter that because I think it's really important to understand that we're gonna have a lot of good questions that the office can't do the calculations for. That's why we're creating the query tool. That's why we're creating the access for researchers in future months, years. Maybe an update on when we expect the query tool or research requests to be live would be helpful for us to understand. Because I think we're going to have to preserve a lot of staff time for the data dashboards and what we're putting on them.
Member Moldoff?
Jessica Moldoff, Student Aid Commission. So it makes me think that like really, like it could be that the whole process is circular, and it could be that once we do the research request process, the researchers are the ones who do the initial like high level analysis. And then that can be almost like brought back, reflected to the board saying that like, we see these interesting things, we think it's valuable to add it to like one of the public metrics. So then it's not the office trying to evaluate whether or not this makes sense, but it's like kind of part of the feedback loop with the researchers when they do their research requests. How does that become a motion? And I guess that's like table it until the researchers can do the research.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm gathering from the group, hearing the sentiments is that certainly the proposed motion as it has arrived to the governing board from the advisory board is well taken, and there's an acknowledgement and appreciation for the thought process that goes behind making a proposal of this kind, but that it's likely premature for us to take any action on it right now, and therefore with this motion, we would move forward with our agenda, having taken no action on motion 4. Did I hear that? Did I capture the sentiments from the group correctly? Okay. So on this motion, there'd be no action, and that would be reflected in the minutes for the meeting. Okay. I think we've earned a well-deserved 5-minute break. Thank you so much. I want to take this moment to before we break, thank the data advisory board for everything that our executive director mentioned. The challenge of having to create and compose a proposal without an actual thing to respond to is really challenging. So I really appreciate all of the proposals that have emerged to the governing board from the advisory board, and particularly to Dr. Reddy for the presentation alongside in collaboration with Ryan.
And for my part, I will do my best to represent this conversation along with the help of the staff to the Data and Tools Advisory Board. And I appreciate all of your time, your service on this. I know you've approved major changes to the way that we do this for the next time around. And so, I appreciate that as well. That this is an iterative process and we're all kind of learning as we do it. So thank you all so much. And this won't be the last time you see or hear from me.
Thank you.
Return at profile.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 15. Update, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting and feasibility study outcomes. We have Ryan Estriado, Director of Data Programs, and we also have, in collaboration with him, Meredith Curry Nunez, Community Engagement Advisory Board member, who will be joining us virtually today. I just want to thank Meredith for her patience in waiting for this agenda item. So let me turn it over to the team now, but I want to express my gratitude to Meredith for being so patient with us.
Thank you, Chair Tagorda. I will turn it over to Member Corey Nunez to start us off.
Wonderful. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And may I go ahead and get started?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Chair Tagorda and governing board members. My name is Mary Curry Nunez, and I'm the Executive Director of the Northern California College Promise Coalition, and I'm a grateful member of the Community Engagement Advisory Board. I just want to say that as a first-generation college graduate, I feel very privileged to have the opportunity to join Ryan and present the Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting and feasibility study outcomes with you all today. I want to give a shout out to Ryan, David, Mary Kate, and the rest of the C2C team for all of their support throughout this process. And also just want to extend a shout out to the Data and Tools Advisory Board for the proposals that they submitted and the robust discussions that they inspired this afternoon. And the next slide, please. Thanks to the prior presentation, you have already seen this timeline. To recap, I submitted a proposal to the Community Engagement Advisory Board in the fall of 2023. It was the sole proposal received by our board. It was unanimously approved for a feasibility study in September. Over the winter, the office worked on that study and shared those findings at the Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting on March 20th. And during that meeting, the advisory board approved a motion to advance the proposal to the governing board, and I'm excited to present that motion to you today. Next slide, please. For the chair and governing board's consideration, the proposal I submitted addresses three main concepts. Number one, to add student board members to the Cradle-to-Career governing or advisory boards. As a collective impact Cradle-to-Career coalition, NCCPC believes in youth participation and engagement, and highlighting lessons learned from youth participatory action research. It is critical to deeply engage and lift up student perspectives in all aspects of the work of the California Cradle-to-Career data system. This looks like actively involving school and college-age youth in the research, development, and implementation of programs and policies impacting their lives. And one way to ensure student voices are not just centered, but are also included in decision-making is to ensure that they're always appointed to the leadership of the data system. Number two is establishing additional support for student board members. To effectively engage student leaders, they must be empowered to contribute to the design and implementation of the data system in meaningful ways. And we will all need to work together to foster a sense of ownership and agency among students, enhancing the overall impact and sustainability of the C2C office's efforts. To engage students on the advisory board, the office will need to consider enhanced outreach strategies during the recruitment stage and additional support during the onboarding process. Student board members will also need continued support throughout their three-year terms, especially as they also navigate their own college journeys in parallel. Last, number three, we ask you to consider additional board member composition requirements. For example, consider the experiences of and supports needed for low-income board members and board applicants. And we also discussed enhancing the survey for seated board members to explore how many other intersectionalities are represented that we're not aware of yet, but we are benefiting from, such as the lenses of board members who are already parents of school or college-aged children. Next slide, please. Excuse me. The Community Engagement Advisory Board recommends to the governing board that 2 existing seats, so no need to create new seats, but 2 existing seats be reserved for current students on the Community Engagement Advisory Board and or the Data and Tools Advisory Board. We recommend that the Community Engagement Advisory Board delegate 2 advisory board members to work with the C2C office staff to incorporate recommendations into the advisory board application questions and other elements of the recruitment process. We recommend that the governing board seek additional funding and position authority for staff support to recruit and support student members. And for the governing board, note that you would also benefit from having students represented, but we understand that appointments to the governing board are outside the authority of the governing board. To close, thank you, Chair Tagorda and the Governing Board for your thoughtful consideration of this motion. Youth participatory action research defines youth organizing as a rights and youth development focused form of community organizing in which adolescents activate to claim power and make change for themselves. We recommend that the Cradle-to-Career data system leadership provides sustained opportunities for youth to express ideas and provide their perspectives as appointed board members. Together, we can make an explicit statement that the California Cradle-to-Career data system values and recognizes the capacities and rights of youth to influence the social conditions, educational programs, and systems that shape development, health, and economic mobility. Thank you so much for your time. I'll now pass it to Ryan for the remainder of this agenda item.
Thank you, Member Curry Nunez. At our Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting, the office provided the findings of the feasibility study, which considered cost and compliance factors for implementing the proposed idea. Please refer to the feasibility study in your board materials for full detail, but I'll highlight here some key points for context as you consider the proposal. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are more of the factors we considered. Next slide, please. Okay. First, the office and advisory board noted that the governing board is the appointing authority for the two advisory boards. Appointees for the governing board are specified in the education code. Next. The office also highlighted additional channels for ensuring student voice is included in C2C's work, including user-centered design practices and the student experience audit project. These channels are also important for ensuring the burden of speaking on behalf of all of California students does not rest solely on a few students who may be seated on a board. And finally, the office's analysis is that if the advisory boards wish to advance a recommendation to the governing board to reserve any seats for students on these boards, those seats should be allocated from the existing number of board seats. The office does not have the capacity to staff even larger boards than it currently does, and that analysis holds even if resources for additional staff positions could be secured, as the complexity of leadership and strategic capacity is already maximally stretched with the current 53 board positions. Next. With that, I'll be sharing a proposed motion for the governing board to consider. That motion is that the staff recommend moving to reserve 2 existing seats for current students on the Community Engagement Advisory Board and or the Data Tools Advisory Board, and to express the intent that the governing board seek additional funding and position authority for staff support to recruit and support student members. I'll now turn it back to Chair Tagorda to lead the member discussion and a potential motion.
Thank you to Member Curry Nunez and to Ryan for the presentation. Let me now turn to members of our governing board to see if you have any questions or comments on this proposal. Yes.
Jessica Moldoff, Student Aid Commission, a clarification on and or. So does that mean that it would be at least 2 across both ones, or each one would get 2?
This is Marianne Bates, Executive Director. In the conversation at the community engagement meeting, it was defined as at least 2 across the total of the 2. Yes.
Yes, Member
Member Cochran, Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. The motion has 2 components. One is to reserve seats, and then there's the intent to ask for future funding. And I just want to, part of the discussion in the feasibility study is the need for funding for those 2 seats, but the funding and the seats are divorced from each other in the motion. I just want to make sure that that's feasible for the office, rather than, for instance, say, let's request funding, and when funding comes, we reserve the seats.
This is Marianne Bates, Executive Director. I don't have concerns with it as written, in part because we already have 2 students on the Community Engagement Advisory Board. We have 1 undergraduate and 1 graduate student who are currently serving. I think the usefulness of including it in the motion is that given our limited capacity right now, we're not doing as much to support those students as we would like to. And I think what Member Correa Nunez and her colleagues highlighted is the importance of making sure that if students are invited in to serve on these boards, that we have sufficient capacity to give them a higher level of support and onboarding and ongoing support than we do to other members of the boards. So there's nothing preventing you right now from appointing many students to the advisory boards, and you can continue to do so. And so I feel comfortable with it being separated and don't feel a need to say we cannot have students until, because we already have students. We're happy to have them there. It's more just an expression of the usefulness of the resources to fully meet what the standards we want to hold ourselves to and being able to support them. Thank you for that question.
Great questions, comments. Any other further ones before we entertain a motion? Is there a motion to move to reserve 2 existing seats for current students on the Community Engagement Advisory Board and/or the Data and Tools Advisory Board, and to express the intent that the governing board seek additional funding and position authority for staff support to recruit and support student members?
Member Lee, I'll move.
Member Lee moves. Is there a second?
Member Bell second.
Member Evans seconds. We have a motion, we have a second, and we're ready for public comment.
I have one speaker slip. Raquel Morales from Ed Trust West, please.
Thank you all. Raquel Morales on behalf of Ed Trust West. Ed Trust West believes that there are five key equity principles that should guide the development and implementation of this work, which you all will receive a beautiful policy brief from us soon. One of those is the meaningful engagement of students and parents and ensuring that they are at the table as the board continues in California. And this is one of the ways that it can be done. We strongly support this proposal and hope to see the participation of students in this work codified so that their voices are represented and well supported in the work. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone who would like to make a comment virtually, please feel free to raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, but I'll allow for another moment. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment.
Okay, with a motion, a second, and public comment closed, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Payne,
Aye.
Member Cifuentes, Member Cochran,
Yes.
Member DeGear,
Aye.
Member Evans,
Yes.
Member Fong,
Aye.
Member Frugilli,
Yes.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez,
Yes.
Member Hetz,
Yes.
Designee Bierkey for Member Irwin,
Aye.
Member Jez,
Yes.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird,
Yes.
Member Lee,
Aye.
Member Moldoff,
Yes.
Member Nelum, Member Ohanian, Member Romero, Member Van Natten,
Yes.
and Member Vu.
Yes.
I have 15 ayes. The motion passes. 16 ayes. Motion still passes.
Thank you so much. We'll now be moving on to agenda item number 16, which will be facilitated by Chair-elect Gavin Pick.
Thank you, Chair Tagorda. I promised to be brief. I want to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. At the February 28th board meeting, the committee established a charter and members for the Selection for Advisory Boards Committee. It was approved and 5 members were designated to form that committee. Their role is to finalize selection and recruitment materials and to identify a candidate pool for board approval. I'm the chair of this committee, and the board members Gonzalez, Vasquez, Romero, Ohanian, and Vu served with me on this committee. I want all of you to acknowledge that they've taken on a huge task to review and screen the hundreds and hundreds of applications that come through for our advisory boards. Today, I'll be providing an update on the selection and the meeting in the process. So the next slide, please. The committee for the first time convened on April 12th. During the meeting, the committee reviewed the application, rubric, and selection process, which includes the outreach plan for members. In addition, the committee reviewed the current advisory board's composition to determine desired characteristics and expertise for members of each advisory board. Next slide, please. So I want to do a quick showing of the overview of the current Data and Tools Advisory Board to instruct how we made some decisions as a committee. When looking at the vacancies that the Data and Tools Advisory Board will face, it was imperative to analyze how those impending openings will affect the newly composed advisory board going forward. Of the 5 members that will be cycling off, 1 member represents an advocacy organization, 2 members represent community organizations, and 2 representatives are practitioners. Given their departure and pending the new selection of members, the Data and Tools Advisory Board will be composed of 2 members that represent advocacy organization, 1 member that represents a community organization, 6 practitioners, and 2 members that represent research organizations. Next slide, please. The Community Engagement Advisory Board. So in terms of those 4 members that will be cycling off, 2 members represent advocacy organizations, 1 member represents a community organization, and 1 member is a practitioner. So the Community Engagement Advisory Board will be composed of 5 practitioners, 3 members that represent community organizations, 2 members that represent advocacy organization, and 2 students. Next slide, please. So the committee acknowledges the importance of recruiting advisory board members with diverse perspectives and relevant expertise, enabling our advisory boards to have the capacity to provide timely and high quality recommendations to our boards, as we viewed in the previous discussion. The committee has prioritized ideal populations to fill the upcoming vacancies. For the Data and Tools Advisory Board, the committee is seeking to appoint 1 member that represents an advocacy organization, and 1 member that represents a community organization, 1 student, and 2 practitioners, 1 of which works directly with workforce development to give that perspective into the deliberations of the board. For the Community Engagement Advisory Board, the committee is seeking to appoint 1 member that represents an advocacy organization, 2 members that represent community organizations, and 1 student, referring you all to the conversation we just had about students. Next slide, please. So with that, I want to touch upon some upcoming key dates in the advisory board's selection process. The application is open and has been open to the public. It's been open on April 29th and will close on May 17th at 5 p.m. Those are your marching orders for recruiting people. The committee is scheduled to convene for their second meeting on June 27th to discuss and deliberate the final slates for each advisory board that we will bring back to this board. We'll rank order those members plus alternates for those members if someone is unable to serve or gets appointed to some place else like our governing. The committee will bring the recommended slating to the governing board for approval at its August 14th meeting, at which time the board will review and determine whether to approve the slate of candidates, including offering positions of runner-up candidates in the order recommended by the committee. Finally, I want to touch upon an important component of the outreach plan shared at the first committee meeting. In an effort to secure a diverse array of candidates to advisory boards, the office and the committee will look towards our board members, that's your second call to action, to assist in sharing the information. Members should have received a media toolkit prior to the meeting with resources and information to share with their networks. I encourage members to share with the public and other shareholders this information. Obviously, if there are any questions, please contact Mary Kate Cruz Jones. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm glad to answer or duck any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chair-elect Payne. Are there any questions or comments from members of the board?
Chair DeGorda, apologies. Members might have questions about that toolkit. It's coming. You'll get it shortly. past tense, could have been future tense. Apologies on that, in case that was a question that would come up.
All
I
right.
withdraw my question.
All right.
I was just assuming it went into my spam folder and I had to go look for it. Thank you
Okay.
for the clarification.
Yes, Shannon.
The reason why we're holding the toolkit is because we are translating the application into Spanish. And so we want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to make sure all of the materials are available on the outset. And so that's why we have a little bit of a delay. So I just wanted to say that there's a reason for the delay, but that will be coming as soon as possible.
Fantastic. Any other questions or comments from governing board members? Member Vu.
I do have a question. I see that the application's up on the website. Can we still push that without the media toolkit?
Yes. The answer is yes.
That would be a yes and.
Any other questions or comments? This one has no action associated with it?
Certainly not.
No. Okay, so let's move on to agenda item number 18. Since we had concluded agenda item number 17 in the morning. We're moving on to update, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the Cradle-to-Career Conflict of Interest Code. So now I'd like to invite Julia Blair, General Counsel, to provide this presentation today.
Thank you, and I will try to be brief, but if you have questions, feel free to ask them because I'm going to cut out a little bit of the background. Good afternoon, governing board members. As you heard, I'm Julia Blair, General Counsel with the office, and I am presenting the Cradle-to-Career Conflict of Interest Code for your consideration. Next slide. The Political Reform Act and its implementing regulations require that all state agencies adopt a conflict of interest code. The Conflict of Interest Code identifies individuals affiliated with the agency that are required to complete the Statement of Economic Interests, which you know is Form 700, and what types of interests must be disclosed. The Conflict of Interest Code must be adopted pursuant to a regulatory process approved by the Fair Political Practices Commission, FPPC, and filed with the Office of Administrative Law for publication. Next slide. There are three components of a conflict of interest code. There's the incorporation section, which is at the beginning, and it designates where the Form 700s are filed, retained, and it's either with the agency or with FPPC. In our case, Form 700s are filed and retained with the agency. The section also references Regulation 18730, which provides the rules for disqualification procedures, reporting financial interests, and references the current gift limit. So it's kind of a catch-all that the FPPC already adopted, and we're just incorporating it by reference into our conflict of interest code. The second section lists the designated positions, and it provides all agency positions that may involve the making or participating in making of decisions that, quote, may foreseeably have a material effect on any financial interest. This covers agency members, officers, and employees, including any volunteers on a committee, if the members make or participate in government decisions. And then finally, the detailed disclosure categories describe the type of financial interests officials in one or more job classifications or categories must disclose on their Form 700. So under our code, the broadest disclosure category is Category 2. Category 3 is the next broadest, with Category 1 being the narrowest. Category 2 requires disclosures of interest in any entity that does or may do business with C2C. Category 3 narrows that to IT and telecommunications, and Category 1 is narrower to property that C2C owns or rents. The current disclosure categories require all board members, their designees, and Cradle-to-Career's executive staff to disclose any interest in property, individuals, or business entities that do or might do business with C2C. Next slide. So the rulemaking process requires that C2C make available the proposed conflict of interest code for public comment for a minimum of 45 days, as well as providing it to all interested individuals. The notice of intention to adopt the conflict of interest code and the proposed code was sent out on March 1st, 2024 to all affected individuals for their review. With the 45-day public comment period having expired on April 16th, 2024, and with no comments received, the governing board must now consider adopting the proposed conflict of interest code prior to the FPPC providing final approval and then submission to OAL for publication. Next slide. In addition to the conflict of interest code, staff has prepared and is providing a resolution in this instance because the FPPC and OAL will need evidence of the governing board's action. So in order to not wait for the minutes to be adopted, which would happen in August, we prepared a resolution so that we can not have to wait until August to submit the conflict of interest code for publication. And so upon adoption of the conflict of interest code and related resolution, staff will file the adopted code with OAL. The regulations will become effective once OAL files them with the Secretary of State. Target date for it to be published is July 1st, 2024. So before I conclude my presentation, staff is recommending the governing board move to adopt the Cradle-to-Career's proposed conflict of interest code and the related resolution. I'll now pass it back to Chair Tagorda. Thank you.
Any questions, comments from members of the board before we entertain this motion? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
Ron Hetz, California Community College, so moved.
Member Hetz moves. Is there a second?
David Gear, second.
Member DeGear seconds. We have a motion, we have a second, and we're ready for public comment.
Perfect. There are no speaker slips at this time, so we'll open it up to our virtual space. If you'd like to make a comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, but I'll give you another moment. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment.
Okay, with a motion, a second, and the closure of public comment, we're ready for a roll call.
Perfect. There are 16 members, so let's see if I can get my math right for the last one. Member Tagorda.
Yes.
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cochran.
Yes.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Yes.
Member Fong.
Aye.
Member Frigielli.
Yes.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Yes.
Member Hetz.
Yes.
Designee Bierkey for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jez.
Yes.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird.
Yes.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Yes.
Member Nellum. Member Ohanian. Member Romero. Member Van Natten.
Yes.
Member Vu.
Yes.
16 ayes, the motion passes.
Wonderful. Just two more items on our agenda. General public comment. This is the second general public comment agenda item that we have today. At this time, we will open it up once again for members of the public to offer general public comments.
Okay, we have no speaker slips, but I will open it up to the folks that are attending virtually. So if you'd like to make a comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand. Seeing no hands raised, I'm happy to close public comment.
Okay, general public comment is closed and we move on to future agenda items. During this agenda item, we will open it up to members, followed by members of the public to see if there are any requests for future agenda items. Okay, I'm seeing none right now, so we will proceed with the next part of our agenda, which happens to be adjournment. So we have reached a conclusion of our agenda. I want to take this moment to thank everyone for contributing, both members of the public here virtually, all of our presenters, all of the members of the board for engaging in a lively discussion on many different fronts. To our staff, our team, to our executive director for preparations for this particular deliberation. I want to thank all of you and safe travels. Okay, we are adjourning at 4:37 p.m.
Yeah.